Wow, well, hello everyone and welcome along once again to Phillip Island this time though. We've opened the season with 3 S's, Spa, Sebring and Suzuka. We break that trend today. However, it is our 4th different continent visited in the opening 4 rounds of the championship. This circuit visited to us today, brought to you by the competitor vote. They had the decision to choose the race length, to choose the race circuit as well, and they decided on 6 hours of racing here at Phillip Island. It's been a fantastic season so far and it is incredibly tight. The prototype standings separated by just 10 points in the top 3. Drop Bear SBM leading it by 4 points, and the win last time by our defending series champions AHU, that puts them within that 10-point boundary. Slightly less close in the GT Open category. But our focus on the racing today, Phillip Island, it's a very difficult race circuit when it comes to traffic management. Not a particularly long one, just 4.4 kilometres around in length. I'm sure we're going to see our fair share of drama and potentially a few safety cars. Of course, I'm Lewis McGlade. Alongside me, as always, for the opening couple of hours of these broadcasts is one Mr. Cameron Rodrin, replacing Mike Yao on broadcast duties this time as he's decided to disappear off to Italy, is, of course, David Christie. So, fantastic stuff, Cam. This is a brilliant track to go driving. I'm not sure about multi-class racing, though. It's going to be very difficult out there.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. When I saw this get announced that this was the track, I thought this was amazing. It's I don't think personally I've seen an endurance race so far on this track, so today I'm going to be finding out myself. But it is a great track, as you say, on your own, and especially in the LMP2s, it's going to be crazy. So fast, loads of amazing corners here with the elevation changes, the long, fast corners. Yeah, it's going to be very interesting indeed. But for the GTs as well, looking in their mirrors and making sure that they're being safe themselves, it's going to be very difficult. So yeah, I think it's going to be a great race, and yeah, 6 hours to come.
Well, remember when we went racing for the very first time back in Silverstone? We always recall the excellent battle between Shane van Gisbergen and Jared Filsell as they were darting through traffic. I don't think we'll see quite as crazy racing around here, just courtesy of how the traffic management is so difficult. You've got, obviously, the quite long front stretch that drops down towards the first corner at Dewan, but it's a little bit tricky in that midsection to navigate that traffic. It's where we're going to see a lot of drama.
Yeah, there's quite a few tricky corners on this track, and the drivers will need to make sure that they're getting used to that as soon as possible, because we have had a few safety cars so far this season, which is always good actually, because it brings the field back together and things like that. But obviously we want to try and get some nice clean but hard driving, and this track certainly is going to entice some drivers to go for some cheeky dives or some hanging it around the outside in the fast corners, and that can always bring some issues.
Well, we know we've got plenty of prizes and awards up for offer over this season. One of the ones from last season that's carried over, of course, being the Social Butterfly Award. We do know that last season it was, of course, won by Summit Sim Sports. And guess what? They've got a track guide to take us around this fantastic 4.4 kilometre circuit.
Hey everyone, welcome along to round 4 of the Apex Hunters United Endurance Series powered by VCO. We're here at Phillip Island for the driver vote this round, and we're very excited to be heading down to Victoria and Phillip Island circuit as we take you for a lap. 6th gear down the main straight as we head into turn 1. It's just over 300 kilometres, and you tip it in and probably a little bit of a lift on fresh tyres and quali. I reckon they will be pushing to go flat out. Through the southern loop, down a 2nd gear, really hug the apex, or you can run wide and take a double apex, but you run the risk of getting overtaken. As we head down to Stoner Corner, up through the gears, we hit 5th gear and flat through here very easily at 260 k's as we prepare to brake about 150 metres. As we come through Honda, gets a bit squirrely as I drop down to 1st gear. I think on worn tyres though, you might have to go through in 2nd gear just to limit the wheel spin. Through Siberia, coldest and one of the slowest parts of the track, a little bit faster than Honda though. Still a struggle though to get on the power. As you can see, we take it through 2nd gear as we come up through the back section, which you can't really call a back straight because you've got to kink through Hayshed. Again, an LMP2 car, very flat out as you come up and over Lukey Heights. There's nowhere to look where you're going. You just got to hold the inside of the track as you come down through the bottom through MG. into the last sector here under the bridge, and you're really fighting the oversteer on the car, especially on worn tyres. This is going to be a real struggle. Short shifting just to make sure we don't get too much wheel spin. Through the last corner again, flat out in a high downforce LMP2 car. As we enter the main straight, finally we can take a break, but our lap's already over. So there you go, there's a lap of Phillip Island. As you've just seen, action-packed in an LMP2 car, so it's going to be interesting to see how we can manage that throughout the race, and not only that, deal with some GT3 traffic. So I hope you enjoy the race, and we'll see you later.
Gotta say, I do absolutely love this race circuit. Once again, thank you to Summit Sim Sports for giving us a little guide and a look into it, and obviously that eyes-on view as a competitor in the prototype category, but this is not going to be an easy one. It's a difficult circuit at the best of times, but when you look at the runoff, all of it is grass cam. All of it invites you into taking so much of the race circuit right up until the grass, and it will pull you straight off of the race circuit if you're not careful.
Yeah, proper old school track. None of this, 1 kilometre of tarmac runoff on the outside of the corners. It will bite if you go off, and I'm sure we will see the odd car here and there go off when attempting some things. But yeah, I should say they do get punished for their mistakes, so they need to be making sure they keep everything in check, keep everything in line, and try to get towards the end. Because as we've seen there, just on the exit of turn number 1, just a prime example of that. But you just got to be making sure to remember it is a 6-hour race, and we have seen some pretty chaotic first sort of 30 minutes of the races, and I don't think this track's going to be any different.
No, it certainly is, like I say, a massive, massive challenge. We'll get into the race, and a reminder that not only was the competitor vote for what circuit we were racing, but also the race length. I believe they had choices of, if I remember correctly, it was 5 hours, it was 6 hours, and it was 8 hours. Now, when we went racing last time out in the championship, obviously at Suzuka, it was a 6-hour race. The 2 previous races prior to that were both 4 hours in length. I feel 6 hours is a really good length for this this style of racing. It's enough time for you to explore strategy, it's enough time for you to open it up, and it's enough time for you to have a little bit of fun with it.
Yeah, 4 hours is great as well, but they all have their own different sort of strategic methods, because you just, as you say, with the 6 hours you have those extra couple of stints in the GTs, extra sort of 3 stints in the LMP2s for you to try and work something out. And in the P2s, I think this might put them in the region of having around 9 stints as well, which then has an odd number stint, which makes it a little bit awkward if you want to double stint tyres and things like that. So yeah, it's going to be a great race from the strategic side of things, and here's the grid.
Yeah, well, it's our champions and defending race winners. Of course, I say defending race winners. They were the race winners last time at Suzuka. Justin Rouget on pole position in the Apex Hunters United #1. Synergy Sim Racing alongside on that front row with Rival Autosports and then Simrigs.com DPR. Drop Bear Motorsport right up there, of course, and we've got to keep our eye on them, obviously competing right at the top end of this championship, coming into it as our leaders. Summit Sim Sports K2 just behind in that 6th spot, just ahead of their sister teammate, the Summit Sim Sports Everest car, and then the Alpha Aggressor Racing. Fishy Motorsports have had some issues this season between both of their cars, the 8 and the 25, with probably Juiced and the Analytical car in 12th. We'll roll down the rest of the grid and focus on the GT3 category because there is a lot of drivers on the grid. We know how large these grids are in AHU. Jackson Susan Harlow taking pole position in the Vendaval Sim Racing white car, that 101. Of course, they had issues in the first round of the season after just one corner. It came up over Radion, and they were having issues already with their teammate. Frog Leap Juiced alongside them on the front row with Mach 1 Esports and the Trans Tasman car rolling off of 4th. Evolution and the Apex Hunters United car, that one being Richie Stanaway behind the wheel. Speaking of AHU, by the way, I don't believe we have a Mr. Shane van Gisbergen in action across the contention today. Obviously our focus as well going towards the GT3 AM category as well, where Pulse Racing Team have the pole position. Been a fascinating championship, the GT3 AMs, of course, Cam, because they're in their own little race, but they're in the race of everyone else. We're still waiting for them to really compete at the front. I believe last round, though, we did have them taking a top 10 finish for the first time in the championship.
Yeah, it's a great platform for them to get used to the GT3 action. As you say, they're fighting within the total GT3 class as well, so they have the potential to get up to the good places. But of course, then within themselves, they have their own championship, and we often see some really great fights. So they're denoted by those red colours. So when you see the sort of red accents on the GT3 cars, that is the AM class, and obviously we'll get into that when we see some battles.
Well, one final corner for them to go on this outlap as they'll pass the pit entry, which I'm sure won't cause any issues at all throughout the day. The pit entry here and the pit exit, obviously very, very difficult indeed. It is our champions on pole position. Can they win 2 on the bounce and go and try and look for another title here in AHU? The AHU Endurance by VCO about to get underway at Phillip Island. And let's see that run down into turn 1 in that prototype category. Going to be very, very difficult indeed. Such a fast first corner opens you up for the second one. And we are underway. Justin Rouget, fantastic launch. Look at that, already leading very, very clear as Synergy and Rival go side by side in the background, running down into turn 1, trying to make it stick around the outside. The 89, oh, it's going to be a little bit rough, a little bit of a slow start from them, but they do manage to hang on as they're a little bit side by side, already trying to get back into single file, running through the second corner and down towards Stoner at 3. Still a little bit of side-by-side cam though, but nice clean start.
Amazing starts. We're getting the GT3 action now, and looks like Jackson Susan Harlow on the inside there, getting a really great run as we come down towards turn number 1, but we're getting some side-by-side action, some bumping in the background, 3 wide even as we come towards turn number 1. Drivers need to work themselves out into a single file formation. We're already getting 2 cars off there, 3 cars off on the outside of turn 1.
Yeah, Trans-Tasman in there, AHU as well as Evolution, all sent off down at turn 1. Like you said, 3 wide. I mean, I know there's more in our GT3 category, but the prototypes were nice and clean through there. They got single file and they got going in GT3, trying to go 3 wide. First corner, it's so high speed, such high commitment. Oh, as I was just talking, their plaudits in the category of the prototype, there are issues.
There certainly are. So we've got Fishy Motorsports going off, and that's the number 8 car as well, who has been pretty good in some of the races so far this season, coming over down into the MG hairpin, just having some issues there, I think, with one of the Drop Bear cars as well.
And that's the Drop Bear SBM car that's been offered there. I think both of the Drop Bear cars have been off, but that's the Drop Bear SBM that's down there. The reason why I bring that one up is because that is our championship leaders. 4 points they lead the title race at the moment. And that... You know I like saying it. You know I say it a few times. That is suboptimal right there.
Certainly is. They do have 6 hours to get it back, but this is the point of the race where you obviously lose so many positions because the cars are so close together. And someone who hasn't lost a position so far is Jackson Susan Harlow, getting there in P1 for the Vendaval Sim Racing team, coming towards turn number 1, leading the way there from the Frog League car just behind them, but getting a good start and managing to keep out of the chaos from behind. So we need to see how long you can stay out the front here.
Considering how fast that start was from, to be fair, both of our pole sitters in their respective categories, Apex Hunters, Justin Rouget had a great start down to turn 1. Jackson Susan Harlow had a great start as well down into turn 1 and was leading by a fairly comfortable margin, not like, not exactly 3 seconds. Or as there's issues as well for the Pulse Racing team, CM Security. That's just not good. Is that down? Where is that? Is that Lukey Heights? I think it is. But oh no, it's not. It's Stoner. Maybe just dropped it on himself. The great starts that they've had, they've lost all of that ground and been brought back into it by their by the second place cars. I think Trans-Tasman off once again on the right hand side. It's a difficult circuit. I wasn't expecting it to be this hard.
Yeah, it's definitely is a difficult circuit, as you say, but the drivers need to just work their way into the race, try and get a bit of a rhythm. It is actually quite a good track to get a rhythm because it's so fast flowing. There's only really 2 sort of hairpin corners down at the Honda hairpin and the MG hairpin as well, at the end of Sector 1 and end of Sector 2. So apart from that, it's really flowing. You can sort of get a rhythm, feel the car out, and just see really how you want to set up the car, because you have to have a lot of feel and a lot of confidence in these really long corners, especially this one in turn number 1. Top speed heading down there and really just dropping down the gear and trying to hold on before you then come to turn 2 again, which is a really long corner. So yeah, just got to have a lot of confidence and really be at one with the car, otherwise you are going to be going off.
You know how I ripped into Zach Sweeney for about 2 hours last round about circuits that he
Only
doesn't
2?
know? Yeah, it was only 2 hours. I only had 2 hours on the broadcast with him, poor kid. But this was one of the circuits that he has actually raced and does actually know. Because we went racing around here a little while ago in just regularly on iRacing, because there's a little bit of side-by-side cracking around the outside of the Summit Sim Sports GT3 AM car. Back to the inside. Oh, it's a little bit of a dive in there, but nicely held on from the cracking car, just trying to stick it around the outside. But this is... You go racing. Every time this one comes up, I'm like, I've got to go and race the circuit. I've got to go and give it a go because it's such a brilliant track, but it's so difficult. All of the corners tend to have, to be honest, 2 apex. I mean, look at turn 2. You drive it in quite hard and then come back a bit later on. Pulse Racing Team, by the way, under a lot of pressure there from the Kraken car.
Yeah, getting very close. Kraken trying to make up some positions is a bit difficult through this car, as we've seen already. Something coming into the pit lane there to obviously serve a penalty of some description. But yeah, that's quite a difficult corner because, as you were just mentioning, it's sort of like a double apex corner. You've really got to find the correct line, got to try and take the speed. And you see now with the LMP2s coming past around the outside, but then the GT3s just want to sort of drift out towards the outside curb as well. Very difficult indeed as we're getting Justin Rougier there. Ooh. Now he had the lead for a minute in the LMP2s, but now it looks like Synergy coming around the outside, but they're just going to be blocked off a little bit. Actually, it's going to be the number 1 who gets blocked off by their sister car, and that is meaning Justin Rougier has gone down to 2nd place.
Yeah, he'll hate Richie Stanaway after that one. Like you say, just came down into that second corner. It wasn't sure. I mean, like you say, when you're a GT3, you just run your own line. You just do your own race and let the prototypes drive around you. That's exactly what happened. Richie Stanaway's experienced plenty enough to decide that one. A little bit of a shame for Justin Rougier, just wrong-footed, not really through his own issues. But now he's got to keep his eye on the Summit Sim Sports K2 car that sat right on his rear. Synergy Sim Racing, though, hit the front in that number 89. Traffic already playing its part already in 6 minutes.
And the overspeed is going to be quite crazy in some of these corners, actually around the outside there of Luke Heights into the inside AMG. But he was nowhere coming up to that corner. But the LMP2s can just carry so much more speed with all the downforce goodies that they've got with their chassis compared to the GT3s. They can really, just send around that corner and dive it into the hairpin. So it is actually one of those races where really the GT3s actually need to be looking in their mirrors quite consistently, because obviously it's the LMP2's responsibility to do the overtake safely, but the GT3s need to also have a look of what's going on around them, because things will come up pretty quickly.
Like you say, it's the closing speed. It is absolutely ridiculous around this track. I mean, it's already pretty crazy enough between the prototypes and the GTs, but around a circuit like this with all the corners, it just happens so quickly.
Certainly does, and let's get a replay here of the start. A bit of a 3-wide, almost a 4-wide situation for a couple of minutes, and it was the Trans-Tasman there getting involved with, I actually can't remember who that car was on the inside, but then the AHU as well, and a third car coming off. So, yeah, just showing you how tight it can be, and I do think maybe the Trans-Tasman didn't quite leave enough space on the inside from that camera angle, but here it is, the number 8 locking up. Was that a 4-wheel lock-up there coming down into the MG hairpin?
Yeah, like you say, the T10, it's such a difficult one. Obviously, you've just come over the crest of Lukey Heights. Tyres are quite cold and such, and you're getting onto the brakes. The rears were locked, the fronts were locked, and Fishy Motorsport straight into it. Let's see what happened coming down into the hairpin. Kraken did get a little bit of a tap, and then a further one for the Mag and Turbo car just on the inside, but let's be honest, this is all KO. This is kind of what we expected from the GT3 start, just because of how many cars they've got. It is absolute madness running down the hairpin. Once you've come round to Stoner, you're coming round in such high speed that obviously you're just basically, no matter where, you're in the middle of it.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the 3 cars in the back there. They literally came to a dead stop coming into the Honda hairpin there on the first lap, so hopefully they can sort this all out. And look at the chaos that we've got now as we're getting the because that's one thing with it being such a short track, it only takes a couple of laps for the P2s, and that always that synergy there trying to dive it down the inside there. Wayne Bork taking some risks, trying to get past the traffic, which is what you need to do, but also you need to keep it nice and safe. And this part of the track is so difficult as well, with all the twists and turns. The GTs going from apex to apex effectively in the kinks. The LMP2s need to swap and then go to the outside.
Yeah, now look at this. One more GT3 for them to manage. Oh, my goodness, 3 wide as we come up into Lukey Heights. Oh, wow, this is absolute madness. Absolutely loving it. Analytical dropping the position. Honestly, that was pretty bold to take it either side. Obviously, yeah, you'll say it's Schumacher, Hakkinen-esque when you're darting through traffic like that. It feels great when you're involved in it. Just wrong footing a couple of the GT3s. Whoa, whoa! My goodness me! How did the analytical car avoid that? A Lamborghini perpendicular to the racetrack at the final corner. Phew! The life just flashed before my own eyes.
These guys, they are really taking some risks so far, but this is Jacob Todd, Blue Flag Racing, just losing the rear end there, coming out to the final corner, hitting the tyre barrier. Oh, someone did hit him, unfortunately. Maybe the fishy car just saw a bit of the sort of the greeny, yellowy colour there, and unfortunately that car is going to have a lot of repairs when they get back to the pit lane.
And is it still there? Are we going under our first safety car of the day? That is the question. I'm not necessarily sure if it is still there. I'd guarantee we are going under safety car, but you can still see, obviously, we're making progress in traffic, so the safety car has not been called here at the moment. I'm sure the tow has been requested if that is the case. But the reason why I was a bit umming and ahhing over that, of course, the Blue Flag Racing, I said, about the Champions Leaders, dropped their SBM, Champions Leaders in the prototype category, and then how things were a little bit more settled in the GT3 Pro. Certainly not anymore. Blue Flag, they came into just through consistency alone, they came into this as our championship leaders. They ain't leaving this round as our championship leaders. I can guarantee that one for you.
Yeah, they're going to struggle to come back from that regarding winning the class, but they certainly have showed some good pace so far and good consistency, as you say. And yeah, we're getting a bit of a toe now coming down towards turn number 1 between the LMP2s there, and trying to get out. Can't quite see which car that is, but the 42 is leading the way there, coming into the first corner. It's so difficult to have a bit of an overtake when you are in that prototype category, because you want to then pull out the slipstream, get your run down towards turn number 1, but then generally there's a GT3 in the way. And once everything sort of spreads out, because the track is only 4.4 kilometers, if you divide that by the amount of cars you have, there's only going to be a couple hundred meters between each car.
Wow, I mean, gotta say, as we refocus on this battle for our race, I think they've cleared quite a lot of this traffic. Literally, as he says it, more traffic appears. Because obviously the last time we joined them, they just cleared the Vendeville Sim Racing white car from the head of the GT3 field. But as the race goes on, obviously the more spread out the cars get, the more you're basically picking them off one by one. Although, to be fair, when you're at that point, if you're picking them off one by one, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world, because you're kind of being able to find your way through them in your own time. When you're finding them in groups, you kind of need to clear that group in one big go. One thing where the gap is growing is in the lead of that GT3 Pro category. Vendeville Sim Racing White now leading by about 2.5 seconds ahead of the Apex Hunters United 169. Well, that is the 197. And the Mac 1 Esports 144.
Yes, so that 197 has made up a good few positions. They were down somewhere sort of like 7th, 8th in the qualifying, I believe. So getting up some good places in the opening part of this race. And what we saw last time, actually, back in Suzuka, was that 197 absolutely storming off into the distance with a huge lead. But it looks like the gaps have stayed a lot closer here, despite all the sort of the chaos that we have had. 2 seconds still quite a nice gap, though, for that Vendeville car in the lead of the GT3 Open category. So they're enjoying their lead at the moment, but the traffic can change things very quickly around here.
I mean, the 197 was leading in that race that much early on. I don't really want to disrespect the rest of the GT3 category, but they did have Gianna Vecchio behind the wheel at that point, who is quite good, shall we say. Justin Rouget in the pit lane? Is there a penalty on the number 1 car, I wonder? I am seeing... yes, I do believe so. 2 drive-throughs applied from race control. We do apologise, by the way, because... things have slightly changed for this round with our setups and stuff, so we don't really quite have the same information from the last round, but I wonder where that one came from. And
I mean, if you say drive-through, it was definitely stopped in the box there as well, unless you are allowed to sort of top up and such when you're serving the drive-through. But yeah, that is going to change things quite a bit, because pit stops at this time is, again, loads of the LMP2s coming, actually.
Yeah, this is very, very early. So I'm just checking from race control. There is no penalty for the number one. I'll correct myself. It was involved in a couple of incidents, I do believe, but it's not on the list for receiving any penalty at the moment. So no, that's not a penalty. It does seem as though it's a pit stop, which I'm going to say this is quite early for a pit stop. I think 14 minutes into the race, if we're doing 14-minute stints all the time, that's a bit mad. Wonder why they're coming in this early.
Is there a safety car that we haven't heard?
There must be. There must be a safety car that we've not heard.
Because a lot of the P2s have come in, and
yeah, it's got to be a safety car.
Yeah, not many of the GTs have, but that's because their strategy is completely different. The GT3s can do best part of an hour. Oh yeah, because there's a car smoking now off on the side, which I'm sure is what it is for. And here we have Simon Black in the that sort of yellowy gold safety car, trying to pick up the leader. So that is very true. And yeah, the reason why the P2s are coming in is because they're pretty much halfway, or just shy of halfway through their stop. Their stints are only around 35 minutes long, whereas the GT3s, they're best part of an hour long. And this will really sort of mess the strategy quite a lot, where the P2s basically just need to make sure that they are pitting when there is a safety car to keep themselves topped up. So that's why you saw a lot less of the GT3s come in. However, it's not out of the question, because it will help you go just over the hour a lot easier in those GT3s, because really that's what they're aiming to do. Because if they go just shy of an hour for every stint, then they'll have a splash at the end. So this is effectively that splash that they potentially would have.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I will say this. So, safety car, apologies for not picking up on that one straight away. Hopefully it doesn't crash like it did in our first round at Spa, which was quite funny.
Who was driving it that day?
I don't know. I don't think it was Simon Black. I can't remember who was behind the wheel. All I remember was,
funny.
Because for anyone who doesn't know, obviously behind the scenes, me and Cam had finished our stint on the broadcast, and we were sat back and we were talking to the broadcast director, Mike Yowes. He was guiding Ewan O'Leary and Zach Sweeney through the broadcast, and I laughed so hard I think I fell off my seat because I was just in the game watching it happen. Yeah, not ideal, but quite funny. Yeah, either way, safety car out onto the race circuit. I'm gonna take a guess here, Cam. I don't know if you want to do an odds on or whatever, but that's not the last time we'll see the safety car today.
Yeah, definitely not. Not with over 5 hours left to go in the race. We have seen some very late safety cars in this series, just in general as well. Generally, in the sort of last hour of the race, you see teams start taking a little bit more risk here and there, more than they already are, and we end up getting a nice little finish to the race, which is good. That's one reason why I actually do quite like the safety cars in the endurance races, especially in the slightly longer races. Keeps everything together, and also keeps the strategists on their toes, because you never really know what is going to be happening. But as it stands, on the track at least, you got two Summit cars leading the way of the pack.
Yeah, obviously the critical thing there is that they have not stopped, where a few of the other ones have jumped into the pit lane. Of course, Synergy Sim Racing and the Apex Hunters United number one being those. Interesting that the number one pitted fairly or a lap prior to the Synergy Sim Racing car, and the Synergy Sim Racing car seems to have a decent lead. Of course, whilst it says that it's 2 seconds and such, we know that two reasons. Number one, it's not actually that high because of the speed that they're running, and number two, there is probably a fair few cars between them, which might cause an issue on the restart. But we know that they also do wave rounds and such. Race control are well versed now with running these safety car periods, so they're getting used to it.
Yeah, they are, and it's certainly, and also for the viewers who may have not recognised, this is like a manual safety car rather than the sort of in-game version. So there's a lot more control over that. So Simon Black himself is physically driving that car in the race. And as you see on the number board, P29 in the GT category, but we do it this way, so there's a lot more control of what's going on. They can, as you see, they're doing a wave round for the cars that are in the sort of in the way of the P2s and things like that at the moment. So yeah, they're just able to get it more organised, and obviously have a bit of control of what's going on, making sure it's all in the right order before we get back going. Because the worst thing, you want to do is have some issues and people, losing laps or gaining laps and things like that because, they got waved around when they shouldn't have.
And to kind of clarify as to how this works in-game as well, is that race control are constantly communicating. It's not like they're just going, oh, just follow the safety car and hope for the best. And hoping that the drivers have read the rules, because let's be honest, there's one thing you should never guarantee is that the drivers have read the rules. Never do that. You know that as a series admin. Never trust that drivers have read rules.
Nope.
So, they just don't. And so in this, they're constantly saying, right, now the 297, you pass. The 281, now you pass. They are telling them one car at a time who can pass and when they can pass. And it's those kind of things where it's like, that's where race control essentially earn their keep, as it were. And it shows why in a race like this, you need a live race control.
Oh, you certainly do, and there's multiple people behind the scenes as well. It's not just Simon Black. He's trying to keep the car on the road. Unlike, was it Nick Foster?
No, because Nick had already crashed by that point in the GT3s. I'm sure he's listening into us now. Huh?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But obviously there's multiple people behind the scenes. I mean, even just in the race control chat, I can see on the Discord at the moment, there's still 4 guys in there. So they're really trying to get everything sorted. They've got loads of eyes and ears all going over. And as you say, they'll be keeping in touch with the drivers to make sure that we get this returned nicely. But if I'm not mistaken, there will be a sort of a slightly mixed up grid on the restart as well, which always makes it quite interesting.
Yeah, certainly will. I mean, we'll obviously see the safety car pull away in that final sector, so certainly not coming in this time. We don't. This is the only issue with running a safety car like this, is that we don't get the lights. We don't get the Nino on the top to say that the safety car's coming in, when they switch it off. Either way, I think one thing we can talk about now is that whilst a lot of these teams have completed their first pit stop, obviously under safety car conditions, probably the best way that you can make a pit stop around it. It's why you really need to do it. The pit lane around here is not great, shall we say, for 2 reasons. Number one, you enter pit lane on this super tight line, which is fair enough, but it's also super narrow. Fair enough, it's all a driver thing. But the pit exit, you see this pit exit line, the road on the right-hand side, that is not the standard pit exit. You come straight out onto the racing line.
Yeah, it's about halfway down the straight, actually, where we are coming out, which is, it's a little bit awkward in some ways, but I guess it actually makes the pit stop delta a little bit shorter. Actually, this will be a good one. Because pit exit will be closed at the moment, so I have to wait for the train of cars to go back past. But when he exits the pit lane, you'll see we sort of do a straight right. And then, that's it. You're out on the track. You're not up to full speed, and then you've got cars coming at 250, 300 Ks down to your right-hand side. So, very scary pit exit. But I think in general that probably makes it a little bit, less delta time loss. So the pit stops here might be quite short, and that could always add some strategy to it, which is probably why the likes of Cook here have decided to stay out and keep that little bit of track position, even though obviously the cars that pit are only 2 or 3 behind.
Also potentially banking on another safety car. Obviously, through that, we're not expecting any of the drivers. None of them would have switched tyres, and that is just sticking in the fuel. Like you were saying, you're probably going to need to make a splash later on anyway. At this point, if you've made a splash at this point, what you can do, because obviously you're not going to, you wouldn't necessarily need to change your tyres on the next stop either. And so you could essentially do I don't really want to call it a triple stint because it's not, but it's like a 2.5, maybe a 2 1/3 stint on the tyres. Obviously, the less you're changing tyres, the more worn they are, but the less time you're in pit lane, the more you can gain. So, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world.
Well, certainly not, and that is one reason why the sort of added couple of hours for this race is good. But, I think safety car is in, so we're going to be coming back racing at the end of this lap, and that is always going to be fun because, as you see, the GC3s are in line with all the other cars, so it's just in that track order, which means the P2s behind them need to be obviously wary of that. So but it looks like we're going to be getting underway here. Angus Cook leading the way.
good start as well. Just timed that brilliantly. Obviously had the call that the safety car had already come straight into the pit lane, and boom, the Summit Sim Sports K2 car leads. Look at the gap back to the Apex Hunters United car. Of course, you got that 65 sat directly behind, but the number one miles behind. But look at that gap with Synergy Sim Racing. There is nothing between the 1 and the 89. Synergy Sim Racing, in fact, losing a few positions. They're 3 wide down into turn 1. Summit Sim Sports Everest on the inside. Summit Sim Sports just dropping the spot. Synergy Sim Racing around the outside. Oof, that was a little bit dicey, but Apex Hunters United have picked up both spots. A little bit of a snap on the rear, though, from Justin Rouget might open him up down into the hairpin at Honda.
Yeah, he's going to be taking that outside line, because then that'll turn into the inside for that hairpin, as we've seen Drop Bear as well. Daniel Yeaman trying to go round the outside of turn number 2, but just GT3 slightly getting in his way there. And that car just having to pull in just behind him, unfortunately, for that occasion. But has Rouget held on? Yes, he has, for that position. So yeah, good position making so far. This is the cars that have made the stop, so the 2 cars in front of them have not. So as long as he can stay close to the cars ahead, then obviously he's still going to be net in the race lead once that sorts itself out. But as you saw there, just having a bit of a wiggle, trying to get those tyres back in the operating window after the restart.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely fantastic. Do love it when they go racing around circuits like this, when they're just diving through the traffic. Obviously, the initial start of the race, they've got plenty of space to work within themselves. Every restart under safety car, they're going to have to pick their way through their fair amount of lapped traffic. And that's what makes these so exciting and so thrilling and so chaotic when it comes to the strategy that is being run. Pulse Racing Team, Century Battery, is inside the top 10 of the GT3 category. Obviously, again, as we've said time and time again, that there are 2 categories within the GT3s, whilst the GT3 AMs are in their own title battle. So a win in GT3 AM will be 300 points in the GT3 AM category. But obviously then there is the overall GT3 category, which the GT3 AMs are still a part of. They still can get podiums, get wins in the GT3 overall, but they're just in their own little category. I think that style, I think that this style of GT3 AM, or your amateur category, is much better than how we had it last season, when it was own entirely different category. Obviously they're running GT3s last season, and then essentially what would be GT3 Pro was GTE last season. I think this is a much better way of doing it.
Yeah, I think that is probably helping some of these teams as well get a little bit more experience, because some of the category drivers are obviously a little bit new to this, which is the whole point of the series, really, bringing a sort of a more higher tier, more professional series to that region of the world. Most of the drivers here obviously being from Aussie and New Zealand backgrounds. We've seen up the inside there, Billabong Racing sending it up the inside, which means they'll have the outside, but they should just be able to hold on.
Oh!
We're getting a bit of a dive there from the AHU car down the inside.
Yeah, that one being the 197, just absolutely sent that one in on Billabong. Honestly, pretty incredible dive to have pulled that one over the hairpin, but the 197 obviously was in second position prior to that safety car, has come into the pit lane to fill up on fuel, and now finds himself in, I think, 14th position overall in the GT3 category, so losing out a fair amount of time. Angus Cook, though, leading by around a second at the moment. Nothing too major happening up here, and the Apex Hunters United car and Synergy Sim Racing not really closing in too much from that third spot. Gap sitting around 3.5 to 4 seconds.
As we see the leader here in the pro category, Venval Sim Racing, enjoying life there out the front so far. Pretty much all of the race so far being in that net lead of the category, and getting away a couple of seconds, just like they were in the first part of the race before the safety car, and just, yeah, leading away. But we do know Jackson Susan Harlow did a pretty good job there for his team last year, which was the team, was that the Team FA Karts? Alonso that he was in last season, doing some pretty good jobs in there, but now obviously going to that Vendaval team, the 101, and having some similar success.
Team FA Cup Alonso, Australia. No, it's Alonso. Yeah, it had Alonso in it twice, though. I do remember that. It was fairly amusing. We didn't make any jokes about that. No, not once. But either way, focusing on the racing. Do you think Ewan will like the team that's running in second position in LMP2?
The Whitey Pies Racing is getting side-by-side action there. Lachlan Capel sending it down the inside of turn number 1 for Pulse Racing, getting themselves up a position in the overall, obviously keeping themselves lovingly leading the way in the AM category. So that is working out pretty well for them so far. Can't quite see which position is overall, but yes, nice move down the inside. And yeah, Leary, when he gets there, he's coming out after the second hour of the race here. The Whitey Pies Racing, he's going to be loving it with his northern roots.
He does love a good pie, does that man. Obviously, we'll see the overall runnings right now within all of the categories at the moment. I think that this car is running around about 6th position. Of course, this was the classic thing, is that we typically look for the number board that is on the side of the car. BMW M4 doesn't have any, because obviously it was brought onto the iRacing platform prior to its homologation, and adding those number boards and stuff. You can see it on the Aston Martin. Oh, good one. On the Lamborghini, nice, different car, 8th position. So that would mean that that Pulse Racing Team Century Batteries is running in 6th place at the moment, which, again, fantastic. We've seen it a few times, though, is that we'll typically see one GT3 and maybe a couple of them running up inside the top 10, some even strongly. I think there was a couple last round that were running up even inside the podium positions fantastically at Suzuka through a majority of the race. And yet, as we've always kind of said, when it comes down to the end of the race, when it comes down to those final sort of hour and a half, they're nowhere to be seen. They almost don't have the legs. It's the same in every round. The GT3 Pros prove why they are a GT3 Pro. They always come good at the end.
I think it might be because of the sort of driver situation as well. Most drivers will, or most teams I should say, will put their fastest drivers in at the sort of first half of the race, get themselves in a good position, and then they'll swap to maybe slightly slower driver in the second half. And I think maybe that gap between the two drivers increases in the GT3 AM category as well. And maybe there's a couple of guys who just lose a bit of time as the race goes on, maybe the strategy not being quite there. But then that's obviously why they're in their own category and have their own sort of race to do. As we're seeing there, De Graaf there on the outside, out of the final corner, going all the way onto the grass, onto the gravel, and unfortunately having to continue from there, losing a couple of positions. Actually, that was turn number 2.
Yeah, it is quite hard to see some of the corners, because I called one Stoner earlier. I'm pretty sure it might have been either turn 2, Lukey Heights, or the final corner. I have no idea even to this day as to where that car exited the race circuit. But either way, focusing more back on the Pulse Racing team, but this time to the CM Security. You've got the Bluebell car ahead. You've got a little bit of attack from behind as well. And let's see, nice little drive off of that final corner by Adam Bryant, and that should be a nice move down to turn 1. Got to commit to the outside, though, and I think we might well see a bit of 3 wide as well. Surely the Ferrari's not going to make it around the outside. Bryant, lovely move. Got to say, Bluebell, though, did not fight that coming into the first corner. I think that was a wise move, especially with the prototypes coming through. 1 position lost, 2 positions lost as well for them. In the background, I think there's another third one as well, as Trans-Tasman try and rise their way back up the order. It's the race leaders coming through. It certainly is.
Yeah, it's three positions lost there for Bryant there, but unfortunately that is sometimes the way you have to race if you want to be conservative and keep yourself in the race. But obviously then just losing 3 positions isn't good, as we're seeing Frog Leap Juice here coming towards the Honda hairpin with Magan Turbo down the inside, bit of squeeze, bit of contact, and then the Frog Leap car having a bit of a half spin there. But I think that's probably slightly their fault there, so probably nothing to happen from that.
Don't think there's much of a slightly about it. That squeeze was quite aggressive. When it comes to covering off, when it comes to defensive moves and stuff, you either cover off fully or you don't. Yeah, right. You've got to come off of turn 2, turn 3 and sort of proactively make your defensive move. You've got to say that I'm going to go here and you can go around the outside if you want. If you can make it around the outside, good on you. But that was sort of like this sort of half-hearted squeeze, and it was always going to end in tears. And thankfully, they only lost probably a couple of seconds from all of that, so nothing too major. Oh, there's a little bit of a dive from the WEH getting dived rather, the WEH E-Racing car. Frog Leap Juiced red just on the rear end. Were eyeing up a move coming down. Wouldn't have been great to have the second incident for a Frog Leap Juiced car down into that corner.
Yeah, I'm sure some teams will have multiple incidents into that corner though, because it's really the sort of hardest braking or the easiest braking point as well, because the other hairpin, the MG hairpin, is very difficult indeed to to try and get your car in a position to have a nice straight braking zone. Very difficult indeed, coming over the corner, then slamming on the brakes straight away. Now, as we see here, Wayne Bork in the number 89 around the outside there. And as you see, you pretty much just straighten the car as you hit the brakes. So much more difficult to get a dive. So yeah, that Honda hairpin is really good for these overtakes. As you see here, Bork, side-by-side action with the GT3s in front of him. And that's going to slow him down. Rougier might be able to get a run here up the inside there. 3 wide into the final corner, taking the risk. But it seems like it's worked out for those two.
Yeah, that was bold from Justin Rougier, and again a little bit slow from Wayne Bork coming out of the final corner. Courtesy another car straight to the inside, surely not going to fight this one. The 89 Synergy Sim Racing car is going to relieve that sort of podium position, allow the Apex Hunters United #1, our defending champions and race winners last time out, to take over third position and set their eyes and sights on the 2 cars ahead. 2.5 seconds. I will say, Summit Sports K2 are pulling away from these two. That gap between them and that podium battle, realistically, more so towards sort of 3.5 to 4 seconds now. So it has gone up, and they're seemingly in control at the moment. Obviously, very easy to say that right now. And obviously, the reminder that the top 2 in the LMP2 category are running lighter cars at the moment. Obviously, the pit stops that those behind took under that safety car.
Yeah, and weight is quite an important factor. As you'll see, the stints progress. The times, as long as you're keeping the tyres in check, the times will start to come down as the obviously the weight comes down. Quite a bit of fuel actually you take on in terms of the weight. Be a good few tenths over the course of the stint, as we're now seeing this 4th place in the GT3 Pro category. We're getting Dench here coming on to the back of the WHE Racing car, trying to work their way up, but this is always a difficult part where you're getting the P2s come around your outside, sort of takes your distraction a little bit, tries to also Summit there all the way around the outside, and that is a prime example of where you can have a crash, because the Porsche there on the exit, really on the limit there, trying to use all of the track, and then the P2 is coming around their blind side as well, and often there's a sort of position where the GT3 driver can't see that P2 coming.
You're always taking a big risk going around the outside in a prototype. We've always kind of said this, that obviously we know that navigating lap traffic is always on the shoulders of the prototype. It's all the lead category car, the faster category car. It's always on them to make the overtake cleanly. Going around the outside is a fine option, but you have to remember that that slower category, in this class, obviously being the GT3s, they're going to deal with less grip than you are. So you're going around the outside of them. You're kind of committing to it. You've got plenty of grip to do that. They might not on the inside, and the likelihood is they might drift out wide. Anyone who remembers Silverstone, was it Brendan Hartley?
Yeah.
Going around the outside at turn 2 and flipped, basically, because he went around the outside of a GTE that did not have the grip.
Yeah, in that occasion as well, it was also that he slightly came back to the left, just, not realizing the overlap as well. So difficult to judge, though, when, as we were saying, the overspeed is really what is mainly causing the issue, as we're getting Chris Hen here diving down the inside of turn 1, maybe just on the Pulse Racing car, down towards the inside. No, just has to back out of it, crack and stay in that position for now. But yeah, it's really the overspeed that is the main factor for some of these positions and incidents.
Got one of the AHU cars as well directly behind. Back to the battle, as it does seem as though Matthew Dench has got past the WHE Racing car, potentially down into the first couple of corners somewhere, where that Lamborghini up now into 3rd position, the GT3 category. That AHU car that was closing in on the Kraken. I wonder how much progress they will make. Obviously trying to just rise their way up the order. I don't know which one that is, because it's not the 197. I believe it might be the 169.
Yes, it could be indeed, as this battle is continuing on, which is great to see. The cars aren't sort of pulling away so far, and we're seeing actually quite a few of these battles stay really close. And this other one is one that we saw swap at the beginning of this restart. Rouget getting up into that third place, and as you're mentioning, they haven't quite kept up with the top two so far, but this battle is looking really good, because this, as we mentioned, is pretty much the net race lead. Once things work out, those top two must be pitting fairly soon. Obviously, it's about 35 minutes of stint, but then they would have saved a bit, or quite a lot actually, underneath the safety car. So in a few laps time, I'm sure Rouget will be back behind the lead of the race. And Volk now needs to try and find a way through. But if you look at actually the gaps behind them, they've really sort of opened up a little bit. So this is, yeah, at least for the near future, this is the fight for the lead, and that's why they're going so hard.
But you say it's the fight for the lead, and yes, you are right that the Summit Sim Sports K2 car and the Whitey's Pies Racing, they are going to head into the pit lane in the next sort of 5-ish minutes. The thing is, though, is that Summit Sim Sports K2 car is leading by a fair margin over the AHU number 1 and Synergy Sim Racing car over that battle. Now, I'm not saying that means that they're going to pit in and come out in 4 seconds, right? Obviously not. But if they can keep that kind of speed and keep that relentless nature when it comes to their traffic management and stuff, obviously they were taking a bit of risk, and that will end in tears if you keep on that road. But realistically speaking, they seem to have the pace to match at the moment, which kind of leads it a little bit more open as we focus on Hinsey going through the final corner. Not quite inside the top 5, but not too far behind the Apex Hunters United 135 as we've got a bit of side-by-side down into turn 1. No move from the Alpha Aggressor car around the Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green. Had a bit of a look, but no real major attempt. Outside of T1's a little bit risque.
Yeah, not this time of the race. Maybe in the last hour, yeah, but not this time. Although back to the leaders, I do think you might be correct on that. Actually, to be honest, it looks like they do actually have the pace to make this work, and obviously them staying out, part of that strategy was then now to have this clear air, have the clear track ahead of the P2 field, because if they pit, then they would have dropped back into the pack, and they would have been then suffering from having to come through all the extra traffic as well at the start of the restart. So now they've got the clear track, they can manage the traffic themselves, and now that they're coming up to lap, they had a few clear laps at the beginning, so they've effectively gained seconds from that, and it looks like they're making it work, which is good to see as this battle continues now for this position, third place in the LMP2 category. But it seems that Wayne Bork can't quite get on the back of Rouget at the moment.
Let's take a look at a replay as to what happened to the JWM eMotorsports Gold car coming down into turn 2. And we're going to assume that the rear end lets go slightly way too hot into the corner. And the rear end said, no, thank you very much. So easy to do. Oh! And that is a terrible rejoin. 0 out of 10. Oh, my goodness. And now put in a much worse position. And you have to ask the question, was it worth it?
That was wow, that was close. I mean, we've seen some yeah, not great rejoins, but yeah, that was yeah, going perpendicular across the racing line in turn 2 as well of all corners. That is very lucky to not be a huge accident. Yeah, don't do that if you are a aspiring driver at home. Make sure to either stop or to just have a look, check around your surroundings, because that was pretty much it. Spin and then flat out straight away onto the racing line, which is not what you want to be doing, and that can always cause a pretty airborne crash.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things is that on other simulators, on RF2 and such, sometimes I can sort of understand because there's more issues. Never mind. We'll go back to that in a moment as Fishy Motorsport rejoined just ahead of this. Right, yeah, clearly quite a lot is happening down into turn 2. Angus Cook's been off the road in the Summit Sim Sports K2. What has happened to Summit Sim Sports K2? They've been off the road at the second corner and dropped down now into second. Whitey's Pies, Ewan is going to be going crazy. They're in the lead.
Oh, they absolutely are. And the K2 car there is also now under attack from the cars behind. So we were just mentioning how part of this strategy was being out the front, being in control of the traffic, and not having really anyone to distract you. But now they got the 2 fast approaching cars of Rouge and Borg behind them, and this is going to really change the strategy because this is a bit of a high intensity situation now. They do have the pit stops coming up, but that's probably about 5 seconds lost, maybe 6 seconds lost, and that is not going to be helping them in their quest for staying out in the lead. And I don't know if it was this lap or last lap, but yeah, so either on their in-lap or their penultimate lap of the stint, losing those crucial 5 seconds. We'll have to see how important that is a bit later on in the race.
Well, these obviously get promoted to position. The Whitey's Pies racing car will probably be into the pit lane at some point in the near future, and this will return to being the battle for the race lead. Obviously, there was chaos running around the second corner. I don't think that was instigated by the Summit Sim Sports K2 car coming off of the track. I think that 2 different instances, so easy to mess up the second corner. I'll return to my point about R Factor 2 and that kind of such, is that in that you don't have a relative to the overall as to what's happening. You only have the relative to the actual position ahead and behind. Realistically, you can sort out other relatives and stuff if you really want to know what you're doing with SimHub and stuff. But in iRacing, there is no excuse because the default relative will tell you who is coming up next. Like, it doesn't, regardless of position, it will tell you there is a car 1.6 seconds back. So there's no real excuse for making those kinds of rejoins. Either way, Matthew Dench up now into second position ahead of the Mach 1 Esports car. WEH Racing still directly behind, but they are 10 seconds behind Jackson Susan Harlow leading in GT3 Pro.
I do find it funny how on the tower it says withdrawn after the Froggy car, but they certainly haven't withdrawn in this race, getting up into second place, making some moves, and yeah, second place right now, but 10 seconds behind the 101 car, but in a good position. They can do something from here and really try and make this work. Dench has got good speed at the moment. He's making up those places, and now let's see if he can chase down the Vanderbilt car ahead, or if it's at least keep the gap not increasing too much.
No more pies leading in LMP2. They have returned to the pit lane 1 lap after the Summit Sim Sports K2 car that's just trying to work its way through this traffic. Wonder what the difference will be on those two, as you can see that Summit Sim Sports K2 car just trying to close in on the Fishy Motorsports car that I think might be a lap down after earlier issues in this race. Either way, Matthew Dench, second spot, half a second clear into the final corner, and it might be the WEH Racing car that might be attacking down into turn 1 on its fellow Porsche of the Mach 1 Esports car, just behind for third spot. Going to be a bit of a dive, does look to the inside of the first corner, but doesn't really commit to that one, and the second corner is not really going to open up either. I think there might have been a bit too much speed taken. Oh, Mach 1 Esports very, very wide though, running into the second corner, but hooking up that final apex. You see, that's the thing, is this is why I love this track, is that you can make a mistake like that and look like it was intentional.
I don't think that one was, though, as we come towards the Honda hairpin for another time. All of them really going a little bit deep there into the Honda hairpin. Oh, yeah, definitely intentional there by the Frog Leap car. And I think the Mach 1 car decided to sort of follow the braking zone a little bit. He was braking late himself. And now we've got Serkovic here coming up towards the Hayshed, over towards Lukey Heights, getting a bit of a run here on the Mach 1 car ahead of him. So difficult, though, to make a move into the MG hairpin. You have to really commit through this corner over the top of the hill. Can he dive it down the inside into the hairpin? No, he's going to back out to that one, try and get a run down the front straight.
Yeah, there's quite a few corners, like you say, Southern Loop, the Honda hairpin, and Siberia. You can kind of drive it in a little bit deeper than you expect and pick up a late apex and sort of run it back in through that way. And so you can, like I say, it's intentional. Yeah, just run it in a little bit deeper and then straight line the exit. I mean, I'm not sure that is the case. I think they would just overdrive it a little bit if I'm being critical. Either way, the Summit Sim Sports K2 cars got back ahead of the Whitey's Pies car. They're now for 12th and 13th. Of course, they were running in first and second. Summit Sim Sports were leading by a fair while. Whitey's Pies getting to the outside, though, and clearing that position. We'll go to a replay as to what's happened. Oh, wow. That's a penalty for the Summit Sim Sports K2 car, if ever I've seen one.
Yeah, that Pulse car's not had the best time over the last sort of 10-15 minutes or so, and I mean, yeah, that was not there.
Pretty slammed.
Pretty obvious. If that goes to the stewards, I'm sure a penalty will be coming the way of, that was the number 55, wasn't it? The
56.
Everest.
Was it? Oh, was it not? Was it? I thought it was 56.
I thought it was 55. It was one of the Summit Sim Sport cars anyway, and I think, yeah, they might be coming through the pit lane there for a bit of a penalty.
Well, I am getting word that regardless of that incident, that the 56 has received a points penalty and the 55 has received a drive-through penalty. So not the greatest lap for Summit Sim Sports.
That is exactly the reason why going on the outside of a GT3 is so dangerous. Obviously, normally you might get away with it. But that corner, Lamborghini just losing the rear end. I think this is turn 2 again, just slightly losing the rear end there. And Daniel Yeaman on the outside taking the risk, but unfortunately it didn't work because we had another Ferrari off there coming out Siberia. So cars going off left, right, and centre at the moment.
Like I say, it seems to happen in one big rush. More issues as well. Let's see what happens to Team Kraken. You've got Pulse. Oh goodness, they're not going to go off again, are they? It's not the easiest angle to tell what was happening there. And to be fair, I will say to both of those, were eyeing up what was happening behind, and instantly both of them doing the same thing, lighting it up to get it off of the racetrack. So that's the
important point there is they were already on the edge of the track and they were driving off, rather than be on the rather than be on the outside, spinning, the rear going to the outside of the corner, and then your front driving towards the apex. That is where it gets a little bit dangerous, because at least they're opening the gap a little bit as we're seeing this battle continue there in that GT3 field. We saw the WEH car get past Mach 1, so they're up into that 3rd place in the GT3 Pro categories, getting some little bit of action here in the LMP2s coming out here of the Honda hairpin up towards Siberia, and it looks like Analytical now in 6th place with Mitchison at the wheel, trying to hold on there, but they've got 2 cars right behind him.
Yeah, Frogleap Juiced and the Alpha Aggressor Racing car just right on the rear end. Not quite inside the top 5, so not for the largest position known to mankind, but 6th place even in this early stage of the race. Could be critical to hang on. Track position could be king around here a little bit later on this afternoon, with 5 hours and 10 minutes left to go in this race. Decent hold there at the moment, as we'll return back down into the GT3 AM category. Frogleap Juiced Racing Red, the car that we're focused on, is running in 2nd position in class, but in a decent position within the GT3 overall at the moment. Of course, you've got to keep your eye focused on what our race leaders of each category. Synergy Sim Racing now leading in the LMP2 category, Venable Sim Racing White and Magan Turbo leading in GT3 Pro and GT3 AM respectively. When did Wayne Bork get past the Apex Hunters United #1 though?
Yeah, we didn't see it on the feed, but I'm sure it was a pretty nice overtake, because he was following quite closely and wasn't able to make it work. But outside of turn #1, this is going to be a gorgeous move if he can make this work. Rougier on the inside, giving him the space, but Bork there taking the speed, keeping it on the track, and that is a really nice move to take the race lead.
That was tasty indeed. Tasty like pie. Brilliant stuff. Summit Sim Sports Everest now into the pit lane. Of course, remember that these cars pitted, the Synergy Sim Racing, Apex Hunters United, Summit Sim Sports Everest, at that lot, they pitted at the first safety car of the afternoon, which was about 12 to 15 minutes into the race. Running around the outside there was the #1, just trying to get around some of this lap traffic as we go back to the Fishy Motorsports car with the Whitey's Pies Racing. They are a fair way now, as Summit Sim Sports K2 has got past Fishy Motorsports, and so Whitey's Pies now need to sort of make a little bit of progress if they want to keep in touch and lead potentially a few more laps this afternoon, because once the others come into the pit lane, it should be those two that will return to the front of the pecking order. But I don't think we're a million miles away from the other teams pitting. If we're aiming for 40-minute stints, it means realistically 5-10 minutes and that lot will be into the lane.
Yeah, it's going to be quite difficult for them, really, because this is obviously the point of the track, point of the strategy where they now lose out, because they had the free air out the front and now they've gone back into the pack. So they're still going to be yo-yoing a little bit like that. But that's obviously the strategy they chose at the safety car. And what they really need is they need a safety car. Oh, is that Rougier off? P2 driving the LP2. He's gone off at the final corner, and he is trying to go all the way on the grass. I don't know if that's overall the best way, because it's just a bit longer, I guess, to come back on. But he's done that safely, fair enough. And he is now losing time. But because of the lead that they had, I think he's going to keep 2nd place.
for now, especially considering some of the other cars that have pitted. Now, what actually happened? Oh, there was a stonking netcode in there with the Ferrari that was on the left-hand side. I'm with you. I don't understand why he didn't just rejoin.
Yeah, I think we have seen cars get beached in the gravel,
True.
but that's generally when you had a hit on the rear, the suspension broke, and therefore the ride height dropped. But in that situation, he probably could have come back on a little bit quicker, but at least he did it quite safely, unlike some other
Very
cars we've seen
safely.
so far. And, especially if he's going to keep that second place, all we need to do is wait for a safety car. And, just what I was saying about the Whitest Pies and the other car, the K2 car that stayed out, they want a safety car when they cycle back to the front, because then they'll effectively just gain track position from where they were earlier in the race. Yeah,
timing is critical for them realistically, but the thing is, you can't exactly pull out a ticket and be like, I'd quite like a safety car now, please.
Well,
that's not how it works.
Nicholas Latifi's not in the race, so
no, exactly.
Really
so we can't really just be like, right, if you could either blow up an engine or crash 3 corners to go on the lap, that'd be sweet. That'll wait until Daytona when we go racing, of course, in our season finale. 10 hours of racing there. That'll be absolutely fantastic. It's a bit of lap traffic that Jackson Susan Harlow is going to navigate. Just a couple of rounds left to go. The championship as Summit Sim Sports gone for a spin at TT.
Yeah, instant replay here. We've got Dion de Graaf here coming through the southern loop and just losing the rear end, and then obviously it gets to the point where you just have to go on the brakes. And yeah, that car has, we've seen it a few times on the replay, and you see they're not coming back on the racing line, doing a little bit of a three-point turn, getting himself on to the inside, which on this case is not the racing line, and yeah, pretty nice rejoin there.
And as you can tell by the rear wing, carbon fiber can bend, apparently. Like that.
Yeah.
No comment. Either way, the race lead, it says this could be a timing thing. So yeah, it is just a timing thing. Yeah, it's fine. I was like, they're under a second again. That's impossible. No, sometimes the timing, obviously, when we're over on a different part of the circuit, sometimes the timing goes a bit skew-if. So no, it is an 18-second lead for Synergy Sim Racing at the moment. Wayne Bork leading very comfortably as, whoa, that was a little bit sketchy going past this lap traffic, and Whitey's Pies going around the outside of Fishy Motorsport at Siberia, coming down to the Hayshed, going 3 wide, getting past the AHU lap traffic. Oh, that was a little bit dicey, but either way, Whitey's Pies up into 12th spot now. That was brave and had a lot of faith in the other cars.
It worked.
Yeah.
I mean, he was really banking on the fact that the AHU car was going to move over slightly to give him room on the right-hand side. It worked, and to be fair, got the place. So I do rate that. Taking risk in the LMP2 is always that risk versus reward balance. So maybe a 3-wide situation there wasn't really worth that one position, but it's always good when you see it come into play and work out. So yeah, fair play for doing that and getting himself up that position, which is what we're here to see as we come back to Evolution Racing Team, the number 162. This was slightly involved in that first corner incident, trying to get himself back up at 11th place at the moment.
See if there's going to be any sort of move heading forwards. Of course, the Evolution car has the Pulse Racing Team directly ahead. Then you can see the black and white BMW just ahead of that, being the Trans-Tasman car that's for position in the GT3 Pro class, even though it's obviously GT3 Pro is GT3 overall. And the Pulse Racing car that is ahead of this, I believe, is the Century Batteries car that is, of course, running in 3rd position in the GT3 AM category, and it is for position in class. Certainly is the case. That is for position overall within the category. So you've got to race it as is.
Yeah, you certainly do. And the Pulse Racing car that we saw go around at Siberia a few laps ago didn't have white alloys, so that must have been the sister car, which means obviously a couple of Pulse cars getting involved in incidents over the course of the race, and I'm sure they'll want to be cutting that out as we get towards the end of this first hour already. So those cars who made the pit stop, I'm sure will be coming in fairly soon indeed, as we get in this battle now for second place in the GT3 Pro, sorry, third place I should say, in the GT3 Pro category. AHU Racing still leading the way in this little battle after getting past a few laps ago, with VCO Esports there just holding on behind, but this is turning out to be a really good battle between these two, and I'm sure we're going to see them swap position a few times.
And a very impressive race thus far from Jackson Suzel and Harlow. Of course, I mean, how many wins has Jackson Suzel and Harlow had in AHU? Of course, winning all 6 of the races last season in that Team FA Kart Alonso Australia, a team in the GT3 AM category. They really weren't a GT3 AM though, so well, GT3, it wasn't a GT3 AM, it was just GT3 back then. They weren't really an amateur team, but they were just taking part in that one, and they won an awful lot, as you can see. LMP2s into the pit lane, so we're starting that sort of second sequence of pit lane entries. Let's see if Synergy Sim Racing and Wayne Bork come into the pit lane. I don't think we'll see driver swaps at the moment as well, Cam. I think an hour slightly too early surely is.
Yeah, I'd say especially in a 6-hour race. If you're at a 4-hour, we did see Sebring, round 2 Sebring, last 4-hour race we saw, especially in the GTs, we did sort of, they swapped every single pit stop. So yeah, driver 1, driver 2, driver 1, driver 2. But I think in a 6-hour race, you might see some people go for more of keeping the driver in for the second stint, especially in the LMP2s, with the amount of stints that they have to do comparatively, around 9-10 stints. They're going to need to sort of keep the drivers in there, because you really need to get further in the race. Otherwise, you sort of don't really get in the rhythm. You need to pass the time, if that makes sense. As we've seen another GT3 go a bit wide here in turn number 2. Morton there, just having a bit of a sliding rear end, so maybe just over pushing the car in that point where you're really hanging it out on the outside.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was going to ask you earlier, like before we even started this race, I was going to ask you what was not only the best corner on the race circuit here, but also what is the hardest corner. I think we've had the hardest corner answered. It's turn 2.
Possibly. Interestingly, that's probably where we've seen the most crashes, but I don't think it's the hardest corner. I do think in terms of actual difficulty to get it right is Lukey Heights, because you have to be brave, both in normal normal laps, but also with the overtaking as well. And it probably is one of the best corners as well for that regard. So it's probably, I would say, that corner in general fits both categories.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! That is so unlucky.
So unlucky, and there is a lot of damage on the front right.
Oh no, didn't. Just about got it in.
That car is toast.
Yep. Did you see the wheels as well straight away? As soon as the contact, he just went full lock left, trying to keep it off the track as well. Yeah. But yeah, look at that right-hand side front splitter completely bent. The headlight looks slightly tweaked as well. So yeah, that's going to be a decent repair time for Liam Ferry.
I kind of feel that car is going to be. Do they have? I always forget. This is the thing. Is obviously you and I we commentate on a fair few championships all over the place. Do they have a fast repair in this? I think they do.
Yeah,
they have one.
They have one. Yeah, which is especially in a 6-hour race, big gamble of when you want to choose. Obviously, if you have a big crash, you
got to do it. Yeah, there's no question.
But if you have a bit of damage is costing you like half a second a lap or whatever, for 5 hours from now, half a second a lap is a lot of time. So you do have to take that into consideration.
Yeah, it's really, really not easy to sort of pick and choose, because you're always kind of sat there thinking, like, when you kind of like, you're losing sort of 3 or 4 tenths a lap, and you're just kind of like, okay, we're only an hour into this race. Obviously, they were losing a lot more than 3 or 4 tenths, right? I'm not saying that. Like that car that needed a fast repair or to be pulled over to one side and bailed from the race. But if you're losing like 3 or 4 tenths a lap, you're always kind of sat there being like, do I need to take it though, or should I just stay out and just try and sort of get through this and maybe take it later on? Because what if we get involved in a big wreck later on? What you would do though in that scenario is you'd hand off the car to Arjuna Kakapati, and then you'd let him just take the fast repair, because he loves just eating fast repairs. Yeah,
he does.
You also used one in that race as well, so don't let me forget about that.
I don't actually remember. I remember driving the race, but I don't remember like what happened. That was actually that was a really fun race actually. That was my first proper actual event on iRacing as well, outside of the normal sort of ranked races. So yeah, loving life there. But yeah, the thing with the fast repairs as well is, say you didn't use it, you chose just to sit there, take the time, and keep your fast repair for later, but then you have a clean end of the race, you effectively lost 20-30 seconds that you could have saved. So it's a bit of a gamble in that regard, but sod's law, if you use your fast repair now for sort of half damage, you're going to get smacked later on in the race, and then you're going to be, 5 laps down.
Yeah, you're going to have a big one later on. By the way, the race we were alluding to was the race for mental health, the Zolder 23 hour, for anyone who remembers from last year. Pit lane sequence is in effect in both categories, though. So pit lane entry is going to be fairly busy. Of course, we've cycled through quite a lot of the LMP2s, but we are in that GT3 Pro pit, or GT3 in general, pit lane sequence about an hour into the race. I will say, from that angle alone, you can tell that Billabong missed their race, that missed their box, because it went backwards slightly. But either way, they are into the pit lane.
Yeah, they certainly are. So, Billabong trying to work their strategy out. And here for the GT3s is quite the important time for those who didn't stop, because we're over the hour now, which means that is looking good for not having to do a splash and dash at the end. It was a bit almost a 3-wide situation here with the GT3s coming towards the hairpin. We've got Jackson Susan Harlow going around the outside one of the Frog Leap cars there in the AM category, and now coming out towards the Pulse car that we've seen have a couple of issues here and there, the Century Batteries car, and that is obviously for effective position overall in the GT3s, but with the AM category, they're not fighting them. The AM category is obviously fighting for themselves, so probably not going to fight too much, and just lets them through up towards Lukey Heights.
I'm not going to lie, if I saw Jack and Susan Harlow coming up to the rear end of me, I wouldn't exactly fight him too hard for two reasons. Sure? Number one, he's pretty good. Number two, when you're in the GT, your teammates will be telling you, look, that's the race leader coming through. That's not for position. That's not the last time we're going to see that as well on the pit lane entry. It's so easy to overshoot it.
Can you get cut track going into the pit lane?
You do get off tracks, yes.
Oh, nice. So that might have been a nice little cheeky one. As Ben Collard there, Velocity Motorsports, turn 2 again, losing the rear end. Maybe it's because we're getting towards the end of the stint, tyres starting to overheat. Nah. I don't know. But we've seen a good probably 6 cars there go off now.
They shouldn't. Yes, there's another one. In a way too deep. Our championship leaders, they are not having a good day at all. Drop Bear, SBM, Cameron Dance rejoins. Obviously, the Ferrari was also off the track. Tyres should be fine, at least for an hour. I don't think we'll see. Maybe we'll see some double stinting in the GT3s, particularly on maybe one side of the tyres, like maybe you'll double stint in the rears. Or fronts or whatever, or maybe left to right. I don't know. I can't remember if you can change each tyre individually, but I think you double stint some of it, but not all of it.
Yeah, I think you can. But here, we will have to see, because here there's so many long corners, and it just keeps on going. So you will put quite a bit of stress through the cars, especially on the long corners, because there's a lot of time where you sit there on the tyre and sort of generate loads of heat and loads of load through that, through that tyre. And then obviously the traction out of the hairpin as well can be quite difficult. So I would expect the tyres to have potentially a tiny bit more wear than some other tracks. And this track is just corner as well. There's really only one straight down the front straightaway. So I would say this is pretty hard on the tyres, but we'll have to see if anyone is going to try a bit of a cheeky double stint as we get towards the GT3 pit stops, of course. As we see there, Cameron Noble for the Alpha Aggressors with the definitely unique logo for his avatar. Never seen that. Never seen it. Never seen that before. As we had a huge dive there down the inside. WHE Racing getting a dive there from the LMP2.
Like I say, we've seen that a fair few times, and we will see it more so through the race as well. The prototype, like I say, it's corner, and it's where when we went racing last time out in Gisbergen, a couple of times out ago in Gisbergen, as our Whitey's pile. Oh my goodness, no. That's where you're trying to get the up and under on some of the GT3s, and you've driven it in way too deep, and the Whitey's pass car off into the gravel trap. What's happened to the Z Challenger car as well, coming down into Siberia? Is a little bit too much speed in the rear end, letting go. Certainly is right in front of a Summit Sim Sports. I mean, I'm going to say big round of applause to the Summit Sim Sports car to come to a complete stop and then drive right into the rear of the car.
That was good reactions.
Superb
from the Summit car, and unfortunately, just misjudging slightly the rejoin and hitting the car, because then he avoided the damage, and then he's just got a little bit of damage as well. So you might as well just smash into him. Joke, do not do that if you can. So, another car, 2 cars off. That is coming in towards turn number 2. In the middle there goes one of the cars as Fishy tries to have a dive there down the inside on the exit of turn number 2. So Frogley having an incident with one of the BMWs there coming towards turn number 2. Oh huge contact there on the exit of turn 1.
Did he hit the marshal post? Yep.
Just about.
Not sure it was. It's kind of hard to tell from that angle. It's just whether it might have gripped up a little bit, because there's not that much damage on the front where there would have been the contact. You can kind of see a little bit on the front left. So yeah, fair enough. Either way,
attritional race. Although to us the cars are still going, but there's a lot of incidents going on to us. We did expect this. We've seen it over the course of the season and a half now in the AHU Endurance, and obviously by VCO this season as well. And another driver, he's trying to go to
that is going to be a monumental penalty.
No.
That is a big penalty to the Z Challenger car. That's going to be a stonker. And that's not even from race control. That is just an in-game penalty. It will penalise that really quite harshly. So they'll probably have to come in and serve a stop and go if memory says.
Wow.
Also, do you not think the Z Challenger car looks a little bit like a Williams Esports?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay, good.
I do agree with you in that one. The white, then the blue fade. Oh, the car goes so squiggly down the inside or the outside, you say, of Justin Rouget. Managed to avoid him, but wow. That was a huge moment. The other Frogley car goes off in the background, and he's going to take off the Pulse car. I think that is in the background. Another one, the Lamborghini's trying to get past. So loads of incidents in turn number 2, and the 2 Frogley cars, unfortunately, not having the nicest time of it at the moment.
And race control begin to cry, thinking,
wow,
oh, no.
That was a big hit on the Pulse car as well.
Yeah, we'll have to take another look. Obviously, you'll see in the background, there's the Pulse car going around the outside. So Chris Pellet obviously had a bit of an issue coming through the first corner and then coming through the second one as well. The slide, a little bit of contact with the Billabong car and quite a big bit of contact with...
don't say he got someone else.
Oh,
please say that. It looks worse in slow-mo.
Yeah, because you're just watching it being like something bad's going to happen. They do get off the track. But that car, I think after the damage as well from that from slapping the marshal post, I think there was quite a bit of damage on Chris Pellet's car.
That was not a nice sequence of events over the last lap or so. So hopefully the drivers can keep it in check. But you can just see how difficult it is for these guys. They're trying to go for these positions. They're trying to push as hard as they can. So we're getting analytical. Yeah, just losing the, not really losing, but just dropping the front tyre there into the grass. And as we say earlier, no tarmac runoff there. You go into the gravel and you're trying to get yourself back on. As that Pulse car has got a lot of damage with Lachlan Capel at the wheel.
Yeah, front end. Yeah, it's not looking pretty. And boom, let go. I mean, I think it was right in front of the JWM car. Like, you can see that this is not easy to drive right now. I think we are going to see quite a lot of retirements from the day cam. And I know obviously a lot of them, I'd wonder at what percentage of the cars have used their fast repair. It's probably up in the quarter of the field now have probably used their fast repair in the opening hour and 10 minutes of this race. Yeah,
the thing is, a lot of the hits that we've got have been quite big as well. So it's going to be minutes and minutes of repair. So multiple laps you're going to be going down. And therefore you kind of have to use it in those situations to keep yourself in the race. But then you've got to be clean for the whole rest of the race. And as you saw there with the Pulse car, Lachlan Capel, nothing to do with his fault really. There was a car, the Billabong car in front of him, and then all of a sudden the other Lamborghini had dropped there. So Frogley coming across the track in front of him, couldn't do anything about it. And yeah, then that's just your race done if you've already used your fast repair.
Well, Alpha Aggressor.
Oh, another one.
Yep, that's one of the GT3 AM cars heavily into the wall on the right-hand side. I'm almost becoming a bit numb to it as there's another one. Oh, Chris Pellet. To be fair, I think that car is requiring an entrance to pit lane and some of the damage repair as it drags some of the garbage from off of the racing line back onto it and probably caused a couple of issues. That battle though for I think it's about 5th, 6th spot, getting very close within the prototype category. There is the Team JDR that has been into the barrier as well, running through the first corner. That one that we kind of saw in the background. Yeah, kind of, I guess, easily done, but I mean, we've said that quite a few times today. Just a little bit too much curb on the right-hand side. This is a very difficult track for AM teams, AM drivers to do. It really is a beast of a track where you have to commit fully.
Yeah, you got to be on it around here. You got to have the confidence in the car, especially in these the long, fast corners. As Luke Quist here down the inside. Oh, this is the number 11. Wow, that was very close to another accident. I think this is the SAVRT car that has been diving down the inside quite a lot so far. I was trying to work out which car that was earlier, but yeah, it looks like it was the number 11, and trying it again there into the Honda hairpin, deciding they're not going to make the corner and going straight, which is a very awkward decision, because obviously the GT was still there and turned in, because you expect the car to make the apex, and there would have been a big crash. But fortunately that time, getting away with it, going around the old hairpin.
Well, it is still Synergy Sim Racing leading in the LMP2 category, but our focus here, our attention is applied to the battle for 6th place, a 4-way fight. Summit Sim Sports, Everest, Frogleap, Juiced, Simrigs.com, DPR. They're the team, by the way, that's second in the championship, 4 points off our title leaders. And the Alpha Aggressor Racing car as well sat in 9th position. A nice little 4-way fight, although Frogleap Juice losing out a fair amount through traffic. And you can see there a little bit of dirt just on the turning point for Lukey Heights over on the right hand side of the track. Obviously a lot of them have been using it, basically widening the entry as much as possible, and some have brought on some of that dirt just from that point. It's going to make the braking and turning quite tricky through Lukey Heights, because you are like tapping the brakes constantly and turning. Although I will say, by that point, when you turn in, you aren't braking at that point. You're throwing it in and lifting off, and then just basically just caressing the brake as you come over the top. Really, really difficult corner. Good fun.
Yes, amazing fun, and I think that's why it obviously got voted in for the competitors' vote, because it is such an amazing track. Really, the old saying of they don't make it like this anymore is quite true in that respect. These are sort of long flowing corners rather than the sort of tricky, tight, overly awkward corners, as we see in the graph there go off. He's got bent rear wing there, so probably a reduction of downforce there. And once again, as you say, turn 2, we're probably up to about 10-15 we've seen of that corner now.
I was going to say, I kind of regret not having a little bit of a conversation with you, and we could have done an over-under on how many cars we're going to see backwards at turn 2. Because I will say, before the broadcast, I probably would have said about 10. And already in an hour and 15 minutes, we are way above that.
Yeah, we certainly. I'm surprised we haven't seen a safety car actually for about an hour now of green flag racing. I would, not be surprised really if we see a few more. But a lot of these crashes, because obviously for a safety car to come out, the car needs to be basically stationary and needs to request the tow back to the pit lane. Whereas lots of these crashes have been sort of brushes or things that people can continue from. So I'm not saying obviously we want to see a bad crash, but obviously it would need to be something a little bit harder for a team to not be able to continue. Yeah,
you need a fairly substantial impact with the wall. I mean, much like we were seeing at the final corner a bit earlier on from the blue flag racing, kind of in that vein, large contact with the wall, basically stopping the car and forcing it not to be able to move. Normally the teams and drivers will bring it back to the pit lane, but as you say, the team cannot just escape. They're not allowed to just escape. If they do, it's a big penalty for next round. And all the teams are fairly well disciplined, but they understand why that rule's there. The rule is there to kind of be a bit more realistic, be a bit more simulated, that you couldn't just hit the escape key in real life. You'd need to have the marshals come out and bring you back. Of course, we do have our liberties in sim racing and stuff, but that in this series, not one of them. So race control, eye up the instant, and if it's too close to a safety car, they might just be like, yep, just get out of the way. If it's late in the race, only a couple of laps to go, again, they might just give the call, so we wouldn't have the end of the 2021 Formula 1 World Championship. No comment. But in this sense, that's what race control are kind of looking out for. I really like the rule. I think it's fantastic.
Oh yeah, it's great. It adds something to the race, definitely, and it makes, because as we were mentioning earlier, safety cars I actually do like in endurance racing, because if you just have a 6-8 hour race, by the time you get to the final couple of hours, they're so spread out normally that nothing's really happening in terms of the strategy, in terms of the racing. Whereas here, we know that even if we sort of don't really get too much from here, we know there's still going to be closer than what it was. And especially if you get a safety car in the last hour, is always very exciting indeed. Teams trying to work out what they're going to do, trying to quickly do fuel numbers to see how much they need to pit. It is very exciting indeed. And yeah, certainly good rules. We've seen a couple of the AM cars there coming into the pit lane as we're an hour and 18 minutes into the race, and looks like we've got another car. Daniel Yeaman off again. We saw him off at turn 2 earlier, and that's the MG hairpin.
Yeah, that is.
He's gone way off.
Way off. I don't quite know how you get all the way out there. But either way, for the Drop Bear Motorsport and Casey cars again. Contact with one of the AHU cars, a bit of a switch of line. Kind of need to see that one from on board. You can see. So the suspension is clearly done on the front left. He's trying to accelerate and get around, but it's not having it. Yeah,
that's what we were mentioning earlier. When the suspension breaks and obviously the car droops, you then just bottom out, and you had absolutely no steering. So he's trying to go around the outside here, but you see Porsche had a little bit of a moment. Yeah, and that's the risk that you take on the P2s going around the outside. I mean, it's not really the Porsche's fault. Yeah, it's not really the Porsche's fault there, of course. He's just doing his thing, and it's the P2s, especially, that was the absolute limit. That was the very top of the track, and it's starting to come down. That's where the Porsche could have lost it, and it's just a bit of unlucky timing. We see Morton, he was off a bit earlier as well for the Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters car.
You're absolutely right, though. When you're going around the outside at Lukey Heights, you're kind of asking for something bad, especially around the exit of the corner. I think this one might be a requested tow. We'll have to keep our eye on the safety car as to whether it's going to join the race circuit. No. You've got another one off. That is Yeaman again. So maybe didn't get it into pit lane. Obviously would have passed pit lane, but the front left of that car would have been done. I think they did get it down to pit lane and then spun again on the way out, potentially.
Is that big damage on the inside? I couldn't quite see that. I wonder if there's some more damage on the left hand side there, if that was still the damage from the contact.
It's the same damage.
Didn't go in the pit lane.
I don't understand why you wouldn't go into the pit lane there, but clearly maybe didn't realise how bad the damage was. But like you say, that front left is
gone.
I mean, yeah, look at it. It's not moving. She ain't moving, Captain. And so that's going to be very, very difficult indeed. I wonder if we're going to get that safety car. I can see that...
is that one of the HU cars there going for a bit of a spin there? It's Siberia. The other HU car, 169, is into the pit lane as well. We haven't seen a safety car out just yet, but with that BMW stopped, I wouldn't be surprised if we see the safety car, because of just also where we are in the race would be a good time for that. Angus Cook in the pit lane as well.
Is the 000 safety car? Because of course we've got two safety cars. That was netcode, Solid F for Mach 1 Esports. Is the 000 out on the racetrack though? Because we do have two safety cars. We've got the 00 and the 000, and I wonder if the 000 is. No, neither of them are out. So we don't have a safety car. We are continuing racing.
We certainly are, and that is obviously quite a difficult point for the teams, because they'll obviously be trying to work out, how much their fuel they're going to put in and things like that, and trying to do some numbers, but obviously hasn't come out. So, Drop Bear there going into the pit lane. It's potentially analytical as well. But for now, on the track, we've got Rival Autosports defending from. As Analytical now going down the inside there towards turn number 1. The BMW might help him actually, because the 58 isn't going to be able to hold it around the outside. There's actually his swaps. The BMW goes to the inside. Double action to the side, either side of the BMW there, and somehow the 58 comes out on top. I thought Russell was going to get blocks there, but the BMW just slightly helped in there with the line he took.
I don't care if that was for position, if that was just getting past some lap traffic. What it was brilliant. Loved that. Absolutely fantastic. Like I say, taking a bit of risk to get through some of the lap traffic, especially with a car that we know the 58 does not have a fast repair. They have already used it courtesy of an incident earlier on in this race. So they've like, oh, it's driver swap. I was getting panicked there as to what was happening to the White East Pies racing car, but a driver swap, Curtis Bird getting into it. So they are back in the pit lane, as I believe we are getting through this completely at the moment without a safety car after the most recent issues. Did we have, obviously we had our safety car a bit earlier on, so we're not getting through this race completely green. Did we have a safety car at Suzuka?
Yes.
Have we? It was Sebring that we avoided one?
No,
definitely surely not.
There's only one race so far, which was
Motegi.
Motegi, Zach Sweeney's definitely favourite race track.
Motegi?
Yes, that was I think the only race so far, which is ironic because that is very tight and twisty. But on that day, it didn't happen. And a bit of bonking there from the 42. Alpha Aggressors there. Didn't quite see which car he hit on the back of, but that was just misjudging that the LMP2 wasn't going to be sending it, which is, to be fair to him, most LMP2s have done. But obviously, as the car behind on the Australia motorway highway rules, that is his fault.
Yeah, that, like I say, just a little bit dodgy getting around some of the lap traffic. Obviously, you got to predict the car ahead's going to slow down. It's always one of those circumstances where we kind of tell people time and time again when you're racing is he still hasn't pitted. Oh, he's just.
Oh my God!
Well, that's damage back on.
How did he get there? He must have gone straight on a turn 1. He's gone completely past turn 2. That was huge airtime from Daniel Yeaman.
So I'm speechless. So it's just come out of the pit lane. No, they didn't repair it. They did not repair it. That front left is still not. That's why I wasn't sure. I don't know if they have actually been in, but yeah,
I've never seen anything like that.
I'm speechless. I'm completely speechless. Obviously, the front left still ain't happening, and I don't have any words. What I've just seen, they are going to request a tow because, let's be honest, why wouldn't you want to do 3 laps with a completely broken car? Now, this one might well be a safety car, but that was quite a moment. I think, photographers and such, if a virtual would be wanting to grab a few snaps of that one, because that was crazy.
I mean, I've been commentating for a good sort of 3-4 years now. I've never seen any situation like that. And now he's finally stops there, Daniel Yeaman, on the inside of the exit of the Honda hairpin. And I'm sure we're going to get potentially a safety car from that one. Yeah, as you see, the left is still completely broken. But it was just the fact deciding to go straight. That is huge. And fortunately, there was no car coming because not directly straight away, I mean. Because if he came in, and caused a T-bone there, that would have been like catastrophic for that car. That is, as I say, I can't recall anything even similar to that in my time in sim racing, and I wouldn't be surprised if, as you were saying earlier, we get a safety car from that one, as the Williams Esports lookalike car is still there going along the race.
I've seen some crazy stuff in my time in sim racing. That is right up there. So more issues for the Z Challenger car coming round that final corner, and the prototype behind nearly getting involved in that as well. All I'm thinking in that scenario is, what if you were one of those cars? Because there was quite a few coming around turn 2 at that point. Oh my goodness, more issues for White East Pies. White East Pies off the road. No. More issues for them. Obviously, just a driver swap. Curtis Bird's only just jumped behind the wheel and obviously not getting to grips so speedily with this race circuit. Summit Swim Sports Everest also off the road. Oh my goodness, I'm pretty sure we're seeing as much off the road as on it at the moment.
Yeah, I think I mean, it's almost as if someone's put like oil down on certain corners of this track. 65 here, going going too fast into turn one. I think potentially having a bit of a target fixation with the I think it's BMW just in front and just keeping it on the track there. But I think the BMW behind him actually went off the track because of that, unfortunately, as he hasn't appeared from the screen. But yeah, another replay here. This is the 55 round the outside, just lose it. Oh, is he going to hit the wall there? That is oh no, there's a load of grass there for him to go off. Jackson Rihanna, and yeah, I mean, just so many little incidents, but here the track is biting very hard today. Loads of cars going off, loads of cars having damage, and yeah, it's been a very chaotic first 90 minutes of this race.
I think quite a few of our competitors are sort of sat there being like, why did we vote for this? Obviously, it's such a difficult track. It requires a lot of skill to navigate. We are seeing a lot of issues so far in the day. Hopefully, it calms down a little bit. I think the words from race control at the moment will be drive within yourself. Stop going off the track right now. Just drive well within yourself. That is a look back. So we saw that incident earlier on, I do believe. And that is a second look at it, unless it's happened again.
That would be...
I'm pretty sure it was a replay.
I wouldn't be surprised with how this race goes, actually. But yeah, let's... I just realized we haven't had a safety car, have we? It never came out, did it?
No.
From what we were talking about. So where is the number 88? It's back in.
I'm assuming race control allowed it to tow.
Yeah, possibly. Maybe just... I don't know... maybe there's a reason why they didn't obviously want the safety car to come out, but they could have just done that because, I mean, that car's going to be pretty toast. Anyway, so let's see Cameron Dance here on the outside there. That was, yeah, the... well, actually, I thought that was a replay of what we just saw, but that was an identical to what we saw the Pies car do coming out, the Whitey's Pies there coming out turn one as well. So seemingly quite easy to do, just going a bit too fast into turn number one.
Love that Whitey's Pies car.
Yeah, I mean, Ewan's going to be here soon, and he's going to be like, where can I order them? Can you do Uber Eats from Australia to the UK?
No. It's fine. We'll have to catch up with him a bit later on. He'll love it anyway. You just got to keep your fingers crossed that they'll be in the race at that point. Considering how fast we are dropping teams and drivers right now, you wouldn't be super shocked if more drama folds for some of the other team. Billabong that are right up there in the GT3 category. They've been running up inside the top 10, presently just outside of it, 11th position overall in the GT3 category, but of course right up there in their own category of GT3 AM, but under a fair amount of pressure from the juiced car behind.
Yes, certainly. As we're seeing Pies here with the number 65 car, and I wonder if he's having a few further issues or not. No, it seems to be continuing so far as we come around the final corner, just coming past the WEHE racing car, number 111 there, down in 12th place at the moment. And this car, remember, was leading the race for a lap bit earlier because of the fact of the pit stops and how it worked with the safety car. But an hour later, down in 12th place, been off the road a couple of times, has sort of changed their dynamic of this race a little bit.
Do you remember the Formula 3 race a couple of years ago at Monza, when they had 3 races, and by 3 races we actually mean they had 2 races because they cancelled the third one because the driving standards were so poor. And I'm not saying that is the case here. I think most of the incidents we're seeing around here are single drivers going off the circuit rather than multiple large wrecks, right? We're seeing a lot of spins at turn 2 and a lot of fairly innocent movements.
Oh no.
The timing is incredible.
Prepared the car, and Daniel Yeaman, to be honest, I'm surprised they didn't change driver actually, because
same.
Sometimes when you're having a bit of a bad time, you just need to get someone fresh in there. And yeah, as we get Pellet off as well. He's been in the wars a few times, having that big crash. That was very close to the dodgy reach line. Yeah, so generally when you have an incident like that, obviously you have the time as well to get the other driver on the server if they're not already, get them prepared, because you're going to be sat in the pit for a couple of minutes, so then you can just escape out of the car, let them get inside the car and take it, which I'm surprised they didn't do, but maybe it's just because of the schedule that they already had in place. And you get Chris Noble here, Alpha Aggressors number 42, is actually slightly lifting off there, deciding not to dive it down the inside of his teammate.
Yeah, it's obviously very easy for us to be like, well, why didn't they just switch drivers? But we don't know what the commitments are in the teams and stuff, obviously, with all the drivers that we've got on this grid. I mean, you know it as well from racing, is that when you're doing a race for 6 hours, whilst, yes, some people will be there. Was that the
Kraken?
Very slow, yeah. Whilst some of the drivers will be there for the entirety of the 6-hour race, quite a lot will be like, I've got commitments here, I've got to do this, depending on when it is, what time it is, you might have to run off to do a little bit of work, might be finishing work wherever you are and then having to return. I thought Bluebell went off so hard then they disconnected.
Yeah, another car off at turn 2. Maybe you're right. Maybe turn 2 is the hard one here.
I think it's the hardest corner on the track, genuinely.
Well, seemingly so. But yeah, what you're saying about the drive times, yeah, especially in a 6-hour race. I mean, 6 hours is quite a long time, and someone, maybe they're, it's a, potentially a work day on a Saturday for some of these drivers. Maybe they can't get back to work till 7, 8 p.m. and then they can only do the last stint of the race and that sort of thing. So their teammate has to carry them in the first half of the race. That can always happen in these longer races. People have commitments. You can't expect every single driver to, especially if the teams have 3 drivers, you can't expect all 3 drivers just to sit there for 6 hours waiting for their time. Certain things do obviously pop up, and that is actually the cool thing with obviously with sim racing, is that you can just come back from work, jump into the race 4 hours late and do the last 2 hours of the race. That is always something good. Is Frog Leap have gone off once again, and Stoners, I think that's the first time we've seen someone off at Stoners.
Yeah, and it's kind of why did we see a car off at Stoners? It has to be assisted. It was assisted.
Wow.
That's going to be a big one. Oh!
That was a big hit as well from the Fishy car.
Yeah, like I say, I mean, I'd need to see that one again as to whether the Fishy was kind of committing too late. I mean, that was not pretty either way. You only go off into Stoner if you've been assisted. It's because it's a completely flat corner. It's not like turn 2. The reason why, just to clarify, by the way, the reason why turn 2 is so difficult is because of turn 1, right? You've got turn 1. Oh, yeah, that's not pretty.
Oh,
Pellet probably could have done a little bit more to not go straight for the apex, but that was.
I think there might have been a little bit of netcode at the end there.
Potentially as well.
The hit seems to come a little bit late. So Pellet coming into the pit lane there. But yeah, you're right. So as you see here, coming through turn number 1, your natural line is obviously to use the gap, use the track, and go wide. And then that makes the line in turn 2 very awkward. And then you see it sort of has a crest there in the middle of turn 2. So as you go over that, the car goes a tiny bit light. You lose a little bit of weight on the rear as well, trying to get the traction. So yes, so difficult for that corner. And it's quite weird because on the paper, on the track map, it looks just like quite a long hairpin. But I think it's also because of the length of the corner as well. As Ryan Wood there for the number 197 goes off, and WHE Racing slides down the inside there up into 3rd place, just about. Yep, keeping it on the exit.
Nice little move there. I think it's the 197 that Nick Foster will be driving a little bit earlier. As it kind of said a little bit earlier on in the races, Mac1 Esports have had an issue, and I think it's Trans Tasman who's coming around the outside, just trying to pick up that spot. Another one off in the Pulse Racing Team CM Security. Yeah, Nick Foster should be jumping into that car. Shane van Gisbergen not racing with us this weekend, has other commitments. And so unfortunately is not jumping in behind the car, which is a bit of a shame. We always like seeing Shane driving. He always puts in a bit of a show. Well, he was in the prototype.
What? Why was the 43 going down the inside there? There was absolutely no space. The Mac1 car covered off the inside, and unfortunately Adam Bryant on the outside has absolutely nothing to do with it.
Yeah, like this is, like I say, it's getting a little bit. The reason why I brought up that Formula 3 weekend, by the way, was because I'm pretty sure Race Control will be sat there thinking, let's try and tidy this up. That was not on in a million years from Ben Faulkner. You can kind of see the 144 was maybe, you know, holding it a little bit tight, was basically saying that I'm trying to get down the inside of this guy. You just wait a second. You can clear us off the corner. It's fine. Be patient. We are not seeing enough patience today. Apex Hunters United, number 1, though, jump into the pit lane. So the third pit lane sequence for quite some few of these LMP teams just about to begin.
Yeah, and interesting that they've obviously gone laps less than the other cars as well. So that could be a factor, you know, either good or bad. At some point later in the race, we'll see how that one works out. With it being a bit of a shorter track as well, I'm sure the ability to save a lap here or there is a little bit easier, because obviously there's physically just less fuel that you need to save compared to the longer tracks. And there's quite a few of these longer corners where you will be able to get off the throttle quite a lot. And even out of stoners, there'll be a lot of time where you can potentially lift and coast if you really need to, if drivers want to, yeah, just save that tiny bit of fuel to get a little bit further in their stints, as that is quite an important factor, especially when we get to the last couple of hours as Synergy come into the pit lane. Tom Freer in the 89 car now.
Wow. I mean, like I say, I think we've had a pretty crazy run in the opening hour and a bit, as another car is off the track. Is that one of the Pulse cars, I think? Goodness. I'll carry on with your point there on fuel saving and stuff. I've raced around here probably a couple of years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, with Dan Kell, and we did a 3-hour race around here, and we were trying to basically do it with someone doing one of us doing about an hour and 10 minutes, the other one doing an hour and 50, and only doing a small splash so that we can save tyres, because it is a little bit aggressive on tyres. And we were kind of working out that you can save a ton of fuel around here if you know what you're doing. You can really save around here, because obviously all the corners and stuff, I mean, Lukey Heights, if you lift off quite early, you can just carry the momentum all the way through the corner, and you're not back on the throttle until you leave the hairpin, which I know obviously, like, yeah, of course, you're not there normally, but you do carry a lot more speed in you. You are on the throttle a lot more if you're not really thinking about it. You just don't gain that much time from doing it. You just kind of do it because it feels natural. If you coast over the top, honestly, sometimes it's a little bit faster, and you save a heap of fuel.
And potentially a bit of tyres as well. But yeah, a corner like that, you maybe sort of lift off a little bit, and then you get back on the throttle for like a second before you hit the brakes. So we're getting another car here off on the right-hand side. That is in between two corners. So I wonder if they've had a bit of a helping hand there. Peter Hunter for Velocity Motorsports, P20 in the overall GT3, 7 in class at the moment. The 250 machine having some issues there out of the Honda hairpin. But as I say, because they were sort of halfway between the corners, I reckon if they had a bit of help. Oh, interesting. Because we haven't seen anyone crash there. Big hit in the barrier, and that is going to be some decent amount of damage on the front.
There's a bit of, so where you've got the runoff, you kind of saw it there, where you've got the runoff on the left-hand side, so, you know, when you've departed the hairpin, you've got the curb, then you've got the AstroTurf, and the AstroTurf ends, it turns into basically dirt. It's not gravel or anything, it's just dirt that's been obviously tapped a few times. If you're on throttle going over that, it can just drop the rear. Simrigs.dpr also into the pit lane, or it says GT3 Pro, but that is definitely one of our LMP2s into the lane. Of course, our race leaders have all been into the pit lane. I believe it's the 22 that is leading the race, our championship leaders. So they're rising back up the order at the moment, but obviously they are owing us a pit stop. Synergy Sim Racing and the Apex Hunters United, number 1, both into the pit lane. So we're deep in the third sequence for the prototype category. We know that the GT3s should be in probably around about 20 to 25 minutes. It typically ends up being around the hour. If you're not saving a little bit of fuel though in those GT3s, if you're going super aggressive, you can genuinely do a stint that's less than an hour long. So I think everyone does need to save just a touch.
Yeah, certainly is needed, but as we've been mentioning, it is possible around this track because there's only 2 really slow corners. The stop-start ones are where you can't really do too much about it because you have to obviously then do the hard acceleration all the time. It's the flowing tracks where you can take the momentum, as 27 here dives down the inside. The 88 is obviously having a few issues this race. But yeah, where you have the momentum, the long corners that you can carry and roll through, that's where you can really basically make your car go further distance, but without using the throttle to do that. But the stop-start corners where you have to brake and then accelerate, brake and accelerate, there's less chance for you to be able to do that. As we're getting another BMW here, a postcard, I think it might be on the postcards there, on the exit, or the apex of that hairpin, but facing the wrong way.
Oh, goodness. If there is a race that I love Phillip Island. I would not want to be in this race right now, just purely based on how difficult this traffic management is. Diving your way through. I mean, we were obviously very critical of a lack of patience from a couple of cars. We have been going for an hour and 40 minutes, and it's so easy around here to just make a mistake, in a sense of just misjudging it, being like, I thought there was a gap there that I could have gone for. I thought I was being patient enough, or I needed to get on with it, and I was just being forced to kind of go through there and then, because I just need to see example right there from Daniel Yeaman. That move, for me, for my money, wasn't on. Well judged from the Apex Hunters United car there at the final corner. Not sure as to which one it was, but that could have been a massive crash through a lack of patience.
I think it might have been the 197 at the moment, but yeah, that was. It's one of those points where you saw the Yemen was flashing. Just because you're flashing the GT3 doesn't mean that you have the right to go there, as he's diving now down the inside the Summit Sim Sports GT AM car. But yeah, it's one of those situations where you got to have the right body language and communication. Sometimes when you get to a corner like that, the GT3 is maybe already turning in, or they're taking a certain line, and you have to work out in your head where they're going to be in 100 meters time. And sometimes that is going to be right down on that apex, and you have to judge it perfectly. And it is very difficult indeed to do so. But sometimes, just that risk, especially when, he's down in 15th place, the reward isn't worth the risk.
Yeah, if you're batting for the race lead and you've seen your competitor get through and you're kind of like, I need to get on with this, fair enough, I get it. But this car has had broken front left suspension for 3 laps trying to get it round, and then escaped the pit lane and used its fast repair. That was not wise, and I don't quite know why I was looking to the outside running down into T1. Not the greatest couple of laps from Daniel Yeaman, and you're absolutely right. The idea of trying those moves, in circumstance, I can understand it, dependent on where you are. And I also understand the frustration that this car is feeling at the moment with this race. So I kind of, I can see it from that point of view. But that does not mean that moves like that are suddenly excusable, as the 89 Synergy Sim Racing car, one of our race leaders, closing right in to get past 4-lap traffic.
And this is why I was saying earlier, I'm surprised it didn't swap driver, because some of these moves, as you say, can be out of frustration. There's nothing, we're not saying this specifically because of that driver, Daniel Yeaman. Anyone in that situation would be. You would be getting a little bit frustrated, a little bit agitated, and you don't have the same rational thinking in that situation, because, you're stressed out, you're annoyed, all those sorts of emotions going through. And especially now we got the leader, the 89 car, as you're saying, trying to come through. You don't want to get involved with them, because that is just taking out the race leader for something when you're lower down in positions is really just not the right thing to be doing, because as we're saying, the reward that you're getting for all these risks is maybe a couple of seconds, but for them could be the race victory.
Oh, goodness. Crazy scenes here. We've passed the halfway point of the season, of course. We passed that last round, 6-round championships here in AHU Endurance. And once we're done with this race, we're heading off to Road Atlanta, and then, of course, our season finale at Daytona. I think for Road Atlanta, oh, my goodness, more instance in the background. That was a bit of a dive to the inside of Synergy Sim Racing from Daniel Yeaman. I think he might have just managed to get away with it, but I'm pretty sure that car was snapping just a little bit on the run into the Honda hairpin. I think that race control will probably sit down with quite a lot of these teams and drivers and be like, right, okay, I understand that Phillip Island is a pretty difficult circuit, but some of this racing has not really been what we expect at the moment. Just so we know, Jackson Susan Harlow, who's presently running around, it says in 2nd position, is in 1st position in the GT3 overall. Not 100% sure as to why the simrigs.com DPR car is there. Chatting to our race control, they were logged as an LMP2. Should be sorted now. That was a bit dicey.
Yeah, that's Susan Harlow getting a bit tasty there, coming into the MG hairpin, and obviously trying to get past the 174 car there, putting a lap down on them. And then we got to the Trans-Tasman car just behind them, trying to get past as well. This is a difficult situation because Susan Harlow, he's just trying to do his race, and these cars behind him trying to battle, trying to get their positions indeed, but it looks like that's worked out quite nicely. But yeah, as you're saying about the car number, so basically everyone under 100 is a P2, everyone between 100 and 199 is the Pro cars, and then 200 is the AM cars, just for your reference on that tower, in case some cars are slightly wrong. And Faulkner there going for a spin out of Siberia.
Yeah, it was down onto the apex where you've got that raised curb. Obviously, you're banking it in, and you kind of want to follow the white line all the way around, but just took a little bit too much of that curb on the run-in. Jackson Susan Harlow, though, absolutely leading and running away. This 101 is incredibly fast at the moment in the Vanderbilt Sim Racing White, looking for a victory. And like we said, their season didn't start out particularly brilliant. To be perfectly honest, after issues in the first round, contact with their teammate at the top of Radion, they were eyeing up something much, much, much more in this title race. They are presently running, though, second in the championship with a couple of podiums. They did bounce back by that in the first round quite nicely. If they could take a victory here today, then surely they're the favourites for the title.
You would, yeah, you'd certainly think so. But I mean, I was about to say it's a long season, but in terms of racing, because especially the final race of the season is a 10-hour race. So much can happen there, and obviously you've got Road Atlanta in the next race in a couple of weeks or 3 weeks' time, which can also be pretty crazy with the action that you can get there. Another tricky track. So I would say it's pretty wide open for who is going to be there. Always we get a bit of contact there between the Trans-Tasman car and it's at the 174. We've just seen them a bit earlier having some contact with Harlow, and now Bradley Myers there. Yeah, basically getting some contact on the inside of Lukey Heights, and that's always going to be a big crash.
Yeah, you never have a small crash at Lukey Heights. To be fair, around here you don't have too much in the form of small crashes. Let's see what happens to Drew Russell. Way too deep in turn one. Going to be able to keep it on at the second corner? Yes, potentially. Nice work. Obviously, this is why I said this. Well, I said it earlier, turn 2 is so difficult because of turn 1. It's such a high commitment corner that typically if you go off at turn 2, it's because you've got the wrong line on entry into that second corner, and then it lifts up and then goes back down again, so it's slightly off cambered as well at points. It's such a difficult section of the race circuit, T1 and 2. Great fun when you're getting it right, but like you say, you can get it wrong so quickly just by, to be fair, breathing wrong, if I'm perfectly honest.
It's one of those situations where you have to decide how much you want to gain in turn 1, because therefore you might lose a tiny bit in turn 2, but then some drivers get a bit greedy and they want to gain in both corners. So they take all the speed through turn 1, but then that puts you really tight to the inside of turn 2, so you lose a little bit of speed there. But then also you just take more risk of going off the track, as we've seen a number of cars do on the exit of turn number 1. So it's a very, very tricky game to play of which corner, because when you have two corners connected like that, where one leads into the other, obviously you have to judge it as like a sequence, as sort of as one section of corners, not two individual corners where you can gain or lose time. Losing time in turn 1 will actually gain you in turn 2 because you have a bit of a better line. It's
kind of fascinating to see like the difference in lines that you can take and how you can attack the corners differently. But speaking of which, I think there's been a bit of a moment there for the Apex Hunters. That was not a good line through the penultimate corner, running into that final bit. I really like that final sequence, by the way. When you hook it up, the final corner, T12, in a prototype is flat, easy peasy. As we'll see a couple of switches of position. Fisher Motorsports losing out to the Alpha Aggressor Racing 42 down into T1 and then going back to the outside. But, you know, the commitment around the outside is never really one that's going to work unless you're going to make it stick. I just don't really think that it's a good idea to try it around the outside of T2 based on the issues. The difference in lines that you can take around here, though, is kind of fantastic. And a lot of the corners lead into another one.
Yes, hard track when you get corners like that, as we're seeing this really good battle actually. At the moment, we've got Fishy Motorsports, we've got the Alpha Aggressor 42 right behind them, and they're trying to work their way through this traffic, but having the battle at the same time is always a little bit difficult. This number 8 car hasn't had the nicest race so far today, as they're down in that 9th place. They have been on the pace in some previous races, looking really good indeed, but it's difficult to have the consistency as we've seen over the course of the season and a half now of this AHU Endurance series. We're seeing it's have different results every race, but they're trying to work their way back up, and at the moment they're doing it pretty decent there in that 9th place, but they do have 11 seconds to the car ahead to the Whitey Pies, so a bit of time to gain and to get some more points up there.
Yeah, like you say, a lot of teams have the pace. It's just whether they actually can put it together over the form of the races. I mean, in the races that we've had so far, 4 hours of Spa, 4 hours of Sebring, 6 hours of Suzuka, and now the 6 hours here at Phillip Island, it's so difficult to put together a race on a consistent basis. It's why the title race is always typically very, very open. Speaking, by the way, of Whitey's Pies, I think it is about time. We're at about 8 o'clock here in the UK. Not quite 2 hours completed in this race. Of course, still 4 hours, 8 minutes left to go in the running of the 4th round in the AHU Endurance by VCO. The reason why I was saying Whitey's Pies is because it's time to bring in a man who loves a good pie. Ewan O'Leary, hello, welcome to once again. Every time we step into these broadcasts, it's chaos. So have fun.
Thanks very much. Yeah, cheers, Lewis, and welcome to everybody at home as well. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. Yeah, it's good to be here in the presence of a pie team. I never thought I'd see the day. There we are. But anyway, I'll be here with Cam Roger for the next hour, and then Zach Sweeney will be joining me for the final or second half of this race, indeed. This 6 hours here at Phillip Island. If there was one word I could use to describe this race so far, Cam, it'd just be a bit bizarre. And this is the kind of thing that's been happening all day long. Fishy Motorsports going around at turn 1. I've lost count of how many times that's happened.
Welcome to the race, and that is exactly what we've been seeing over the course of the first 1 hour 53 minutes. That was a huge dive there from, I think it was Delaney there, in the number 8 cars. We're seeing DeGraff off once again on the exit side. Biro, that car is heavily bent and looks to be crabbing just a little bit. So yeah, Ewan, it's been crabbing already actually before we get to Siberia, and I think they've gone off again. But yeah, this is I know you've been keeping up with the action that has been happening, but yeah, this is just an example of what we've been seeing. It's been very chaotic in this opening part. So yeah, let's obviously try and get you up to speed so far with what is happening. But it seems that especially this car 255 has been off a few times, and once again in the fence there at turn 1.
Yeah, it is indeed. As not the first time we've seen that today, and it's very risky getting back onto the circuit as well. Oh no, the pies have gone off, I think. Oh dear. Off into the gravel. Dearie me. Oh, there we are, the 65. It was actually leading for a couple of laps earlier on. I've never been happier in my life. But there we are. Into the pit lane for Summit Sports. Thankfully, they've got in safely. Not many safety cars yet today, though, Cam. We've only had one so far. Big surprise to me, considering the first 2 hours we've had here. Yeah,
me and Lewis were talking about this a little while ago. We think it's because obviously to get the safety car, you have to have a fairly terminal damage, which is why you'd have to stop. As Nick Foster, sort of part of the admin and shooting team behind the scenes in the number 197, he's going out in the car. He was saying he thinks maybe the 101, the Venable car, is a little bit too fast, but let's see what speed he's got to catch them down. But regarding the safety car, we do think it's because a lot of these contacts have the car's been able to continue in some way, and obviously for the safety car out, the car so needs to be stationary. But for sure, there's been a lot of incidents for the amount of safety cars.
Yeah, there has been a lot going on. This car, by the way, is the Apex car was a long way off the Vanderbilt, or is a long way off the Vanderbilt car at the moment. That's because the 101 is waiting to pit over the next few laps. Not sure when that's going to be, but surely soon, because we're reaching the 2 hour mark in this race. Let's have a replay. And this is
65.
Another big dive. Frog Leap Juiced Racing going way off there at Lukey Heights through no fault of their own, really. Back onto the circuit again, just in front of Fishy, and thankfully didn't cause too much of an incident But yeah, it's much. It looks like we're watching replays of replays, really, with these things going on. A lot of late dives for whatever reason
Yeah.
on these poor GTs that are just getting a lot of grief today.
Yes, I think it's because of the lack of real braking zones on this track. What I mentioned is really this corner here, the MG hairpin, and sorry, the Honda hairpin, and then later on in the lap, the MG hairpin as well. They're really the two hardest braking points. This Siberia corner they're coming up to now, as Brownie they're getting down the inside. It is obviously a braking corner, but it's more of like a long, medium speed corner rather than a hard braking zone. So there's a lot less places for the P2s to dive down the inside. So you get these, high-speed corners where the P2s have such overspeed, and then they've got to make a split-second decision. Do I go left? Do I go right? Just look there down the inside the number 11 car. So much, overspeed. The decision-making, the speed of the decisions that you need is, just so fast, and often it can end in disaster if you get it wrong.
And it has done earlier on today, previously today. Let's go back to LMP2 though. Up the front of the field, it is still the Synergy Sim Racing car, leading by a fair distance at this stage, about half a minute right now. And then we've got Justin Rougier in the one car on Summit Sim Sports at third at the moment. There are the leaders. Drop Bear Motorsport fourth, and then the other Summit Sim Sports car, the 55, in fifth position. Most of these guys are on a similar schedule in terms of pitting, apart from the 56 maybe. Because they pitted about 10 laps before everyone else, having not pitted under the first safety car, which led to them leading for a short period earlier on in this race. This is the battle for fourth in GT3 Pro as well. Evolution Racing Team trying to gain as many points as possible, and you can't blame them. They're third in the championship at the moment, only 12 points behind Venderville, who are set to take the championship lead, because Blue Flag Racing, the previous championship leaders, out of this race after only about 22 laps. They've only completed 22 laps in this race. They're already out. That was ages ago now. In the first half an hour of this race, they were gone. So it really is up to Venderville now, and also Evolution Racing Team, who are really racing against each other, but certainly advantage Venderville with the race, with the way this race is going.
Yeah, and they're looking so fast that I think they're going to be able to hold on to the lead that they have as well. But we'll have to see what Harlow's teammate is like when they swap out. But we're getting towards that second hour in this race, so the GT3s will be making another pit stop fairly shortly, probably a little bit longer because the safety car a bit earlier on in the race. But that's certainly something to look out for as we see in this battle. As you say, the Evolution car diving it down the inside, maybe just thinking about it, in towards the MG hairpin, and we are seeing the WEH E-Racing number 111 car coming into the pit lane just shy of the 2 hour mark though, so they've got to be careful as Mach 1 coming as well, because if you pit too early, you might have to make a little splash and dash at the end, but they should be okay as they'll be over the 2 hour mark by the time they leave.
Yes, you'd hope they're going to be okay, especially given what Lewis was saying earlier about fuel saving around here. You can kind of coast your way through some of these corners on occasion, and if things get really desperate, then you can just do that. So there we are. They might see a little bit of that later on. The leader's also in Venderville. Nearly lapped the entire, well, not the entire field, but nearly lapped a good majority of the field at this point, because we got, we did have fourth and fifth in, and the leader followed them on the road into the pit lane, so they really do have a very big lead at this stage, do Venderville, and we'll see where the likes of Nick Foster can get. Can he get in front of the Mach 1 car or the WH Racing, as we've got a replay of stuff ongoing a little bit further down the field into Siberia, and that BMW didn't quite stick to the inside of that corner there, really, and both of those cars gone spinning around.
Yeah, 74 missing the apex just slightly, and unfortunately the Lamborghini did try to give him a bit of room there, the Billabong car, but not enough for both of the cars to get through there, but probably more on the fault of the BMW, as you say, just missing that apex. We're going to replay here of Team Kraken going a little bit too wide in the Honda hairpin, and it looks like they seemingly got going there, but just going a bit too wide, as there's obviously a decent amount of tarmac there for them to do so. As we see an Evolution come into the pit lane, we've got Venderville in the pit lane, class leader there, as we have Pulse in the AMS as well. So loads of pit stops coming for the GT3s now.
Yeah, it is the top of the hour, I suppose, so to be expected. We look back from the Alpha Aggressor Racing, not doing the aggressing, if that's a word, on this occasion. They are trying to defend this 6th position from Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green in the 96. They were in the top 5 not so long ago. It was that 96 car, but dropped back a little bit over the last few minutes. They go through the very fast section towards the end of the lap, Lukey Heights, and then down towards the hairpin, downhill braking zone. Very tricky indeed. And then out through the final couple of corners. But yeah, it's this race completely crazy so far. Rival Autosport into the pit lane now. Simon Nicholson makes his way in. And here's the GT3 AM leader as well. So it's very much that time of the race once again for the GTs. No real reason for them to come in under the safety car. No, a few did still, but no real reason for them to do that. As guess what's going to happen here? Off the road, Porsche Racing Team.
Yeah, turn 2. Lachlan Capel going too wide there once again. Obviously damage on that car though, so little bit obviously to be expected. Quite a lot of cars struggling in that corner. As Lewis said, we've probably worked out that's actually the hardest corner on the track, it seems so far. As here, P17 Nick Foster some laps down. So are there some issues in this car that we haven't seen, or is that wrong? So I don't remember them being laps down.
No, they're just being counted as an LMP2 at the moment, rather than GT3 Pro. They are, I'll try and figure out where they are, but it involves maths. I think they're about 7th at the moment, so just running outside the top 10, but I think they might as well stay there as well. Not too far behind the Injectors Online Racing car, the 146 up there. So they're going to try and chase down those guys in front. There they are, 8th position. Maths just about wrong there, but yeah, close. Just a couple of seconds to the car in front, just a few seconds to the car behind. It's very close in the midfield of GTs, getting spread out everywhere else because it's been a while since we've had a safety car, mainly. But yeah, this mid-pack in the GT3 is still looking very close indeed. Very big potential here for battles over the next few laps, especially Nick Foster just getting into this car for the first time in a while. He'll be looking to move forward.
It certainly will, and it's interesting that pretty much all 3 leaders of the 3 categories have a decent lead. It's quite interesting how that one's worked his way out. The leaders sort of pulled away a little bit just in those categories at the moment, as we see in the Summit Sim Sport K2 car. LMP2 number 56 coming into the pit lane. They've had a few issues over the course of the race as well, but so has pretty much all of the cars at some point, as Jesse Butler is now into the Mach 1 Esports car, just trying to have a bit of a battle here. Actually, I believe that is not directly for position, at least in the pro category. That is one of the AM cars. He's trying to get past Fisher Motorsports just behind them as they try and go a little bit side by side towards Siberia, but they're just going to have to back out of that one as the number 8 Fisher Motorsports comes down the inside and just stops that battle for now.
Yeah, that's the GT3 AM leader, actually, marching off to us at the moment in the JWM eMotorsport Gold car. And it's got about, as you say, about 30-second lead over Magan Turbo Motorsport. Porsche Racing Team currently leading that championship, by the way, the 280 car. But where are they in this race is the question, because they're not in the top 6. They're down 30th overall, which is only 1 position behind the... Oh, no, they are. I'm not very good at seeing, apparently. They are indeed 4th position. You can see them there in the 280. So there we are, behind the 2.8, just behind their teammates, excuse me, in that GT3 AM championship, which is all very close. All 3 championships actually very close here this season, which is good to see. I kind of feel like the finale last season was a little bit disappointing because we didn't really have any championship fights going on. I know it was pretty settled from quite a lot far out from what I remember. And I don't think that's going to happen at this time around, as Nick Foster has been off, and such as the closeness of the field in GT3 Pro, he's lost 2 places.
Yeah, he's not going to be enjoying that one, but funnily enough, that was turn 2. Guess what? Guess a surprise out always. A car already off at the exit of turn number 1, and Nick Foster there going off too wide And yes, just losing those positions. Does he hit the wall?
Ooh.
Just brushes it. He should be just about okay with that, I hope. But yeah, that is just showing how difficult turn 2 is for these drivers. As we're getting now is the Summit Simsport K2, but the GT variant of that, and that is buried in the wall. That Ferrari, I don't think it's going to be going anywhere anytime soon.
It probably won't be. Very much part of the wall now. Getting things wrong from far out there and into the barrier. Yeah, there we are. Can't get things out from there, can Liam Jacobs, so that might be a safety car. Because he might have to escape to pit lane. We'll see about that. But I believe there may well be a safety car coming up soon. And there's a few pit stops coming about as well. There is the safety car. That's at the end of pit lane now, rather than stood in a box. So it looks like we might actually have our second safety car of the day. And yeah, here we go.
This is good for the strategy. We got, although having said that, we got some of the LMP2s coming into the pit lane, which kind of makes about sense with where we are in the time. But obviously, the main factor is that it's going to be the field sort of bunching back up, and then we get the crazy restarts as we have seen. So a third of the race done, and as we get towards the halfway distance, it looks like Simon Black is just going to be coming out. Yes, no, maybe, possibly. I think he is going to be coming out eventually, but probably just giving it a second to let the field sort itself out. As we see Andrew Dyson here for the simrigs.com DPR number 73. And he is obviously trying to work his way up there. 5th position at the moment. And they are obviously doing well in championship, but they've just had not the perfect race so far.
They're not perfect as Simon Black leaves the pit lane now. It's a bit complicated when the leader comes in as a safety car to try and pick up the leader. But he's managed it now. And we do indeed have the safety car at the front of the field with the 89. I think that's the 89 car just behind them. Let's hope so. It is indeed Tom Freert leading the field, and we do indeed have our second safety car of the race. Quite interesting there that most of the LMP2s coming in, I mean, there are very little bad times to come in, bad times for a safety car to come out as far as an LMP2 is concerned, because the stints are so short, about 40 minutes long. It means you can kind of come in whenever really and just splash a bit of fuel, because it's just going to be helpful later on. So almost all the LMP2s will be in. If you haven't made a pit stop as a GT3, then you'll certainly be in now as well. As don't tell me that's under safety car. We won't be able to find out, but that's a meeting of the barrier there with the 174.
Yeah,
once again, turn 2.
174's had a few incidents here and there over the course of the race. And that just adds to the list. I would love if someone, I should have been making a tally chart myself, but it would be cool if someone had a tally chart. The amount of replays we've seen there at turn number 2 is quite crazy. Just the amount of little incidents that we've seen here and there, because that's the thing, most of them have been little incidents, just been someone going that little bit too wide, and then obviously not liking it. And actually the 96 car going off there. And I wonder if this is sort of under the safety car, if this was just before. But if it's under safety car, that is quite interesting, because they're obviously trying to go a bit slower. And now he's obviously potentially losing a couple of positions from that.
Yes, I hope for their sake that it wasn't under safety car, but there we are. It could well have been. Yes, they both did happen under the safety car. We've just been informed. So yeah, that's not great news. It just shows how difficult it is. I really wasn't expecting that at the start of the day. It's kind of a slowish, kind of medium speed corner, turn 2, on a long looping, and there's no runoff on the exit. But really didn't, obviously crashed through the middle of the corner. So not an easy corner, but very surprised to see the amount of cars going off there, especially LMP2s. You'd think they'd have the downforce to kind of cope with it, but they really don't, by the looks of it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that that's turned out to be the the most difficult corners. We've got a couple of the P2s coming into the pit lane. Obviously, we'll have some wave rounds at some point, because that's the leading GT behind the safety car is not the leading Venval Sim Racing GT car. So we'll have that obviously to sort itself out at some point as well. So we're seeing quite a few more of the P2s starting to come in. Got Analytical there, drop there. I think it's number 27 in the background as well. As I can't remember the name of that car, but the 42 there is coming out as well. So quite a few of them deciding to come in. This is quite a nice time actually for the LMP2s because they do roughly 3 stints in 2 hours, and we are just over the
Oh no, not the pies.
points. So
they're off.
It's under safety car as well.
Yeah.
Oh
it is
wow!
Indeed.
This must be a very difficult track because very rarely do you see anyone go off under safety car. We've just seen about 3 cars do it.
Yeah, it must be. This is. I'm not sure if we're back to live pictures or if this is replay as well. It could well be replay. And through turn 1, where we've seen incidents in the past as well. Oh dear, yeah, trying to slow down around a corner. Thankfully,
you can't overtake.
Thankfully, no disasters for everybody there. So everybody's able to carry on as they were. But yeah, just very surprising to see the amount of issues at turn 2. But either way, it's the way it is. And yeah, let's have a look at the amount of cars that are going to be on the lead lap when we do get going again here, because that's always what the safety car does help us with, closing up the field. 8 cars, but as you can see here, Justin Rougier, look at the amount of cars that are in front of him. A lot of these are going to get waved around because they're trapped between their class leader and the overall leader in the safety car train. But Rougier's about 8-10 seconds behind the leader, just under the safety car here because of lapped cars, and it's going to stretch out to a similar margin, if not more, by the time this race resumes.
But then obviously that was because they were sort of 20-30 seconds behind on the track before. So obviously there's a lot of cars that filled that gap. So it's obviously the swings and roundabouts of, is it fair, is it unfair? But obviously they were the ones who then behind on the track anyway, so they had all those cars between them. So yeah, as long as we get the leader of the GT pack being the lead or the first GT in the train, which I think we do. I think it's only sort of the 3rd car back there. Yeah, it is. Harlow still in that car at the moment. As long as he's the first car, then everything should be correct in terms of laps. No one sort of gaining or losing a lap as such. Everyone should be in sort of the class order behind where they were on the lap that they should be. But obviously all these cars now trying to catch up to the back of the pack, and it looks like we're going to be getting another lap, and then we probably will be going back to the green flag after that, as we get another car there in the background going through the pit lane, as well as the Frog, I think it's the Frog Leap LMP2 that's gone in.
Yeah, it is indeed. And indeed one further up there as well, or a lapped car. I think that was a fishy car, hoping it was indeed Blake Delaney in 9th. He was only a couple of cars behind the leader here. Tom Freer was hoping that he might be able to jump him and get waved around in the safety car period, but it hasn't happened, and so might as well pit now because of that. But yeah, not sure actually how they do it in terms of the GT3s, whether the first GT3 AM car has to be the actual leader as well. If it is, then we've got a bigger problem on our hands because the leader's just come in there. So that's going to be a bit of an issue. But I believe that Martin Lofka's car is actually the only GT3 AM car on the GT3 lead lap here, which means they've technically got a lap lead over the Magan Turbo Ricky Royer driven car, which is very impressive at this stage. I don't think we've seen that yet this season.
They're coming into the pit lane, which must have been sort of how that one works out, yeah. But yeah, certainly, to see the gaps that we saw so far in the first part of the race was actually a little bit surprising. As the Frog League, the LMP2 there comes out of the pit lane, because often we saw some very sort of close racing in this series so far. So to have the gaps, a couple of gaps that we've seen today, is certainly quite interesting. Didn't see anything happen there, but yeah, Fisher Motorsports there joining the back of the pack, which is the disadvantage of actually stopping. Yes, you might get more fuel, but then you go to the back of the pack and they'll have to overtake all these GT cars in front of them.
Yeah, absolutely. But at least they're on the lead lap, and if there is another one, another safety car that is, then they'll obviously be a lot closer to the front of the field once more. We go on board with Tom Freer now. The safety car accelerates away from the field. So with 3 hours and 44-ish minutes to go, we are going to be going back green flag racing once more.
Wow.
Here at Phillip Island. It's Phillip Island 6 hour, the 4th round of the AHU Endurance by VCO Championship, and it's been very, very chaotic so far. Let's hope things are a little bit calmer maybe on this restart, but it does seem increasingly unlikely that is going to happen. Gone for it in control of the field here for Synergy Sim Racing, the 89 car, currently 4th place in the championship after their victory at Sebring. Now looking to try and take another victory here, this time at Phillip Island. He accelerates away through the middle of turns 10 and 11, and through the final corner he's going to go with a very big lead over Justin Rougier. The amount of cars between himself and that number 1 Apex Hunters United LMP2 is quite staggering really, and look at this, look how far back this number 1 car is, the defending champions. Can't overtake before the line as well, has to wait to get through on that lap car. Already 5 seconds, and he's still got 4 or 5 GT cars to negotiate.
Yeah, that was really well played by the number 89 car there. We saw on the first restart, accelerating just out of that first King of Turn 11 is really what you want to be able to do, because everyone else is sort of still in the hairpin. They're still really going really slowly, and you can just plant it and just go accelerate down the straight, get such a huge lead in terms of the distance that we're seeing here. Riley Reston going down the inside here of the hairpin, just backing out of it actually, sorry, Liam Reston I should say, in the number 55 car there, swapped out from his teammate at the previous pit stop, trying to get up to speed with this racing. We're going to see some crazy action here in the opening couple of laps especially.
Yeah, we certainly are. Oh dear, oh, free wide coming through that right-hander there, and somehow everybody keeps it on the road. No idea how, but they've all just about got through there nicely. High speed, and these LMP2s can go so much faster than the GT3s because of the downforce they have. Around the outside, putting that to good use at the moment. It's, I think that is the Summit Sim Sports car, and Andrew Dyson, they're going to get trapped behind one of the AHU GT3s. And so going to drop a place back to 5th, but look to try and get back through maybe on the 55 here down the front straight if he can into turn number 1, but not going to be able to do that. That was very, very close for everybody there though. Through turns 7 and 8, excuse me. These LMP2s have a much easier time through that section of corners than the GT3s do.
Yeah, they just got so much more capacity for the car, and they're really making use of it as always. Dyson has to swap to the right hand side. That's going to make him a little bit slow coming off Stoner's corner and down on the inside to the apex. They got the 56 there. Is he going to be able to make up the position as we come out towards the side? Beer actually just losing a little bit on the exit there. I think Dyson is going to hold it back to the inside, as Summit is going to have to just file in behind. Angus Cook is in that car as we speak, and now they come past the Venderville car up through the hay shed, through turn 7 into the hay shed. Very difficult part of the track, but they get past nicely as we come up to Lukey Heights. This is always a difficult part to make an overtake. You've got Dyson there holding the outside line. That'll be the inside for the hairpin, which is a good defensive move, but all the way around the outside, Angus Cook, that is going to be an amazing move. He's got it all the way around the outside of the hairpin, which is the inside into the final couple of corners, up to 5th place.
Yeah, very nice move indeed, and demotes that 73 car down to 6th position. Now they continue to lose even more points to their rivals Drop Bear Motorsport, currently in 3rd, but nice slipstream here into turn 1, which is not really an overtaking opportunity, I have to say, so he's going to stay behind. By the way, that car just behind them again is a lapped car, so they're not going to be getting involved in this fight, you wouldn't imagine, at least not for positions. But that was a nice run from Andrew Dyson. Coming through turn 2, now into Honda corner. There's going to be a chance here, surely. Hook just keeping things to the inside line there and holding off that 73 car. Goes a little bit deep into the hairpin. Into Siberia, there might have been a chance there, but nothing doing for Dyson really. He's just going to stick behind for now as we go back to the craziness that is the GT3 standings. Pulse Racing Team, the 282, one of the Pulse Racing Team cars, there's 3 of them. And they're all up towards the front of GT3 AM at the moment. This is very, very busy indeed, and we expect nothing less, really.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. You expect the unexpected, but also just expect close racing in this championship. It's proven great so far over the course of the season. Loads of action for you as we're now trying to see the Mach 1 car go all the way around the outside of Siberia. Not according you normally see some side-by-side action, really, especially on the exit there. And he's trying to just hold it there, but he's not quite getting it. But he has now actually coming through the hay shed, getting a good run now onto the outside of Lukey Heights. That's going to be amazing if he can hold it all the way around the outside, but obviously loads more distance he's got to cover, and he looks like he's going to have to just pull in behind there. 144, but dives it down the inside once again into the MG corner. Now the 282 is trying to hold it on the inside of turn 11. The 144 still trying to hold it on the outside, but so difficult to do this the whole way around the outside. Then turn 12 as well, the final corner, and it looks like he's just going to have to pull into the slipstream.
Yeah, indeed, this is not even a battle for class position at the moment, by the way. Not sure if it's a lap car or indeed one from the pro category. I think it's from the pro category and indeed one lap ahead of these guys. But the Billabong development car is going to try and follow through here on the Porsche Racing car. And can't quite for the moment. Outside line for turn 2. Nobody wants to be out there. That's proven throughout this race so far. And so they continue on in that single file right now. These are, well, I'm not sure if they are battles for position or not.
Oh!
But there we are. There's a replay. Alpha Aggressor Racing going way off the road. Managing to keep out of the barriers, though.
Yeah, we've seen so many cars go off the track during the course of this race. So that's the number 25. Okay, we saw this car going a bit slow earlier in the foreground on the previous lap, and I wonder if this is why. With Michael Whiting there, number 25, having some issues in shock turn 2 as all of the cars seemingly, as Billabong diving it down the inside, having to think about it into Lukey Heights, as this is for 4th place in the GT standings as we stand. But it looks like Pulse Racing Team holding on to that 4th place for the minute.
Yeah, indeed. That Porsche that got through on them was indeed a battle for position, but it was a pro car going through. However, those two are indeed now fighting over actual 4th place, and these guys are fighting over actual 5th a little bit earlier, or a little bit further up, I should say. Summit Sim Sports versus simrigs.com DPR right now. Towards the latter end, or the second half of those, still on the lead lap. We're going to be catching the back of the GT3 train here very soon once again as the Lamborghini goes through. Billabong Development making their way through. And Porsche Racing Team now, who have all their ducks in a row, so to speak. They've got their cars in a row, just not quite in the right number order, which is a bit frustrating at the moment, but I'm sure they'll sort themselves out.
Yeah, certainly those cars in the right number order would look quite nice on the standings, indeed. And I wonder if that's order in terms of, like, you know, their number 1 car, number 2, number 3, or if they don't really care about it. Some teams do put all of their sort of the best drivers in one car as such. But some obviously want to spread it around to try and get the best average possible. Interesting that obviously Pulse have quite a few cars in this championship, which is great to see. And also they have quite a few different sponsors over the different cars as well. So really taking it up here, the AHU Endurance by VCO. And getting involved, which is what we like to see as Summit Sim Sport here. Angus Cook in that 5th place. A couple of seconds behind his teammate now, but he does have the Simrigs DPR car right behind him.
Yes, he does indeed. By the way, there's no actual teams championship in the AHU, by the way, because technically they're all teams, I suppose, aren't they? Yeah. And there's no drivers, so to speak. It's just about these individual cars, teams, whatever you want to call it, in terms of the championship standings. So, in that sense, it might be best to put your best drivers in one car and try and win it with one car. But then again, you might want to spread your eggs in multiple baskets, so to speak. Blake Delaney. Guess where this is going to go? Manages to keep it on the road through 2, actually, which is quite a good job. Wow. Considering he went a bit wide through turn 1. That's one of the minor incidents we've seen so far. This might be one of the major ones. Yeah, there we are. Andrew Waite is going to be off the road in a big way here. Is he going to get back onto the road before turn 2? He is, and then he's straight back off it again, actually. But he manages to get through once again. That marshal's post, I have to say, is in a bit of a strange place. I don't know why you'd put one there. I wouldn't want to stand there either. I know there's a tyre barrier and everything, but I would not want to be on that post at all. Or at least I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird place, isn't it?
Yeah, very weird.
We've seen multiple cars hit it, and you'd think obviously they put the marshal post in place where they're not going to be hit, as obviously the volunteers are I mean, obviously they do technically
Deserve to live, yes.
Risk their life turning into a motorsport event like any person, but there's obviously better and worse places to put a Marshall stand.
I think I think it's just because it's so vast. It's so much space on the outside. I guess maybe they're not close enough or something. I don't know. I don't know the specifics behind it. Somebody will watching right now, screaming at the TV at home. Somebody is at the minute, but there we are. There's a lot of them around. It is a very, very big kind of facility, I guess you'd say. Not much runoff around here in terms of tarmac, but there is a lot of grass between you and the barrier, which has helped today. Particularly with these two corners here, turns 1 and 2. Some guys have managed to meet the barriers, of course, and indeed becoming one with the barrier caused our last safety car. But fortunately, there's a fair amount of time before you do indeed end up in the barrier, and we are indeed into lap traffic once more. This is where the race begins to get a little bit more difficult for everybody. Tom Freer's lead has come down to only 3 seconds here, and that is going to be on his mind a little bit at the moment.
Yes, certainly will. This is obviously the point in the race in the middle where you just want to be, just keep on going. You've still got quite a few pit stops left, and you're just going to be sort of working through the race at this point, picking off a position here or there if you can. But you don't want to be this point of the race, especially if you're in a decent position where you just want to sort of consolidate your position. You want to make sure that in another hour or two you're going to be still in this place. You're going to be still fighting for the top positions. Difficult to do so, of course, but that's just really what this point of the race is about. But it's interesting that obviously we come on board with this number 1 car. Now just going around the outside of some GT3s, hopefully just keeping it on track unlike some others. But this car obviously was about 30 odd seconds behind number 89 before the safety car. Now they're only 2 and a bit, so they've gained massively from this. Obviously doing good on the strategy as well because of with when the safety car was out. So I wouldn't be surprised actually if we're going to see a bit of a battle still for Rougier trying to get back on the 89, because it looks like he's doing a good job catching up as we speak.
Yeah, half a second last time around. Those are the lap times you saw on the left hand side, into the low 18s for Rougier. He's done his fair share of real-life driving as well, by the way, in the past. Here's Angus Cook through... Oh, dearie me. Well, there's so many cars, though. He's trying to find a bit of space, but there's no space out there, I'm afraid. And, well, we very nearly saw a situation. I can't remember what year it was, or indeed who it was, but V8 Supercars, somebody ended up out there and clobbering somebody.
Was it 60? Was it James Courtney?
I feel like
16, something like that. I remember someone had a massive shunt that year into the hairpin because someone went obviously on the grass, lost control. It
double backs on itself, doesn't it? In a kind of way that would lend itself to that. It's happened a couple of times, I think.
Yeah, so it's a tricky corner for that. It's an interesting one, Charles, because I was having a look at the old sort of the track map to remind myself the corner names before we came on, and I was having a look on the racingcircuits.info website. You can obviously go back and have a look at like the older generations of the circuit, and this has been the same circuit since 1956, apart from that Honda hairpin which they sort of shortened. The hairpin used to go a lot deeper, but it's quite interesting of where they put that corner now, because it's so far so much closer to turn 3, Stoner's corner now, that you obviously you just come out of a kink straight into the braking zone, whereas before you had a bit more of a straight. The hairpin was a lot further down. So yeah, just quite an interesting one how they've done it, because it's obviously pinched up that corner quite a lot, but it's obviously making for some entertaining racing there, because Stoner's corner is really such a highly committed corner for what it looks like on the track map.
Especially in these more lower downforce, in the LMP2s where they've got so much downforce and so good brakes, it doesn't really matter. But in the more questionable cars in terms of downforce and braking performance, it is a problem. Even the GT3s, to be honest, get away with it here because of the ABS. I'm thinking more of V8 supercars, and I imagine Porsche Cup cars a bit of a handful there as well, to be honest, coming through that corner, because you're right, it's a big change of it's a big weight shift as well coming through here. I'm about to see it on board. Here it is, turn 3, named after Katie Stoner, by the way, not the drug addict. Oh, a drug addict. There we are. Maybe that's an English phrase, but there we are. Australians may not understand, but anyway, the battle for the lead is happening. 1.4 seconds, and it seems inevitable. Rougier closing and there's not a lot that Tom Freer can do about it by the looks of it.
Yeah, he's losing some time. I was about to say hand over fist, but still quite a lot, I would say. Obviously, Freer's, they've done the driver swap, whereas I believe Rougier has been in the car from the start, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe Freer's slightly slower than Bork, as we saw earlier in that car as well, in the number 89. But that does mean, obviously, Rougier at some point is going to need to do a driver swap, and then we'll need to see what his teammate is going to be like in that number 1 car. So there's a lot of variables still to go. But I wouldn't be, if I was Freer, I wouldn't be too sort of worried because of the gaps that are behind. They're still looking pretty good at this moment, as Hilton Booth in Team Kraken just has a moment like his avatar. He'll be trying to recover himself from that.
Yeah, some of the avatars are quite interesting. I must admit.
It's so funny.
It is quite funny. It's a great idea, though. They're not super serious photos. Not well. Some of them are, I suppose, but some of them are just quite funny. That's one of them. Anyway, Battle for 10th is happening at the moment in LMP2. Battle for 4th as well in GT3 Pro. Evolution Racing Team, another team that have been helped out greatly by this safety car. They were in a bit of nowhere, really, before this came out about half an hour ago, but now they're right in the mix. Oh goodness, that's Amcar trying to get out the way of everybody there, braking very early, and the 111 team trying to fend them off at this stage. Of course, Evolution Racing Team trying to chase down Vanderbilt. They came, as I mentioned earlier on, they came in with a 12-point deficit. Excuse me. That deficit is going to increase here at the moment, but they're just trying to limit the damage at this stage.
That is always, we've seen a dive there down the inside of Riley Preston in the Evolution Racing Team, trying to get down the inside of WHE Racing in the 111 car, really pushing it on the brakes into MG as well, but just losing a little bit, because that's the thing with Luki Heights, it's not really a braking zone as such, so it's hard to dive it down the corner. Down the apex of the corner, so that's why he sort of had to back out of that one in the end, but certainly pushing the limits. It's getting even closer at the front. But back to this battle, side by side down the Gardner Straight. Who is going to get the best top speed? Because this is now going to be the outside for Riley Preston. If he's going to commit, he needs to have a bit of the car ahead, which he just about does as we come into turn number 1. And it's looking really nice for him to get up into 4th place. WHE Racing down into 5th.
They certainly are. As we go back to the leaders, only 1.2 between them. Since we got down to a second, Tom Freer's been able to hold Rougier at arm's length here. He's just been able to keep him away for the moment, but there's going to be traffic again soon, pretty much constantly now, really. The field is quite spread out, and so almost every lap these guys are going to be lapping cars until the next safety car, you'd imagine. Looking backwards now from the 89 into turn 1. Going to be halted slightly by a BMW, I think, through here. Excuse me, a Ferrari. That gets out the way nicely into turn 2. This is a replay not from turn 2, which is a rarity, but it's from Siberia, which has not exactly been much more fruitful for these guys. And there we are, Frog Leap Juiced Racing Red this time going off at Siberia, the second most popular place to have a spin.
How many cars have we seen do that though, especially in the GT3 category, just mid-corner losing the rear end? I guess just sending the front in too hard, as Luke Mitchinson for Analytical Race on Oz Esports going off there at, funny enough, turn 2, just going a little bit wide, as at number 11 as well, Jared Thomas and SAVRT going wide into the barrier for the number 11. And yeah, unfortunately, just not really having the race that they would have wanted. They've been in a few incidents so far.
They certainly have, and they may well get a bit of damage from that. These side-on impacts can, if you do it in the wrong way, can certainly get you into a lot of trouble. And they may well have done there. We'll wait and see if they come in the pit. That might be their car actually in the pit lane right now. It isn't. Somebody else. It's Daniel Yearman actually in the Drop Bear Motorsport car. It's safe to say that 88 has not had the best day. I think we'll leave it there. The gymnastics kind of somersault through turn 1 and 2 though will live long in the memory, I'm sure.
But I'm still surprised that they kept Daniel Yearman in that car for the time that they did. because he's still in there. And I mean, that happened, a good hour or so ago now, the incident that you're talking about. So yeah, hopefully, hopefully we can maybe. Actually, I see he's in the green room. Should we get him for a bit of an interview?
Yeah, why not?
To
I
see.
think I've got the power to bring him.
Yeah, I think you should be able to drag him in. So
yeah.
we've got Daniel Yeman here.
We have indeed. Just joining us right now. Daniel, welcome to the commentary booth. How has the race been for you? We've seen you in the wars today, it's fair to say. How has it been from your perspective?
Well, I think, up and down and inside out is... don't think there's enough words to describe how it's gone, to be honest. I mean, starting the race 13th, quali pace didn't quite work out. We go all the way back to that there. But the fuel's was looking really stacked today in terms of the pace differential. So was expecting us to stay pretty tight together. But at the same time, the traffic really breaks you up. But then it's gone completely wrong. One small tap with a GT car at the top of Lukey Heights there. And then didn't fix the car. And as you were saying there, and you watched it a couple of times on broadcast, had to keep bringing the car back around. And it took finally towing the thing before it finally fixed it up. But then we got back out a little down on straight line speed. So we were just losing more time to everyone that was still on the lead lap here. And actually didn't have my co-driver with me yet. He was going to be jumping in the car in the next sort of half hour to an hour if we were still on schedule, as it turns out. So just kept lapping and deciding if we'd commit to the race. But got to make it 75% of the distance, and we're not particularly keen on it as it would so happen. So have opted to retire the 88 for tonight, and we will be back for Road Atlanta and just have to reset when we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're just watching a replay of the rather spectacular moment we had earlier on. Has it surprised you today about Phillip Island being such a difficult circuit for everybody? We've seen countless spins. It's been easily the most chaotic race of the season. Were you expecting that heading in, or is it a surprise to you as well?
We were thinking it was a high probability. Didn't do a huge amount of GT3 preparation. We do have a car in that class, generally speaking, but not enough drivers available to make it run this week, as it would turn out. But yeah, we were aware, drivers were talking about the GT3s were able to carry quite a decent amount of corner speed here this week, and it's the kind of track that really doesn't lend itself to much more than too wide, and the corners are very hard to make too wide work. If just a little bit goes wrong and too wide becomes quite a challenge. So it's just, we were ready for it to be a bit crazy today, and I think unfortunately it is sort of panning out the way we thought some of the worst of it could be. I mean, credit to the guys. We've only had 2 safety cars and we're 2.5 hours in. It's just that, there are little things that keep happening out there. And it's just a case of have to be hyper aware to make it work for the rest of the race here. So we'll cross our fingers. I'm currently watching my the sister car, the 22, which is great to see it's up in 3rd place at the moment. But we'll just hopefully have that car carry on clean to the end. Because 2 times across the shortcutting turn 1 to turn 3 is enough for any car today. And even though we got a rather interesting little photo shoot opportunity the second time it happened, still just just a chance now to, I guess, take a break. Even though I was gearing up to do a pretty long opening stint, and then I was going to be back in the car, likely to finish the race off, as it were.
Absolutely. Either way, thanks very much for coming to join us. We'll let you go now. But we look forward to seeing you guys back again at Road Atlanta, and bad luck today.
Cheers for that, and hopefully reset and get back to it when we return for round 5.
Absolutely. Thanks very much to Daniel Yeman for joining us here today in the commentary booth. Don't forget, if you are a driver, by the way, you can join us for a mid-race interview, because we'll only likely be doing the class winners after the race. So if you want to have a quick chat with us on the stream, then you're more than welcome to join us. It's a long race, and so we'd like to hear from you. Put yourself in the green room, and we'll bring you in. But while we've been chatting to him, Cam, we've had a change for the lead. Justin Rougier with this very nice move down the inside into turn 1.
Yeah, amazing move. He's chased down on Freer, and the first opportunity he got, really, actually, down the inside of turn number 1. absolutely sent it there, got the job done, very decisive, and as they've swapped position. As we're doing the replay of them swapping the other way, they've now swapped back. So there's obviously something gone on turn 1 again this lap, and this is great to see. Awesome battling here for the front of the LMP2 field. They've been battling for so long now, and yeah, good to see that they're swapping positions. So Freer does have the speed to fight back, as Rougier thought he had the lead, was pulling away a little bit, and was it his teammate? His teammate has blocked him, and the 89 gets past. I think we saw something similar to that quite a few hours ago now as well, because obviously, you know, they're probably not directly talking during the race. Didn't work that one out too well for the two AHU cars.
Oh, dearie me, tried to go down the inside of MG there as well. Did the one car, and there's his teammate, or another GT car, AHU car. It's there's a lot of them out there, to be fair. But yeah, balking Rougier and allowing Tom Freer to go through. I have to say, I wasn't expecting Synergy Sim Racing to put up this much of a fight to the one car, but they've certainly held their own here. Although they may be losing the lead for the second time in just a few laps. Down the inside for Rougier into turn 1, and it's almost a carbon copy move of what we saw a few laps ago.
Yeah, that was a nice move once again. This battle continues. Great to see, and that just shows you how the traffic can get involved. Although this time there wasn't anything, as we jump back to the 296. This was Lee. Is it still? No, not anymore. Was leading at one point in the category, but just obviously having a bit of an. That's an interesting place to have a bit of a spin. Just on the entry of Lukey Heights for 296. Adam Simpson in that car. Yeah, a bit of a weird. I haven't seen anyone have a bit of a moment there so far.
Yes, you're just trying to maximise your entry to there, I guess. It's such a tricky corner, especially as a GT, that you can indeed maximise it a little bit too much, and that's exactly what happened there. By the looks of things, dropping 3 places, because you can see those 3 cars battling over third now. They are very close together, and they all went through at once. So that was not ideal for Frogleap Juiced Racing, but they'll try and recover. Here is that battle. 2 Pulse Racing Team cars and a Billabong Development Lamborghini involved here as well. Not sure where the other Pulse car has got to, but they're a little bit further back now. The 281 car that is currently just a little bit away from these guys. Looks so up front of the field. Tom Freer has got through again, so this battle just continues to go ebbing and flowing, and Rougier might be able to go back through again into Honda corner. Inside line for turn 4, late on the brakes, and it's a very nice move. So this just continues and continues, goes on and on and on, and well, they're hurting themselves a little bit by doing this, to be quite honest, but they are entertaining.
Oh, it's amazing battling between these two guys, and the fortunate position for them is they have the time to do this. Oh, look at that. Josh Mertens going wide for Team JDR and just losing position there to VCO Esports. As we're seeing a replay here, this is Freer just sort of half a lap ago now, going down the inside into turn number 1. And then he's able to just hold on to that as we come through turn number 2, as we had, I think that was the Vendeville car. The 101 in the background, Harlow in that car, just making it nice and easy for them, as Rougier can then get down the inside once again into the Honda hairpin. And at the moment they have the ability to bleed off some time, because they've got about 4 or 5 seconds behind them, but that was up towards 6 seconds, so they do need to be careful of that. But it looks like Rougier has managed to get ahead now on that previous lap, and he is going to be now trying to run away in the distance.
Yeah, finally they've managed to get away here, or Rougier has managed to get away here, I should say, and we can go back to this battle in GT3 AM. On the outside for one of the LMP2s there, the 282. The 280, by the way, is our championship leading car, and the 223 in second place at the moment is gaining points on them currently. So this is the helpful thing about having teammates around for Pulse Racing Team. If we get to the end of if say there's only 15 minutes to go instead of 3 hours 15, then they can pull their 282 car aside, since it's only 6th place in the championship. I know they're only 120 points back, so they are still in the conversation, really, for a championship, with it was still half the season to go, if you include this race. But they may be able to pull it aside and just say, you know, we'll let the 280 through here, get it a few extra points, and it'll be helpful in the championship, because they would lose the championship lead as things stand, with Mag and Turbo only 6 points behind them at the start of the day.
Yeah, it's good to see that it's so close though. We didn't actually quite get onto it because some action happened, but you're mentioning earlier about how last year at Le Mans we didn't have quite the championship battle that we would have wanted, but that's because in the GT E and the GT3 category last year we had two very dominant teams. One won, I think, all 6 races, and one won 5 of the 6 races. So they were pretty much confirmed that they were going to be the champions, to be honest, before we got there. Whereas this time, when we get to Daytona, I think we're not going to know. It's a 58. Oh, dives down the inside, hits the back of the race leading 101 car, the Vendeville Sim Racing White Susan Harlow. He's already had a bit of contact in that corner as well with another car, but that time the 58, just punting him off the track.
And the 158 car of Rival Autosport have taken the lead in GT3. So that is a big moment, and they're going to be fuming down at Vendeville about that. Richie Stanaway is going to be licking his lips here as well for Apex Hunters United, because he's not too far away at this stage. All of a sudden, this race has got a lot more interesting in GT3 Pro, and there, look at that, 7 seconds. It's cost them a lot of time there for the 101 team. Vendeville Sim Racing, and yeah, dearie me, that is a big moment. Oh dear, Magnum Turbo, who are trying or they're aiming today to take the championship lead. They're not going to do themselves any favours by doing this, but they will not be the first team to do this. There you go, sliding. Longest slide you've ever seen.
There's some damage on that car already on the right-hand side, so just struggling a little bit. But yeah, quite interesting. There's some championship contenders really getting involved here, and just shows the inconsistencies that there has been. But obviously after this race, we still have 14 hours of racing, 4 hours of Road Atlanta, 10 hours of Daytona. So still plenty of time for things to happen as well. But this race here today is important. Don't hit the pies. The pies survive that time as the number 42, Alpha Aggressor, losing some places.
Alpha Aggressor Racing there, just getting things a bit wrong. I mentioned earlier on about what a tricky braking zone that is. I said, the LMP2s have very good brakes, the GT3s have ABS, but that doesn't make it easy, as we're about to see.
Yes, over the top of Lukey Heights, just coming down, just going to lock the rears and just losing that rear end. Fortunately, the 65 car, I don't know if it was maybe the line they took, but it looked like they might have actually been just testing the, sort of going deeper into the corner, I should say, to avoid the accident. That's what I meant to say. As we came into that corner, but fortunately they managed to, come out that unscathed. Because, you're really rooting for the pies, and I think if they get a top 3, I think you need to go and have a pie after the race.
I had one last night, so I can't really do that. But yes, are we allowed to? Am I allowed to say that on broadcast? I'm not really sure. But anyway, I'm going to. Top 3 battle in GT3 AM, and it's recently changed with the Billabong Development Lamborghini getting through. The very striking blue livery on that car, getting ahead of Pulse Racing Team West Performance. See how this one happened. It's Taylor Bryant at the wheel, just drives on the inside of them, running around the outside through the penultimate corner. Easy as you like, really. Well, almost gifted that, but still had to work for it. Round the outside through the final turn as well. It was difficult, and especially difficult for those LMP2s who were really itching to get through there. Side by side down the front straight, and then you'd imagine it's into turn 1, but that Lamborghini even looks like he's got a little bit of a straight line advantage as well.
Yeah, great run there from Billabong with Taylor Bryant all the way around the outside, as you say, then also keeping the speed down the straight, which is the difficult part, as the 282 there starts to drop down. Magnum Turbo 223 into the pit lane as he's moving, falling down the field a little bit, but now we see the Pulse Racing team come down the inside of their sister teammate there, just maybe a bit of a swap-a-roo of the positions as the 280 moves up a position.
They do indeed. And this battle for the lead is on again. It won't go away. Like trying to get rid of a rat in your house. Just keeps popping up everywhere. Or a spider. Anyway, it's trying to Tom Freer applying the pressure at the moment. We can't be far away from pit stops as well, by the way, because it's been a while. 28 laps. Oh, this will be lap 29 for these guys through the final few corners. They come, and we mentioned this earlier on, but the Drop Bear Motorsport 22 car is really homing into view now. 22 car is the championship leader, let's not forget, by 4 points ahead of the 73 simrigs.com DPR car. And the number 1 is only 10 points behind. So Drop Bear are going to want to be there, and yeah, quite good time from me, which is a rare event, but it's happened. Pit stops. It's been about 40 minutes since the safety car, and it's almost found that hard to believe, to be honest, because this safety car restart has been great entertainment, much cleaner racing, much less chaotic, and much more enjoyable than the first 2 hours, I have to say.
Yeah, they've loved this restart, and I think maybe just the team's getting used to the track, used to the situation now, as this battle for the lead is continuing. I wonder when they'll come into the pit lane, because obviously they were battling. They pit just before the safety car, but then they're battling, so maybe they used a little bit more fuel. We'll have to find out, indeed, as we are coming towards the next 3-hour mark of this race, and obviously the hour mark in the commentary booth as well. So probably a good time if Zach Sweeney is there to bring him in before we get this next round of pit stops for the leaders. So yeah, myself, Cameron Roger, will be departing the way, and the final 3 hours of this race will be taken underway with Ewan and Zach. So you're going to be enjoying that. As the leaders come into the pit lane, Zach, enjoy this next few hours of the race.
Yeah, hello everyone. Hi, Ewan. It's been, well, I say it's been a while. It hasn't. Every time we're on AHU, we somehow find time to be in the commentary booth together, and it always ends up being the final half of the race. But yeah, so far it seems to be a pretty chaotic race. So yeah, I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, exactly. Lewis has been avoiding me in this series.
Exactly.
So
it's not Snetterton, it's you.
Yeah. But there we are. To be fair, Cameron and Lewis do have other things to do, unlike me, who literally does not. So there we are. More important things happening though at the front of the field. You can see here, Apex Hunters United and Synergy Sim Racing have been battling for the last 40 minutes since the restart. Didn't expect it. Well, Rougier has been kind of bearing down on Tom Freer as it was at the time. And it was expecting him to drive away once he got through, but that hasn't happened. Now Wayne Bork has got his turn to try and keep Rougier behind, but we've got a difference in the strategy here, Zach. Very obvious one. Wayne Bork taking tyres, new driver, but Rougier not taking any tyres. This is his third stint on these tyres, and he will have the lead here by a fair margin when this all shakes out.
Yeah, interesting strategy. Of course, probably just trying to save some tyres for towards the end of the race where he wants that fresh rubber. And of course, you know, we've seen that safety cars are never far away. So if he can have some fresh tyres towards the end of the race, if there's a safety car that can come out and he's got those fresh tyres in hand, it'll really, really come in handy for him. But yeah, interesting to see what the different strategies are. Of course, Phillip Island is a pretty difficult circuit. So in terms of tyre and things like that, it's quite demanding. So we are going to see this variation. And of course, there's a lot of the time with AHU, it's always going to be a race that's won or lost in the pit lane. Towards the final hour of this race, we'll see who got it right.
Certainly will. That's a very slow moving Ferrari, I'm afraid, for Team Kraken, moving down towards turn 4. But let's see what happened to Alpha Aggressor Racing at first, or not. Nothing happened to them. Team Kraken, though, were off the road at turn 2. And it's been the story of the day, really, so far, Zach. People going off at turn 2. And I have to say, a little bit surprised by that. Because it doesn't seem like the most tricky corner on paper. I know it's very long and it's over a crest, and you know there's grass on the outside to collect you as well if you go a centimetre wide. But it still surprised me to see how many cars have gone way out there. It's really been the story of the day.
In all honesty, I'm really not surprised. When I first got this track in iRacing and Lewis was showing me around, he was having a right laugh. Because going into turn 2, you think you can carry so much speed, and then the car's just like, no, it's not going to stick, it's not going to turn, and as soon as you clip even just a fraction of a wheel onto that grass, you're just a passenger, you're off, and away you go. It's a very tricky corner because, of course, you've got turn 1, which is incredibly fast in GT3s, let alone the LMP cars, and then you go into turn 2, and you just have to slam on the anchors, and it really does decrease in radius, and then widens up again straight away. You can see Wayne Bork pushing the limits a little bit there. So yeah, it's a very dodgy corner, so not entirely surprised, but again, Phillip Island, there's not really much in the way of runoff. You've got the track and then just a curb and a bit of grass, and you can see Wayne Bork, yeah, just look, that could have ended really badly. I think luckily for him, he put both sets of wheels off as opposed to just one.
But he might have helped him, to be fair. That's his first run, by the way, at full speed through turn 1. I can't quite remember if he was in the car towards the start of this race or whether Tom Freer did the whole first 2 hour 55 but I can't remember. It was 6 a.m. I don't know. But yes, it's been well, he's certainly in the car now and off the road. I'm afraid for Bluebell Racing, the 225, one of the very final cars in the field actually, of GT Am 225, 39th, and the last running car at this stage. We started with 44 today, down to 39 now, I think. Daniel Yeman is indeed out of the race with the Drop Bear Motorsport car. We've got the Sim 3D Sports GT3 Pro car out. Summit Sim Sports GT3 Am is out. The Z Challenger Racing, Z Challenger GT3 Pro car is out. And Blue Flag Racing's GT3 Pro car is out as well. That's a pretty big story as well, you'd have to say. Championship leaders in GT3 Pro are not by an insignificant margin either. 39 points is, right, well, I don't want to say healthy, because it's still quite close, but you'd absolutely take that, but they're going to be getting absolutely zero today.
Yeah, and of course we're in the Aussie system, so 39 points might not seem too much. I mean, I still don't know if it's good or not, but it sounds like a pretty decent amount. But yeah, in a season, you know, we're a fair way through this season now, so you can't be affording to have these bad runs. Here comes the Evolution Racing team looking to the inside for the GT3 Pro podium place through the right-hander of this hairpin. He's going to have to go and claim it's the long way round now for the next right-hander. Can he get it done? He's got the 169 AHU car. He's just going to claim that place, and that's a lovely bit of a scrap towards the halfway mark, of course, fighting over this podium place, and yeah, they're both going to be wanting this one.
Yeah, Richie Stanaway holding him off there at the moment. We go back to GT3 Am. Yeah, but on that Australian point system, by the way, I know we are saying that most of the people watching are Australian, so they just think we're a bit weird, but 24 points is the gap between first and second, so you could make up quite a lot of that margin with just a victory. And quite a lot of teams in most of the championships actually could take the lead with a race win. The top three in LMP2 could do that, as the pies are off, I'm afraid. Dear me, just about keeping things on the road through MG. It's a very tricky corner though. Lukey Heights over the crest of the hill there, and this is the SAVRT car, just running a tiny bit wide through the final couple of corners as well. But yeah, Lukey Heights over a crest, very, very fast as well, as we're about to see here. Oh, as the pies are off again. Dearie me, don't touch my pies. There we are. Jared Farrowell, I'm afraid, off the road, down in 13th position at the moment for them. And it might be the same corner again, just illustrating how difficult it is.
Yeah, just look at it. It's just so blind, and then you have to just slam on the anchors as soon as the car is straight, but you're doing that as you're going downhill, so all of the weight on the rear end just isn't there. It's all on the front. The rear end almost lifts up in a sense, and you can see this is Adam Simpson going round. He's not going. Oh, to be fair, he caught that. Fair play, fair play. He didn't go round, so yeah, he managed to carry on, but still, again, not the most ideal situation for him, and it just goes to show how tricky that corner is. It's a blind crest corner, and you can carry quite a bit of speed into it if you're brave enough, but you overstep that mark. It's very fine margins. This is the common theme here at Phillip Island. It's a fantastic circuit, but it is really tricky, and I think the drivers are finding that out the hard way.
Whoa, Magan Turbo, the 223 car. This car was in a virtual championship lead not half an hour ago, but a couple of incidents now. Bruce Tannock has added his name to the list of drivers who have gone off through turn one, and all of a sudden they're the last running car in GT3. Well, I said last running car, that's not quite true, but they are ninth, a little bit further down the order. Evolution Racing Team, currently third position for these guys at the moment. Started the day 12 points behind Vanderbilt, and Vanderbilt were winning with Evolution in fifth not so long ago. That was going to be a big points margin with 2 rounds to go. However, Evolution have limited the damage quite well now, and so they are only second and third. Instead, I believe that would be an 18-point difference. Oh, maybe not. 16 points?
Don't ask me.
Oh, don't ask me.
Yeah.
I don't know either. We'll have to get this down. There's going to be some proper calculator stuff going on at Daytona, I can tell you that right now. In May or whenever it is. Yeah, it's going to be tricky for everybody. But the point is, they're limiting the damage that's being inflicted on them by Vanderbilt today, and that can only be a good thing as we see more cars off the road.
Yeah, again, that 225 having a bit of a mare through turn 2. But yeah, for the Evolution Racing team, they're going to want to limit that damage. Of course, as we always say, it's, oh, I think actually, was this their fault? We've got some prototypes trying to come through. He was just put offline onto the dirty side of the circuit. And yeah, there's pretty much no grip there. Luckily, he didn't collect the other Ferrari or either of those two other cars as well. But yeah, really not the best day for Blue Bell Racing. But yeah, in a season that's only 6 races long, you could not be affording to have any poor rounds or have any rounds where your rivals are trying to gain points on you, because you haven't particularly got the time to catch that up. But yeah, as you say, at Daytona, when it comes about, it's going to be close, because a lot of the teams, we've seen how topsy-turvy this season has been, with a lot of different teams fighting at the front, a lot of different teams fighting for the podium, for the top 5, and it's really been a competitive season, especially in that GT3 Pro. So yeah, Daytona is going to be a really good race, not only because it's 10 hours long, but also because of the stakes that are going to be really high for season 2 of this championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm trying to find the point system now. Here we go. It's between second and third, it's 18 points that they'll be losing out on Evolution. So that will be 30 points overall when this all shakes itself out. If the race were to end right now, which fortunately it does not, we've still got just under half of it to go. Just under 3 hours to go here in the AHU Endurance by VCO Championship or race at Phillip Island. Road Atlanta and Daytona still to come. This is the last race away from American soil in this championship. Didn't see very many American races at all last season. So we've got a few more this time around in Season 2. As I was talking with Cam earlier on, and you excuse me, viewers, if I repeat myself, but it's good to see we've got a few more championship battles going on this season. I feel like especially GTE and GT3 pretty much decided by the time we got to Daytona. By the time we got to Le Mans, which is the final race last season. And even LMP2 only had 2 or 3 maybe cars that could win realistically. But that's not going to be the case this season. It's going to be very close right till the end. And this is absolutely necessary in this championship to see that was the only thing missing. We saw great individual races, but no championship fight really last season. It'd be great to have one this time.
Yeah, I agree. Because that's more down to the fact of the dominance that we had in our GT categories. Of course, we had the team in the GTEs that come second and then won everything else, and then of course the GT3 championship winners that just won everything. They didn't lose that season at all, as we see Team Kraken again falling victim to turn 2. Is he going to keep it out the barriers? Just about, but you literally just are a passenger. The worst thing you can do there is put on the brakes, because as soon as those tires lock, you are just not in control of that car at all. But yeah, it has proven to be really difficult his turn 2. But yeah, as you say, I can't wait for there to be a genuine championship battle, because we only really had the LMP2s last season, as you said, with I think it was the AHU 69, the AHU number 3, and I think no, it wasn't Lobs Esports. It was the AHU cars, and I think maybe I'm trying to think as well. But there definitely was 2 AHU cars up there, and I think maybe Drop Bear. I'm not entirely sure, but I can't quite remember. But yeah, we had 2-3 teams in the mix, and even then there was only really 2 that could win it, and then the third was more of an outlandish shot at the title. So yeah, this season definitely promises to be a lot better.
It does indeed. BD Esports was the one, the other car involved. You're absolutely right about the 2 AHU cars. And then we had Trick Esports finish 4th in that championship in the end, but they were nearly 400 points adrift by the end of it. So you get our point at this stage. Nearly 200 points of a victory in GTE, and GT3 was won by nearly 300 points as well. So you get the idea. It was not that close last season. This season is promising to be a lot better, though, especially in the GTE Championship, which we've been, in the GT Pro Championship, which we've been focusing on a little bit for the last few moments. But LMP2 as well. We've got Drop Bear Motorsport currently second in this race in that 22 car. They come in with not a big lead, 4 points over the 73 car. Robert Gibbs currently driving that car. Took this 22 team to race victory at Spa. I'm sure you remember, Zach, with the final few laps. Complete chaos, the final few laps, because the final lap, the 4 hours are gone. They crossed the line, but the race wasn't finished. iRacing decided that we needed another lap, and Robert Gibbs was quite glad about that, because he was able to take the win in that one ahead of the 73. And ever since that moment, they've been inseparable on the road and in the standings as well.
It's been fantastic to watch, and yeah, there's no forgetting Spa. It was fantastic. We were just so confused. You didn't know whether or not to commentate or not. Robert Gibbs was like, "No, I'm just going to keep going." But yeah, a little bit confusing, a little bit of just an unordinary moment. But we certainly were not complaining. Has always been a dramatic finale, pretty much for this entire season. We haven't been robbed of action at all, especially in the P2 category. It's been incredibly competitive. But yeah, the whole field, the whole season, has been incredibly close. And as we always say, can't wait to see how it concludes. But we almost don't want it to end. Of course, we've got a few weeks in between each round. There's only 6 races this season, and yeah, always look forward to a bit of AHU because yeah, it's an endurance race, and you can always argue that once you get past the first hour and then towards the last hour, it's not really the most exciting thing. But AHU, it's always action. You of course always naturally have a bit of a dull patch where people are a bit spaced out, but you know they always find a way to give a bit of spice, keep us on our toes during the second and third hour.
Yeah, just to provide a little bit of clarity on when the next race is, it is indeed 3 weeks' time, 23rd of April. That one will be 4 hours of Road Atlanta, and then we've only got, 2 weeks? Maybe, 2 weeks between that and the finale on the 7th of May. That is the 10 hours of Daytona, starting very early in the morning for us, but we're going to have, well, this is unconfirmed. I'm not even sure if I'm allowed to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. We might have Arjuna helping us out, because he is American on the West Coast, and that is going to help us greatly. Because the race starts at 3 AM in the UK, but we'll stop complaining about that now, because it is worth it getting up for these races. Very enjoyable indeed. Here's Andrew Dyson, Simrigs.com DPR team. I'll have that name down by the end of the season. 73 team, currently 5th position at the moment, about 14 seconds behind the 89 of Wayne Bork, and he really is one to watch throughout this stint here, Zach, as we've got Adam Simpson off at the MG. Oh, corner. That was not a good rejoin, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, not in the slightest. I know Lewis would not be happy about that one. But yeah, he's lost the podium place because of it as well, down to now P4. The Pulse Racing team 281 car has managed to slip their way through into the podium places. But yeah, for the 225, they just can't avoid action, or well, drama, I should say. Here's Adam Simpson. Again, it's this corner just over the top, under brakes, and I think the car just didn't cooperate at all. Went round, maybe saw a gap, just lit up the rears, tried to come on, and then the 225 was then coming. Yeah, this was way too close. You saw he sort of second guessed himself, put on the brakes, and then thought, no, I need to get off the track. That's probably the best course of action. But yeah, for poor Chris, he can't escape it.
Bluebell Racing was the car by the looks of things. Here it is. Unfortunately, had the presence of mind to just slow that one down a little bit and not cause a secondary incident there, which is good to see. There he is, Bluebell Racing, currently a lap down on the next car of Team Kraken, so on the last running car, I think in the entirety of the field. Maybe, unless Fishy Motorsports are still out there. Don't think they are, actually. I think we might be down to 38 cars on the out there on the circuit at the moment from the 44 that began this race. Here's Nick Foster off the road in the 197 car through turn 1. Well, that was interesting. I was looking elsewhere. Didn't quite see what happened there, but I can probably guess. Here he is through the... Oh dear, not having a good time of things, Foster, and that is a big hit on the wall.
Yeah, that is not where you particularly want to be. I think he pretty much said, just wait until I get into the car and we'll certainly see something. We are certainly seeing something from Nick, and it's not particularly fantastic. But yeah, even someone of Nick's level clearly struggling out there. But once you tap the barrier once, it's sort of, well, first off, you might get a bit of damage on the car, and that's obviously going to affect your driving. But mentally, you sort of just lose it a little bit, and then that sort of creeps into the rest of your stint and things like that. You try and take a bit more of an air of caution, you start doubting yourself a little bit more, and that's when the major mistakes then start to creep in. So unfortunately for Nick, hopefully he can recompose himself, and hopefully the damage to that AHU car isn't particularly massive. But yeah, it's not the best way to get off to a stint. At the moment, we have got 2 LMP2 cars. We've got the Drop Bear SBM and the Summit Sim Sports Everest car fighting for second place at the moment, separated by just under a second. So this could be certainly interesting. I'm sure Liam Reston's not going to be waiting around. He wants to try and get himself into P2, but we'll certainly have to wait and see as they lap a bit of GT traffic. And yeah, 0.6 of a second, that gap's coming down.
Certainly is. It's been a good drive so far from Liam Reston since they came out the pit lane about 10 minutes ago, I should say. Had about, well, I'll say that probably a bit longer than that now. Lap 15 of the stint here. Neither of these guys took tyres, but Wayne Bork did. And so you would think he's bearing down on them, but he really isn't at this stage. The last lap was not that much faster, I'm afraid. Liam Reston and Robert Gibbs both managed a 17.6. It was only 17.8 from Wayne Bork, which is slower, of course. So you'd expect that car to be reeling them in, but it really isn't at this stage. But who knows what they are attempting in terms of the strategy, in terms of making it to the end. Although, saying all that, I do find it hard to believe we're going to go to the end of this race at green flag racing. Because it's been so chaotic. I do just think there's going to be at least one more safety car here today. Looking ahead here at the Vanderbilt car. Frog Leap Juiced Racing Reds trying to get through. Matthew Dench is applying the pressure, and they're feeling it at the moment. Vanderbilt, a big defence being put up at the moment by Dylan Burse, who's very recently been in the pit lane.
Yeah, well, hopefully we can see a bit of action. Of course, not the first time we're going to see a GT3 Pro change for the podium places, but yeah, Matthew Dench definitely seems to be putting the pressure on. You saw practically pushing him through that final sector. Is in the slipstream, and certainly Dylan Burse is going to be looking in his mirrors. That closing speed for the Lamborghini, though, that is pretty mega, and we'll have to see if he can mount a challenge through turn 1. Probably not going to look for one through turn 2. That's hard enough by yourself, and of course they've got the distraction of all this prototype traffic now coming through. Hopefully for Matthew, he can sort of capitalise on it and hopefully see his way through. This is Aaron Russell in the Alfa Aggressor Racing 27 car. These guys didn't go particularly well last time out, and it seems like they're having a bit more of a mare today as well. Just sort of parked it, not entirely sure why. Maybe a slowdown, but yeah, that's a strange one.
Wouldn't normally park it for a slowdown, surely. There's safer ways to do that. Oh, dearie me. Into the barriers as well. That was one of the Porsche cars. I wonder if that was the championship contending one. Currently leading GT3 AM. Was it the 280 or not? No, the 282. Kester Mack. Didn't know a lot about that, but this is the danger. Lewis and Cam were talking about it in their stint earlier on. Going around the outside as a prototype car is so difficult. Lewis used the example of Brendan Hartley at Silverstone about maybe 6 years ago now, because time's getting on. As Kester Mack really feeling the effects of this damage now, but these GT cars are so on the edge normally. Sometimes they need to drift out wide a little bit more than you're expecting, and it's happened on more than one occasion. You can be sure that this particular incident, although we have seen them before, might be influenced by the damage.
Yeah, just sort of skating off, and again, you're just a passenger out there. But yeah, exactly. These GTs, they're more on the limit than the prototypes are, and naturally, they do just want to push it out more to a natural racing line, out apex all the way out, whereas the LMP cars sort of had the capability. They're going to see Robert Gibbs go around the outside, so it is possible, but that was more towards the entry of the corner as opposed to the exit before the GT sort of extended and opened up the steering a little bit, because once the GT commits to a line, it's very difficult for them to actually change that line. And are we seeing a fight for the net podium place? Yes, we are. Here's Dylan Burse. He's going to be trying to go and defend his position, but I think Matthews just about managed to edge his way through in that Lamborghini, that 101. Indeed, he has a very similar move. We're seeing a lot of moves down in towards that hairpin and then through that left-hander, yeah, it seems to be working for quite a few people, but still Dylan Burse going to try and put a bit of pressure on and get himself back ahead. But yeah, it's just a little bit. Just that corner especially just seems to be the one where we're seeing a lot of moves being manufactured. You can see the 158 going to try and go around the outside, does get it all the way around, so great mutual respect between both of them. And then of course it quickly becomes the inside for this corner, which when it's slightly banked, you want to be on the inside because you can carry a lot more speed than the guy on your outside.
Holding it around the outside through the hairpin there is a very, very nice move indeed. Unsure as to, I think we might have seen actually 2 tyres from the Lamborghini last time around. 56 seconds worth of a pit stop rather than just over a minute, which is what you need for 4 tyres. So I think there might have been 2 tyres taken this time around. Maybe right sides or rear tyres or front tyres, who knows. Angus Cook off the road, 56 car, they were running quite well, but are no longer really, I'm afraid. Where are they? They might be. Oh, they're 6th place. They're not running too badly at all. But they were running a bit wide there through turn 2, I think it's fair to say. Meanwhile, in the battle for P2, Liam Reston trying to get through on the outside line. Oh, God, there's a car coming out the pit lane there. And nearly clattered into the back of the BMW. But fortunately, he had the presence of mind to just brake and get out of the way of that one. But Drop by Motorsport trying to defend at the moment. This is all helping Wayne Bork, who finally is closing in on these guys. As the effect of the tyre wear towards the end of this stint for these guys is really starting to take effect. Wayne Bork's new tyres starting to really help him out. And we could well be seeing a free car battle for P2 before long.
Yeah, certainly so. And yeah, that was great from Drop Bear to go to the inside, force Liam Reston to the outside, and then of course that BMW, we're going to see it on board with the Pulse Racing team car, just coming out. He's doing everything right, but then he quickly has two P2s fighting over P2, just come blitzing past him. But yeah, for Liam Reston, that definitely could have been maybe a good opportunity manufactured, just put the pressure on, put his opponent offline. But yeah, for now he's going to have to tuck back in. But he wants to get this move done, as we see once again the Frog Leap Juice Racing red car having an off. And yeah, it certainly is a track where it's claiming a lot of victims today. Hopefully it won't play too big of a factor in terms of on-track action. We want to see racing and track position is decided by racing as opposed to mistakes, but hey, it's racing and that's how these things come about. Once again, Nick Foster going to take another look at him. He's got a P2 on his inside, just again running onto the grass, and you really do just have no grip, and then it affects you for a good 2, 3, 4 corners afterwards because you've got that dirt pickup on your tyres and you really don't have much grip at all.
Yeah, he's just doing his best to get out of the way of the LMP2 there, really, and he did so. In the end, 169 car has been displaced here by Riley Preston by the looks of things in that battle between themselves and Brad Newman, who's driving the AHU car. As Liam Reston has got through actually on Robert Gibbs. This is how Riley Preston got through, as confusing as that is. Ironically, the number 1 AHU LMP2 was blocked by a battle from its teammate, which is a bit bizarre. But this went on for a long time between the two Porsches. 3 wide coming towards the final corner. Don't see that very often. But finally, Preston was able to make that move. Good battling between the two teams there. Yeah,
absolutely. Love to see it. And that just went on for ages, really. And yeah, the AHU car on the outside, around the outside of Leaky Heights, that's brave to say the least. But again, great mutual respect between the two, and that's what we like to see. We like to see good racing, not sort of it's my corner. If you're on the outside, you're really not there as far as I'm concerned. So nice of them to have that. This is Chris in the Blue Bar Racing car once again, the 225, really not having the best of days, but hey, it happens. Again, Kester Mack in the Pulse Racing team. I think this probably is influenced by their recent mistakes and their recent incidents have cost him a bit of damage, and of course that's going to cost him a bit of on-track performance. This is Wade Reynolds, who has got a very dominant lead, it must be said, in the GT3 AM. A minute lead, of course, we saw with Lachlan Claypool and his teammates for the last couple of races, how dominant they've been. But yeah, the JWM car really doing a fantastic job, and it seems that Robert Gibbs, he's still keeping Liam honest.
Yeah, struggled to get inside the top 5 for the first couple of races in that 286, but a good performance last time out at Suzuka with 3rd, and now running away with this one, over a minute's lead. Meanwhile, this battle for 2nd is hotting up. In the end, Robert Gibbs has been displaced here. Liam Reston has got through. Wayne Bork is closing on them at a real fast rate of knots now. Only a second and a half, really. Back to him. And an increasingly big lead for Justin Rougier as, oh dear, Nick Foster's off at Siberia again. It's almost identical to what we saw a little bit earlier. Siberia proving to be quite difficult, actually, for these drivers. As Adam Simpson, well, turn 1 also proving to be very difficult, and that is a hit on the wall. Fortunately, able to get going again, but there is going to be damage there.
To say the least. That was just, yeah, a very, that was also a pretty big one, and very easily can happen. Luke Quist just in the 11 car, luckily didn't go into the barrier, but yeah, you can see having to light up the rears to get it going again. That's how easy it can be, especially through a corner like that, because you're over the blind crest, you dip down the hill, and then you're straight onto the brakes. This is Wayne Bork just dipping it on again. They're at the moment P4, but yeah, they've been driving pretty well, but in terms of mistakes and consistency, they've got to get back on it, I think. But yeah, for the 89, that's again another mistake. This is Luke Quist in the 11 trying to come into the pit lane, just overshooting it a little bit, and then you've got a bit of a dip.
Oh no!
And yeah, into the pit lane, too hot, and that's a pretty big one to say the least.
Where has he gone? Is he even? Yeah, let's have a look on board here. Let's give us a better view. Cameras aren't designed for this kind of incident. Oh dearie me! into the pit. Well, this would be very dangerous in real life. God, it isn't. Dearie me. What's going to happen here? The whole front
That
comes
car is
off.
gone.
Did he get going again? Has he got himself beached? Oh, he's stuck now. He's blocking the pit lane. Is he still there? It's the question I have. No, he's got himself into his pit box. Thank goodness for that. But wow, that was a strange set of replays. Somebody's hitting the lane dividing wall, and oh dear, we've got cars everywhere at Siberia. At least 3 involved in this incident. I'm sure we'll get a replay of this soon enough. But 4th placed in GTM, probably the most significant of the cars involved here. Team JDR, Wagon Turbo as well. 2nd place in the AM Championship. Blake Delaney trying to get himself through here. He's on the inside of Wagon Turbo, doesn't get it right. And JDR, in the end, just slowing down to avoid, really, rather than getting themselves involved. But a 50-50 move at Siberia there.
It's always the P2's responsibility to lap safely. It's their duty to go to the inside and be predictable and make sure they're doing it safely. But yeah, it's one of those half-hearted moves where you're sort of like, do I go for it? Do I not? Of course, naturally as a P2, you don't want to be waiting around, but yeah, that's a bit of a shame. And now Bruce Tannock in the 223 is now under pressure for P5. He's got the Frog Leap Juice Racing blue car for company, just 3/10 back as they go through turn 1. You can see that Lamborghini really is closing up. Maybe Bruce got a bit damaged from his scuffle, and you can see the 296 just eyeing up a move and trying to put a bit of pressure on in the GT3 AMs. But yeah, for the prototypes, that was a little bit clumsy, and the main cause of it really was he just got caught up on the curb, and then that obviously shot him a little bit wide. And then these cars are extremely sensitive that, you know, one tap that's a little bit too hard is going to send you off just a little bit. Is the Lamborghini going to look for a send to the inside of this hairpin? We've seen it done before, not quite going to come to fruition on this occasion, but he's certainly putting the pressure on and telling Bruce that he's there and he's ready to fight.
Yeah, both of these cars were running up towards the podium positions earlier, but now forced to battle over 5th place, which is a little bit lower than they'd hoped for. 296 car was leading not so long ago. I'll say not so long ago, it probably is quite a long time ago now. Time is flying. But either way, this is all they can do at this stage, trying to get through for 5th place. Looks like we might have a battle for the lead in GT3. Well, it's not GT3 Pro. It's about 2nd at the moment, couple of seconds maybe. Here it is, Dylan Burse trying to get through at the moment. Really interested to see what's happened in the strategy here, because I reckon, as I say early on, Matthew Dench in that Rival Autosport car has definitely taken, in Frog Leap car, has definitely taken 2 tyres. This is what happened to Dylan Burr's off-track moment in Siberia. There we are. But yeah, not taking any tyres last time. Riley Preston and Brad Newman both, I think, have taken 2 tyres. The triple one of WH E-Racing and Trans-Tasman Racing, the 128, I think they've taken 4 tyres. It's a complete mixed bag for everybody in that category.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of different strategies on the table at the moment, so we'll see which one is going to be the better of it. But that 2.7 seconds is not going to be helped by that little bit of a mistake, as you say, through Siberia. But yeah, still for Dylan Burse, he's going to try and push on because certainly has got some pace, and I think it is going to be a tail between the 101 and the 158 for this race. But we never know; we could get another safety car. Could see the Evolution Racing team get in the mix as well. Of course, Vendaval and Evolution have got that championship battle to be thinking about, and of course, the Evolution Racing car will definitely not want to be waiting around if they can see an opportunity to get past on their rivals. Another sort of battle that sort of fizzled out a little bit has been Liam Reston versus the Jobber Motorsport 22 car. That gap's now sort of extended to 1.4, so hopefully Robert Gibbs can close up a little bit and give us a little bit more action in just a little bit. But yeah, in terms of strategy, there's a lot on the table, a lot on the cards, different teams taking different things at different points, and yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this funnels out and how safety cars especially will affect that, because it can knock your ideal strategy straight out the window. And again, that's very close. Is that Chris again in the... I think that might be. Oh, that is another car off as well at turn 2. The Porsche going quite slowly as well, which I think might have assisted Ben Collard round. But yeah, certainly a race full of incidents as the P2 has to try and thread the needle through the 2 of them as well. But yeah, traffic really playing a factor today.
See what happened here to Ben Collard. Well, he was off at turn 1 here. Is he going to hit the barrier at turn 2? That's the whatever that is, Marshall post off the road again, and then the Porsche gets involved. Didn't want to be there, and Ben Collard, I'm afraid, has been hit there. Paul Mansell was also involved in something here by the looks of things, or just at least made his way through that little bit of catastrophe for everybody there. But yeah, you can see the damage there to the left-hand side of the Ferrari. They are going to need a pit stop. Porsche might well do as well. Didn't identify which one it was, but I don't think it was one of the main cars in any of the GT categories. So there we are. But yeah, this has been very, very chaotic so far. Just a little bit fearful about what's going to happen at Road Atlanta, to be honest, because I would have thought going into this that this would be a little bit easier than Road Atlanta in terms of traffic, in terms of staying on the road, but it's proved very difficult.
Yeah, well, these guys brought it on themselves. They voted for this circuit and for the time as well. So if they're going to blame anyone, they've got to blame themselves. But it is still a fantastic circuit, is Phillip Island. But and we have seen the action that it can bring. But equally as well, the drama and the chaos that comes with it. But yeah, as you say, Road Atlanta is going to be quite interesting as well. Daytona also, and yeah, Liam Reston, that's not going to be helping his 1.7 second gap, unfortunately for him. And yeah, just unfortunately sent around. Took him a little bit of a while to get going as well, to pull back onto the circuit. But yeah, you know, no one's immune to it. Just got a little bit close, a little bit too eager for Liam, I think, just to try and take a little bit of a quicker line. Wanted to get off the dirty side of the circuit, and unfortunately just tagged around that BMW. Luckily for the BMW, he didn't get affected. But yeah, Liam Reston, that's cost him dearly now, down to P4.
It has. Just you don't want to send yourself too wide there at turn 2. And so you try to keep it as tight to the pulse BMW as possible, but that was a little bit too close in the end. Here's some more pie coverage of Jared Farrowell in the 65. About 15 seconds behind the Alpha Aggressor Racing 42, and indeed their teammates, the 27, a little bit further up the road as well to get up to the top 10, making their way through on Venderville at the moment. This is making me very hungry for a pie. Anyway. Just try to get through on some GTs at the moment is Farrowell, and so there we are. Jamie Dyke, by the way, has recently dropped behind all of these guys for Fishy Motorsport. I think it might have been due to a pit stop that they have just made. Can't be too far away from pit stops once again here in the LMP2s. Not sure how much further they're going to go here, really. So they're on lap 27, lap 28. Of their respective stints, as we've got a car off the road. Alan Simpson, who was fighting for 5th with Mag and Turbo, is no longer doing that because he's been off the road at turn 1 and into the barrier by the looks of things as well. Maybe some damage on that car. Would not be surprised if there is.
Yeah, certainly going to see how it came about. He's on the back of the Mag and Turbo car, just pushing a little bit too hard, clipped one wheel onto the grass, and he got away with touching the barrier there. Very close, probably gave it a bit of a love kiss, but yeah, just not exactly the best way to be going through. And yeah, you're completely right in the fact that we've got some LMP2 cars now diving their way into the pit lane. Of course, we saw Luke a little bit earlier on show them how not to do it, so hopefully they can negotiate their way through a little bit cleaner. This is Robert Gibbs coming in. He was one fighting towards the sharp end, but the talking point certainly has been that AHU #1 car. But yeah, certainly a crucial time for a lot of these cars. They've got to get in, they've got to get out, and they've got to make sure they get the strategy right. But are we going to see as much variation in the LMP2s as we see in the GTs? Because they've all come in on a similar lap, but are they going to take the same set of tyres, the same amount of fuel, etc., etc.? And yeah, we'll certainly have to wait and see.
Yeah, that's Cameron Dodge getting back in for the second time today. I think he started the race. Well, I must have done, considering we're only 3.5 hours in at this stage. But yes, he's back in now. So we look at David Turnbull for Frog Leap Juiced Racing. The LMP2 here, trying to maybe jump Drop Bear and Summit Sim Sports in the cycle here, if albeit briefly, of Blue Flag Racing here at the moment. Not a GT3 Pro car, I'll add, but they are out there at the moment. I'll tell you where they are, 9th place for those guys. So we've also got the leaders overall into the pit lane. Justin Rougier might well be taking tyres this time around. Andrew Dyson has. Tom Freer has got back into the Synergy Sim Racing car, but hasn't taken tyres, so that's a rare occurrence. Wayne Borg got in for one stint, and now he's back out again. Tom Freer is out there on somebody else's used tyres, which is not always advisable.
Yeah, you never really want to start your stint a worn set of tires, but yeah, it's not the most ideal way. Of course, they'll be practicing, getting used and getting up to speed as quickly as they can with fresh tires. But usually, when you jump into a car, you think you've got all the grip in the world. You can send it on some nice fresh tires. You're going to have the grip and you can trust the car. But that's not the case because they've just done an hour and a half, 2 hour stint, and then you're going to have to jump in and take the brunt of that one again. Ben Collard going off the Velocity Motorsports car, and yeah, unfortunately for him, hasn't had the best today. Still running in P8, which I think is actually last of the GT3 AMs, but still, you know, trooping on, doing their best, and getting to the checkered flag. That's always an achievement in of itself. So yeah, and you know, there's always progress to be made. Phillip Island has taken a lot of victims today, so there's no disheartening in making these mistakes, because even the best have made it so far. But that Ferrari doesn't look in the, you know, the cleanest of shapes. That front right fender has really been dug in, and he is going a lot. Yeah, he's going incredibly slowly and having to turn well, about 45 degrees to his left in order to actually keep the car in a straight line. So he's going to have to limp this one home because he's gone past the pit lane and he's got an entire lap to do like that.
Yeah, he will certainly be in at the end of this lap, you would imagine, and this is going to be quite tricky. Get him round. Just really getting the wheel over there to get through, but just about managed it there, and trying to stay off the racing line as well, which is a big challenge as Andrew Dyson comes into the pit lane now, and we'll see where he ends up. Really, will Tom Freer be able to get through? Cameron Dance, Jackson Rihana, who's gone in for Summit Sim Sports of the 55. There is a 73 car. Rivals may well get through. Oh no, they actually won't. Cameron Dance, having gone into that car and put new tyres on, is indeed not going to go through. David Turnbull is in because he hasn't pitted yet. But yeah, there is the 22, and the 73 car of Andrew Dyson is in front of them for the first time in quite a while. Really good for their championship, of course.
Quite some margin as well. 7.2 seconds isn't exactly, you know, a small margin. Of course, Cameron Dance and the Drop Bear Motorsport car managed to take the win at Spa, very dramatically so. So they certainly know how to win. It's just a case of whether or not they can dig deep and find a bit more pace. But 7.7 seconds, you know, in the grand scheme of things, after 3.5 hours of racing, isn't particularly the biggest chunk of time. So always time to make that time back up. And but yeah, they've got Summit Sim Sports on their tail. Only 5 tenths back is the 55 car on the 22. So they've got to keep an eye out. They've got to be careful in terms of looking backwards as well as forwards, because they don't want to fall into the clutches of the 55 and fall backwards into 5th, because, you know, they definitely want to go forward into P3 when they're fighting for a championship. But yeah, Matthew Dent's riding on board with him now. He gave us a bit of action a little bit earlier on in the GT3 Pro, and hopefully for him he can try and build a bit of a gap and come in and still go on to the right strategy, because if we're having one of our front runners lose out, it certainly wouldn't be the best way to have one of those lead fights ruined. Summit Sim Sports is still putting a bit of pressure on the 22. 3 tenths is the gap between them. So Drop Bear really not having the best way to get off to this thing. Cameron Dance probably taking a bit of time to adjust to that car, which fair play to him. Phillip Island, as we say, very tricky circuit, and you've got to get into a rhythm with it. You've got to build up a bit of momentum. And just work it up, build up a bit of confidence, and then get into that rhythm, because if you just go out guns a-blazing straight away, you're really not going to help yourself. And I say that it wasn't 5 tenths between us, in fact 8.5 seconds, and now Cameron Dance has settled in. He's brought that gap down by about a second.
Yeah, that was a timing thing rather than anything else. So not quite that close yet, but it could be soon. It really did bring that gap down very quickly last time around. However, it was an outlap for Dyson, so you can excuse him for losing nearly 5 seconds, since he had to come out the pit lane. During that lap, we'll have a much better idea of things at the end of this lap, really, in this battle for 3rd place. Whether Dance is making any inroads here or not. He'd expect him to, because he has taken on 4 tyres at the last pit stop. And so that will surely be benefiting him pretty soon, if not already. It's an 18.3 from Dyson, which is a little bit slow compared to some of those around him, about half a second slower than the 2 in front of him, and 4 tenths slower than Cameron Dance, who is also in the 17s. So not unexpected, but as we saw with Wayne Bork last stint, often straight away the new tyres don't give you much of a difference, but when the older tyres are really starting to wear out, the new ones come into their own because they're obviously a lot fresher.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens to the 225 again. This Blue Bell Racing car really not having the best of days in the office. But yeah, that's the thing with those older tyres. Those fresher tyres, as you say, don't have the make massive inroads early on. It's in fact towards the end of that stint where the older tyres hit a cliff and they completely have no grip whatsoever, and that's when you need to come in, and that's where the fresher tyres, which haven't hit that cliff and are still nice, fresh and grippy, can make the most inroads, because as soon as those old tyres go off, there's no recovering them, there's no maintaining them, they just are gone. They have no grip whatsoever, and yeah, that's when the fresh tyres will really come into their own a good 4 or 5 laps into a stint. As opposed to fresh out the box, because it takes a little bit for those fresh tyres to just scrub in a little bit, get themselves up to temperature, and that's the most important thing for them is to maintain that temperature and keep the tyres clean as well, because Phillip Island, you get a bit onto the grass, you pick up a bit of dirt and you go into the next corner, you're not going to have as much grip as you particularly want, and yeah, you've got to stay on it and make sure those tyres are doing the best, because you go into a corner and you have a massive lockup, that's not going to be doing your tyres any good, and neither is that for Jamie Dyke in the Fishy Motorsports, P12 in the P2 category, and that certainly isn't going to help any inroads towards the 42 Alfa Aggressor racing car.
Yeah, I think Alfa Aggressor actually got through as a result of that, as Kester Mack goes wide through turn 2 and off the road himself for Porsche Racing Team. Ever since that bit of contact at Lukey Heights, he's really been struggling, possibly with damage. This is Jamie Dyke, and just never gets that apex at all there at turn 2. Does he find the barrier? Oh, he locks up so that is not the case. Has to take a very long trip through the gravel. Now for Aggressor Racing, Chris Noble did indeed get through there without too many major problems. It was very easy in the end because of that incident. So there we are, Alfa Aggressor making their way through. They've got nearly 3 seconds over Fishy Motorsports now in that battle for what is 11th place. Over the line once again. These guys, of course, are a lap down, and a lot of these cars are. Only 5 cars, I believe, now on the lead lap, such as the pace of Justin Rougier at the front of the field. And he's still got a little bit of a lead at the moment, Rougier. 22 seconds very nearly over Tom Freer. And given Andrew Dyson, who's even further back than that, over half a minute back. So all falling into place for the number 1 team, and if they were to win the race, it doesn't matter where anybody else finishes, they would jump from 3rd to 1st in this championship.
That's always going to be good for them, and yeah, I mean, they can't get complacent. Of course, right now things are looking good, they're looking strong, they have done for the last 3 hours and 38 minutes, and you know, they're being consistent. That's the best thing, is they've just kept their head down, they've kept themselves out of incidents that other teams perhaps haven't, and that's allowed them to build that gap, and yeah, to be able to jump from 3rd to 1st in the championship would be good, but they've still got, you know, 2 hours 20 minutes in order to get that job done. They can't take their foot off the pedal at all. They can't get complacent, because, you know, AHU motorsports, sim racing in general, will always bite back even if you think you're in control. You certainly are not, and you're always at the mercy of your hardware, of the game, of the cars, and and people around you. So you've got to be on it. You've got to stay awake, and that's going to be the main thing, because yeah, you know, endurance racing, you know, not physically, you're not feeling the G-forces per se of a real car, but you're having that mental fatigue. You're having to take care of a million different things at once, drive around the circuit, and getting a little bit late into your stint. You will start to feel that. So for them, for the AHU number 1, they've got to stay on it, but at the moment, yeah, at least for them, they haven't got the pressure from behind. That's going to be their saving grace, and will allow them to chill out just a little bit. But yeah, you can't not concentrate in a race like this.
Oh dear, Jesse Butler off the road, and that's going to be quite heavy. That Porsche at first turn, running quite well actually for Mach 1 Esports, where he's got to, well, he's about 7th, but now dropping down because of a pit stop that he's presumably had to make. Josh Merton's also off the road through turn 2 for Team JDR. Well, and off the road again for Porsche Racing Team. This is from 2nd in GT3 AM, and considering the leader in GT3 AM is all but gone at this stage, that's not good news. So both of the 2nd and 3rd in GT3 AM have both been off in the last couple of minutes, and all of a sudden we might have a battle here between the two. 281 car was quite a long way down coming into today, really. 9th place in this championship. Best result, I think they managed a podium not so long ago. Was it about? No, it wasn't a podium. It was the top 5, excuse me. But either way, it's Adam Simpson. It hasn't really been his stint, or not one to remember for him anyway. That one on this occasion not his fault, but not the first time we've seen him spin around in the last hour either.
Yeah, no, it hasn't been particularly his day, as there has been the story for the GT3 AM guys, and that's to be expected. They're not the most experienced endurance racers, and that's the point of having that category, is they can come in and learn in a very nice environment, because AHU always does have a nice environment. It's a nice, fun and enjoyable setting atmosphere for people to come and enjoy, and that's good for the GT3 AMs, because endurance racing is one of those things that you have to get better with experience, but it's very difficult to get that experience because a lot of the championships are incredibly difficult to get into. But yeah, that GT3 AM category really going to help them out in order to gain a bit of confidence and build up, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of progression for them over the course of this and hopefully next season. But yeah, it's still a close fight, as the team JDR car did indeed manage to get past on Grant in the Pulse Racing Team 281 car, and let's see if Grant, because he hasn't had the best of days, he's maybe knocked the wall a couple of times, might be knocked in terms of confidence, but yeah, let's see how well he can stay on the back of that 221 car just in front of him. And that'll be the thing, is that when someone overtakes you, try and learn from them, sit behind them, learn their lines, see what they're doing different to you, and see if you can pick up a thing or two, and that will certainly aid you in building some confidence, and that might even help him launch a counter-attack if he's interested in it. But it doesn't seem that way, because the Team JDI car is certainly off and into the distance. That gap now over a second, but that 281 car still running in P3. They've got the 223 of Mag and Turbo about 6 and a bit seconds behind, so yeah, expect the Mag and Turbo car to try and catch up, but still running well and still doing pretty darn good in the GT3 AM category. But yeah, overall they just they need to just tidy it up around the edges a little bit.
Yeah, I think some of the GT AM cars have gone missing actually from the order, because as far as timing is telling me, Billabong Racing and Pulse Racing Teams 280 are in front of Team JDR. So I'm not sure where they found themselves, but anyway, that's a bit weird. But anyway, we do have problems occasionally with the timing. There's so many cars that it's hard to know where they all go, and obviously it's people can get lost and so on. So there we are. Meanwhile, Peter Hunter in the pit lane for some reason. For Velocity Motorsports, not a great day for them either, and some of these cars are especially far down in the order at this stage. It looks like we've had a very big crash somewhere with a lot of cars involved. Synergy Sim Racing 89 just approaching on that now, but yeah, something has gone on here at Siberia by the looks of things. Saw a car off to the right hand side. Tom Freer might have been involved actually. Or was he? Let's have a look. Dearie me. Trying to get through there on a GT. And did actually make a bit of contact, but yeah, that was a late one from Tom Freer, I think it's fair to say. And that, I wonder what that LMP2 is doing there. How did that get involved? It's Chris Dietz in the Bluebell Racing team that was unlucky. Luke Chris looks like he might have been getting himself involved here as well, looking at this. How, though, is the question.
That'll be
Ferrari.
white.
Oh, dearie me.
Oh, and he got collected again.
He got collected again. That Ferrari did just lose control, and it through no fault of his own, really. Tom Freer was just making a late move there, really.
That happens, and unfortunately for Tom Freer, he actually didn't come worse off of that. It was poor Luke that just was a bystander and all of that, and yeah, couldn't react to that Ferrari because the Ferrari tried to catch it, caught it once, and then it just snapped back at him again. So that's a shame. But the Ferrari just completely took off, went into space, and then yeah, that's not the first time we've seen a bizarre crash in the AHU Endurance. But yeah, Chris, very understandably so, coming into the pit lane, has probably a quite sizable bit of damage in order to repair. And again, Adam Simpson, this is turn 2, which again has claimed a lot of victims. He really is struggling to get back onto the circuit, manages to put it back on to a nice safe place to rejoin. But yeah, still running in P5, but he's sort of in no man's land. He's got 30 seconds to the car in front, 32 seconds to the car behind. That's not going to be helping him maintain P5, and it certainly isn't going to be helping him get himself back up into the top 4. Have a look again. I think this is just, again, going to be a generic mistake. Just carrying a little bit too much speed, has to catch the car, and held it for quite a while, but the car had other days as opposed to pointing in the right direction there.
He did try and get that. I think he thought that was a little bit tarmac actually to the left-hand side there that he could use, but quickly realised that it wasn't. It's Josh Merton's going off at Siberia. There we are. Just running slightly wide for the 2-2-1. And now they find themselves behind Grant Madaford in the Porsche Racing Team car, which is hardly surprising, really. This is the JWM eMotorsport Gold car, the BMW that's been dominant today, really. And they've got a very, very big lead over, I think Billabong Racing a second at the moment. But they must have lost themselves somewhere out there. Deary me, that's close. Grant Madaford getting 2 LMP2s going through at him on each side, which is probably a scary thing. It's quite narrow out of Siberia as well. You don't really want to be doing that, but either way, he's trying to mind his own business at this stage. Just Trans-Tasman Racing's Michael Healy running a little bit further down. Yeah, it looks like those two GT AMs have got themselves lost in the pro order, so we'll sort that out. But yeah, I think Billabong Racing and Porsche Racing Team second and third at the moment. Particularly good performance from Billabong Racing, have really not been not been here for the first 2 rounds. They were second last time out, so I guess it is maybe where they'd expect to be, but almost just surprising really where JWM and how big of a lead they've got at this stage. Not quite a lap as that suggests, but it is still a big lead, and it's surprising, I have to say.
Yeah, of course, we saw again Lachlan Capel, his team this season so far has been relatively dominant. I say relatively dominant; they've been extremely dominant, absolutely certainly dominant, relative to absolutely no one. But in terms of the GT3 AM, yeah. And it's good for Billabong that they've managed to keep this consistent run of pace, because we see a lot of teams, they have one really good round, they stand out, they do this, they do that, and they can really fight at the sharp end, and then after that it's sort of P5s, P6s, P7, sort of that sort of area where they're sort of languishing in the midfield. And we've had over 30 different teams take to the podium across all our categories and across our 2 seasons so far, and it's these teams that can keep it consistently at the sharp end. That's where you're really going to see that success. So yes, they joined a little bit later on, but they had that good first round and they're keeping that pace up, and that's really going to be some good momentum for the tail end of this season. Only 2 rounds left to go after this one, and then of course into next season, season 3, if we hopefully have one, which fingers crossed. Yeah, it is good to see they have finally been set back into place. P2 at the moment, the 234, still 49 seconds off. So we're bigging up Billabong quite a lot here, and I think that is just even in of itself bigging up JWM eMotorsport Gold, that 286, because yeah, they're doing an even better job than Billabong at the moment. So yeah, fair play to them in the GT3, and we're yet really to have much of a competition for the race lead in that category. So hopefully we can have one towards the tail end of this season. But yeah, so far the GT3 AM has just sort of been a runaway.
Well, it is at the moment in this particular race. We haven't. I say we haven't had a repeat race winner. We've had 2 Porsche Racing Team wins in a row, but they've been docked 100 points in penalties. If they hadn't had that, they would have been a runaway championship leader as well. But I'm not sure what the 100 points was for. But I could probably find out if doing enough digging. But that is quite significant. It's still only 40 points off at the 279 team. But where are they today? I can't see them anywhere, which is not helpful. They may not be here, which might be why. I can't see them here today. So there we are. I think we may be on the verge of having another retirement as well with Bluebell Racing. I'm not sure if they're going to get themselves going again today. But if not, then we've got 37 cars remaining. And it does feel like that a little bit. It does feel like we're missing a few cars here at this stage. It has been a race of attrition after all. There's been a lot of incidents, and despite having one fast repair, it's hardly surprising to see so many cars out of this race early on after everything that we've seen today.
Yeah, certainly so. And, it's sort of died down a little bit. People have been a bit more sensible. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see much of the carnage because it started very early on. So I was well and truly asleep for the first couple of hours of this race. And I feel extremely bad for Lewis and Cam that had to take the first couple of hours of this race. But hey-ho, it's certainly worth it to see that chaos and that carnage. But yeah, sort of died down a little bit. But we're certainly seeing still the consequences of that action with teams being knocked down, knocked off strategy, and even out of this race. And hey, that's racing, that's endurance racing, that's what happens sometimes. But yeah, it's the teams that can sort of get to the end of the race with as few incidents as possible are really going to be the ones, as you say, a race of attrition, the ones that can outlast everyone else, the ones that can just withstand the pressure, withstand the chaos, and try and negotiate their way through. That's where we're going to see a lot of the more experienced teams perhaps rise to the top of the pecking order. Unfortunately, we haven't really got much in the way of on-track battles going on at the moment. Everyone's sort of spaced out a little bit, especially in the P2 and especially in the GT3 Pro. But we have got a bit of a race here between the Team JDR and the Pulse Racing Team 281 car. Josh Mertens in that Lamborghini, just trying to close the gap on that BMW in front, and hopefully for him we can see a bit of action down the pit straight and in the slipstream. Has that Lamborghini got enough in it in order to pull the gap down and in towards turn 1? Not quite close enough in order to manufacture a move, but certainly enough to put the 281 under pressure, going a little bit defensive.
I have noticed the Lamborghini's quite strong in the straight line, to be honest. It's too bad you can't really use it that much around here. So that front straight is the only real straight at all. But it has been useful on occasion. So I believe that might be the race leader going through on them at the moment. Certainly one of the Apex Hunters United cars. May well be the first of them, as we see Blue Flag Racing and their 56 trying to hold off the 96. At the moment, Alpha Aggressor Racing in the pit lane, which is a bit of a strange time. But it's all about whatever strategy you're onto at this stage. Maybe down the inside, bit of a move here on Tesserano, but nothing doing into turn 1. What's happened here to the 111? I bet it's going to be through Siberia again. It's a bizarre amount of incidents through here, considering it's a kind of slow speed, sort of simple looking corner. A nice donut. But considering it's such a simple corner, I find it very bizarre that we've seen so many incidents there today.
Yeah, well, Phillip Island as a whole just looks like a more generic circuit that you wouldn't expect much of. But yeah, certainly a track that has a lot of character. It's these simplistic circuits that you would think that are not going to provide as much action, but certainly so. Siberia has proven to be quite difficult, as has this corner just up here with Leaky Heights, and of course turns 1 and 2. Yeah, there's a lot of opportunity for chaos, and this is the fight for P6 in the P2. We've got Jaden Edmonds in the 96 trying to get onto the back of the 56, and will certainly find a way through. Quite a little bit was the Summit Simsport car on that AHU GT, and that certainly made Jaden's job just a little bit easier in getting through. Managed to negotiate the Porsche there, but yeah, up into P6 fairly easily so. I want to find out what happened to that Summit car. I want to see if they've managed to find their way out of the barrier. But yeah, that was he just got beached on the curb, just sort of like a skateboard going across the railings, just completely bottomed out and just went straight. Was a complete passenger there, and unfortunately for him, that's cost him at least a couple of places, which is a shame. But yeah, Jaden Edmonds, as much as racing drivers, we don't wish misfortune on our competitors. Yeah, he's certainly not going to be complaining one bit.
It certainly isn't. I think it's just a bit of the change of direction and braking downhill and so on and so forth that's made things quite difficult there, really. And they've been off the road. Let's see a car off the road again, going through out of the Honda corner there. But either way, that's Sorono's incident. Dear me, nearly got into the barriers. It's a 280. 280 Pulse Racing Team car. Championship leader at the start of the day. Having going for a little spin there, and Billabong Racing have indeed got through on them, so a few points lost there. Oh, and that's going to be the bodywork loss there for Team Kraken, getting things wrong at turn 1.
Yeah, certainly so. And again, Team Kraken having yet another incident. That was Yeah, not the most fantastic way to take turn one, but here we are. Here's the Drop Bear Motorsport car, the 22 on the back of the 55. Of course, you look to just before the last set of pit stops, or just after the last set of pit stops, where the 55 was chasing down the 22. Now managed to find a way in front, and they've got a bit of a gap up to the Simrix.com DPR car in the 73. But yeah, the Cameron Dance got off to a decent start at the start of this stint, but unfortunately has fallen into the clutches of the 55 just ahead. But that gap, it's about a second. They've got a bit of traffic just in front of him. He might be able to launch a counter attack, but P5, P4, it's not something you really want a lot of risk in going for, especially still with 2 hours left of this race remaining. You can always find that time up a little bit later on. This is the Mag & Turbo 223 car, a car that we probably expected a little bit more of. Had a bit of action, did Bruce Tannock, and again, just over the crest, dipping down the hill, under brakes, a little bit offline, and yet again, that rear of the car just goes round. Carried a little bit too much speed through, I think.
Yeah, it has a little bit. But yeah, dear oh dear. Britannic dropping down once more. As I say earlier, came into today only 6 points off the championship leader. Oh, and off again. Deary me, Bruce Tannock off again and not finding the barriers at turn 2, fortunately. But deary me, not been their day as we go back to Fishy Motorsport now for Aggressor Racing. Jamie Dyke just pulling to the left-hand side there. Almost looked like he was letting the Alpha Aggressor Racing car through there. Yeah, that is very bizarre. He's going so slowly. He's letting a few cars through. Some of them involved with laps further up than they are. But still, it's very weird to just let someone through like that, going down the main straight.
Yeah, just a little bit. But yeah, the main thing is they didn't cause an incident. Whether they had an issue or something like that, they did the right thing in pulling off and getting out of the way. This is the fight for P2 in the prototype class. This is Andrew Dyson in that 73 that we were talking about just a minute ago, on the back of the Synergy Sim Racing, the 89, because yeah, it's pretty much been a fight for second so far in this race between Tom Freer and Andrew Dyson, because Justin Rougier is just sort of taken off into the distance a little bit, 30 seconds in front, which is always going to be a nice sight to see for the AHU fans. But yeah, that 73 certainly is going to be trying to put some pressure on. They're going to want to get themselves into second place and try and go for it. But with the traffic, with how difficult Phillip Island has been, maybe if they just sit there and put a bit of pressure on. But just look at how strong that slipstream is, really gaining a lot down this straight. But again, that Synergy has just got a little bit more through turn 1. They've got that Ferrari to negotiate, and you can just see how much Andrew can close up because of the difference in speed between the two categories of GT and prototype. So now Andrew Dyson might be able to eye up a move down towards the hairpin, maybe use that slipstream pull to the right hand side. How late can he be under brakes? It's late enough in order to get himself up into second place. And yeah, Tom Freer really had nothing to say to that one. And there's Andrew Dyson in the 73. We thought he might get chased after by the 22 Drop Bear Motorsport car, but no, he's the one that's been pressing forward and now into second place.
Yeah, so much surprising, because both of these are on older tyres, and I didn't think Dyson would have the pace to do that. But Fishy Motorsports, Jamie Dyke back down the inside of Alpha Aggressor Racing, so after pulling aside completely and letting everybody through down the front straight 1 lap ago, about a lap and a half later, they're all of a sudden making moves once again and getting back into 11th place. Oh dearie me, that's getting down the inside of Billabong Racing there. Very risky move through the top of the circuit there, but made it work, and he's through again. Just over, should I say, 2 hours to go here at Phillip Island in the AHU Endurance Championship race by VCO. Still 2 rounds to go after this one, 14 hours of racing to go after this one, as Bruce Tannock is not having a good day. The 223 car now off at the final corner.
Yeah, no, certainly not. It is the 223. Really, it's just been one of those days, I think. They happen, of course. Naturally, they do in racing. But again, as we say, if you want to fight for a championship, if you want to do well in this series, you've got to be on it week after week. You really can't afford to have much more than sort of 1 round off in that sense. And yeah, they're with only 2 rounds left to go. If they want to do anything in terms of a meaningful championship position, they're gonna have to brush it off a little bit. Still P7, so again not the worst, but they're sort of they just can't really make much progress forwards or backwards. Well, definitely forwards. They can certainly make progress backwards, but they can't make progress forwards and gain much points. But we're going to see what happened to them, and that is a very bizarre incident in the fact that they just sort of kept turning left. It's not like the rear snapped on them, and yeah, that's a strange one. And to be fair, the rear did go, and he tried to catch it, but yeah, there was no catching that. As soon as that Ferrari decided it was going to go, it made its mind up, and it was gone.
Yeah, certainly lost the rear there. Oh, speaking of losing the rear, Grant Madderford might be about to do that, or he's about to understeer off. No, it's the first one. There we are. Big slide, doesn't go all the way around, but does lose some time there in the 281. Where are they currently? Right now, make it about fifth, excuse me. Dropping behind Josh Mertens, who he's been battling with for a while. About nearly 10 seconds between them right now. The 22 car has been continually falling back here, Cam Dance. Jackson Rihana's now in front of him right now, I do believe. Yeah, those two weren't that order not so long ago, so this is Cam Dance behind the Summit Simsports car with 2 hours to go here, losing more points. Drop there, it was looking very good for them not so long ago, but all of a sudden it isn't quite so much. So going to need to try and get back towards the front. The final car on the lead lap, because they've got a minute 10 very nearly behind them. But that's not much consolation really. Go back to the leader in GTM. He really is leading by a very long way at the moment. But yeah, Cam Dance is going to have to try and make his way, make some progress soon here.
And well, yeah, Wade Reynolds. I say that Billabong has actually gained a few seconds. Last time we saw them, they were I think 48 or 49 seconds back. So they've gained a fair bit of time, but in a 40-second gap, that's you've got to make a little bit more up than this. This is Peter Hunter in the Velocity Motorsports car again, just going a little bit too wide through turn 1. We said earlier on, and you've said before, how the GTs really have to use all the track to their outside, going through pretty much every corner. And unfortunately for him, he used just a little bit too much. Turn 1's very fast corner. If you lose. If you get a bit of understeer, you certainly will be going over the grass, and as we say, you're not always going to be liked by the grass or the curb. They're very they do have tendencies to spit you back out, and Turn 1 seems to be claiming quite a few victims today. This is Jackson Susan Harlow in the pit lane for the GT3. So on the hour, this is when we expect all the GTs to come through. And the Venable Sim Racing car, the 101, has been driving pretty well and will be fighting up there probably for 2nd or 3rd place. And he's going to be wanting to get in and out as quickly as possible. But yeah, this is probably where we're going to see the majority of the GT3s start to pile their way through. And Cameron Dance, you said he needs to try and make some progress forward. He's still with the 55, but it's sort of been a stalemate, at least for the last sort of 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, trying to. But yeah, as you say, it is the time to be in if you are a GT3, because they can go about an hour. We've got about 2 to go in this race. Through turn 1. And now 2 as well. This battle for 4th place. Also one going on for 2nd at the moment. It's hard to know which one to look at, or where to look indeed in these races, but on board with Cam Dance there, and back now to the battle for 2nd. Tom Freer trying to get back at Andrew Dyson here. Wasn't expecting this to really materialise either. Wasn't expecting Freer to be caught in the first place, but now that he has been, he's sort of making a bit of a resurgence, which is also a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, certainly so. The DPI car, Andrew Dyson, sort of made quick work of him. That slipstream really helped them in getting through on that run to the hairpin, and now Tom Freer with a bit of traffic might be able to find a way through, because you can see Andrew getting a little bit desperate there. I think the AHU wants to come into the pit lane, or well, at least try. Now has to commit to another lap if that was his intention. But yeah, Tom Freer now tucked up in the slipstream nicely. They've got a bit of traffic to contend with. Who can duck and dive their way through down this pit straight effectively enough? Andrew Dyson not going to cover off the inside. Tom Freer not going to go to the inside himself, just going to decide to stay behind and use Andrew as a vessel to cut through the traffic. But yeah, that certainly managed to allow him to put a little bit more pressure on and maybe even manufacture a move for second place and launch that counter attack. And it's been nice to see how the LMP2 cars can follow each other. You know, one car gets through, but the car behind is certainly not done with you. Maybe look into the inside of the hairpin, nor more just trying to get past the Porsche there into the hairpin. But yeah, still putting the pressure on. Certainly could be a good fight to watch out for P2.
Certainly will. So the leader in GT3 Pro is in a very big lead. When he came in there, did Matthew Dench, but that is because of pit stops. Go on board, going up the hill here through turn 10, down towards MG at the bottom of the hairpin here. Now out towards the final couple of corners as well, and out onto the front straight. I don't know if these will be coming in very soon. Possibly. Really, they're on that. This is the end of lap 20. 25 for Dyson, 27 for Tom Freer, so it will be towards the end of the stint, and with 40 minutes per stint, that will make it 3 stints to go for about here, which works out about right. But I know we've only seen 2 safety cars so far in this race, but I still find it hard to believe that we're not going to see another one in this race.
Not so far. We've been in the booth. Well, I've been in the booth for about an hour. So, and we're yet to see one. So good on these guys. We've seen a few incidents, but nothing quite catastrophic enough in order to bring out the full course safety car. It's unlikely that we're going to go to the end full green. We've got a bit of side-by-side action between some of the P2s. I don't quite think that's full position. And Tom Freer, and tagged round, unfortunately, was the lapped car. So that's a shame because, you know, car on car, you'd expect them to sort of move out the way a little bit better than that. But yeah, here we go. Here's Andrew Dyson trying to look, and it was in fact Andrew Dyson that got tagged round in the Simrix car, which is just a shame to get tagged round by a lapped car. And that ruined the fight for P2 that we were so looking forward to. I think that was the Fishy Motorsport car, if I'm not wrong.
I think so. I think it was the number 8 car, and that is going to be possibly defining for their season for Dyson. He goes around. Oh, he's not come round to the pit lane yet. Tom Freer is in. Andrew Dyson, I feel, might well come in here as well. I know he carries on one more time, so the damage clearly. Oh no, he does carry on. The damage clearly is not sufficient enough. But there it is, inside line for Jamie Dye. I don't know why he's going down the inside at Siberia there of a car that is 1 lap up on him. There was a bit of a dive at the hairpin previously to this from Dyson, so I just wonder if there's something in that. But either way, I don't think you should be sticking your car up the inside like that of a car that is indeed, after all, a little bit further up, or at least got a lap or 2 on you. So yeah, that is probably going to be Fishy Motorsport's fault, and they may well get a penalty for that.
Yeah, I'd expect them to. I think that was just a little bit silly. Of course, they're going after the Pies racing car, so this is going to be to the dismay of you, unfortunately, Ewan, if they do end up getting overtaken. But yeah, for Fishy, that was also very close under the brakes for the right-hander there. But yeah, it's just one of those things that you're a lap down. You're really not at all in their race, and yet you're sending one to the inside of a corner like Siberia, and that's completely ruined a chance for P2 that we were so ever looking forward to, unfortunately, but hopefully that Andrew Dyson can pick up the pieces and try and push on and try and get back. And of course we said that it might not run green, so we could have a safety car to bring Andrew back into the mix, but that's a shame for him because it's one of those things that he was a complete passenger to. He gave him well and truly enough room on the inside, and he certainly didn't have to. It was a lapped car that shouldn't be making that move, but yeah, Jamie just sort of understeered out, and yeah, that's how it happened. This is at Tao Sereno on the outside of the BMW, and again, that's that thing going around the outside of a GT3, especially on the exit of a corner. That's always going to be disastrous.
Yeah, certainly. Dyson doesn't seem to be too slow, by the way. It doesn't seem to be too affected by the damage. Might not even be much on there at all. He did a 17 quite comfortably last time around. So the overall leader, Justin Rougier, is into the pit lane now. And I wonder if he'll be making a driver change. He's been in that car for a good while now. But seems to be staying in. Just here for the moment. Yeah, stays in for another stint. Can't do the entirety of this race by himself, but I'm not... Oh, no, well, I'll say that. Ben Cornet does indeed get in right now. So the number 1 car, reigning champions, do indeed make a driver change. Might well be for the first time today. I'm not entirely sure, but this can happen. Sometimes drivers start the race, as Cam was saying a little bit earlier on, and then their teammates will get there a little bit later on because they've got other things to do in the day. And that might be what happened, or what is happening at AHU in that number 1 car. But it's a popular time to be in for LMP2.
Yeah, you did say just a couple of laps ago that this is when the cars are going to come in. But yeah, now Ben Cornet going to take the helm of that AHU number 1. He's just got to keep doing what his teammate Justin was doing for the last, well, however long he was in the car, probably 4 hours if we're right in that they haven't changed drivers. But yeah, he's just got to keep doing what the team's been doing. Just stay consistent, do your job, save the tyres, save the fuel, stay on strategy, and you should be fine. Keep your nose clear of incidents because, you know, they've got the margin just to be able to do that. Just to be consistent, focus on the consistency as opposed to the out-and-out pace. You're not really worrying about chasing a car for position. You're not really worrying about a car behind you. And that's going to allow you to just sort of have a nice, easier time. You can take a bit of a breather down the straight, and yeah, hopefully he can press on because they've driven fantastically and they do deserve to be in the success that they are. This is the fight.
Oh.
Ooh. And again, that the 225, I think, just getting tagged around. This is the Fishy Motorsport car trying to get past the Whitey Pies Racing 65 in towards turn 1. Will do so. And that's Guy Leach, the 146 Ferrari, I do apologise, being tagged round, just going onto the pit straight. So I'm not entirely sure if he was helped round by the number 8 or if he unfortunately did just get just spun around himself. We're going to have a look because the number 8 is very close. Might have been netcode, or was there a bit of contact? Not entirely sure, but yeah, the number 8, Jamie, was certainly wanting to mount an attack and probably just forgot that the Injectors Online Racing car was there.
Hard to tell from that angle. This is the attempted move around the outside at turn 2. Make it work here though. Was down to, or is this a repass? I was thinking there might have actually been a repass there. So yeah, we'll try and see if we can get a closer look at what went on. Meanwhile, Benjamin Faulkner making moves of his own. Oh, wonder if that was the GT3. Excuse me. I wonder if that was the GT3 just defending there, or whether that was just the GT3 running a bit wide. But Benjamin Faulkner there, almost coming to a complete stop. This is the onboard shot. Is there netcode? Is there space?
Oh, yes, no.
Hard to tell. There may well be netcode involved there. Not entirely sure. But it certainly had dramatic consequences for the Ferrari. Down the inside into turn 1. We thought this move was complete for Fishy Motorsport, but it doesn't look like it was. Because they're both in together, and now Fishy have jumped them in the pit lane. I presume that Whitey's Pies Racing are taking tyres at this stage. Oh no, they're only just making their stop now. So, not sure what's happened there either. But either way, Fishy Motorsports are indeed up into 12th place, but they're all, of course, behind this car right here, the number 22 of Ben Cornet, who's now finally driving this number 1 car.
Yeah, indeed. And the 55, that's the Summit Sim Sport car, just about 5 seconds off the 22, and hopefully can be trying to make sure that's the 225 again, the Bluebell Racing car, different driver at the helm, Nick Bottrill, as opposed to Chris just a little bit earlier on, but still. Different driver, same car, same misfortune, into Siberia, just a little bit wide, not on that inside camber, and that's not where you want to be, and unfortunately for him was sent round. That Ferrari has certainly seen better days than today here at the Phillip Island at 6 hours, but yeah, hopefully they can brush it off a little bit. They're still going, which is a good thing, is the fact that a team that have gone through as much as they have today, it'd be very easy just to F4 and just leave, but they haven't. They've pressed on, they're still doing laps, they're still enjoying themselves, and well, I don't know about enjoying themselves. I hope they're enjoying themselves, but yeah, they're pressing on, they're still racing, and that's what we like to see.
They are indeed. Long way down, as you say. Team Kraken and Velocity Motorsports both in the pit lane now. Not sure if they're out. Possibly. Oh no, I think Team Kraken are still in, but over 10 minutes now is the pit stop for Velocity Motorsports, and you remember that those issues earlier on for that team. To be fair, this Bluebell Racing team, the last pit stop was 11 minutes as well, so it's not been a good day for some of those a little bit further down, but I do believe we have about 37 cars still out there on the circuit. Let's hope that they will all continue to keep running here. Although Luke Christ, I think in the SRV VRT, is now out of the race. It's Benjamin Faulkner still having trouble with this GT3, cutting it at a very similar point and getting into contact with Brad Newman, I think, is still driving that car.
It could have been quite disastrous as well. That was fairly close to just utter calamity with the two. And yeah, that is... yeah, that's not particularly what we want to see. He has managed to clear it, but I think he has been passed as well. No, he hasn't. He's got no one really particularly near him. But yeah, the 43, the anecdotal car, not the greatest of days. But that's the thing with traffic, especially into a corner like that, where the GT3s are well and truly on the limit. You're going to have to back off, and it's very easy for those mistakes to start to creep in. But yeah, Benjamin just, again with traffic, just needs to take an extra air of caution. Still got 2 hours, an hour and 45 minutes left of this race to go, if I can do maths. I'd hope so. I've got my GCSEs this year, but yeah, an hour and 45 left to go for the remainder of this race. Yeah, Benjamin Faulkner just needs to iron out those little mistakes here and there, because that certainly could have been disastrous, but certainly wouldn't be an anomaly in this race, because yeah, we've seen fairly similar incidents so far.
I forgot about that. You got no excuse on the maths.
I haven't. No. Never trust a commentator's maths, because most of them have been out of school for 7 years. I have no excuse.
It's true. I've been out of school for a while. About 3 years probably since I did maths, seriously. But yeah, never trust a commentator's maths is going to be the phrase of Daytona, I think. I did hear somewhere that Daytona's double points, but I'm not entirely sure if that's true or not. Because it's already 300 for a win, so it's not like we're likely to see the championship sealed before we get to the final race. But there may still be double points as Billabong Development have been off the road here. Back on again, fortunately. But yeah, still losing a bit of time to the leaders in GT3 AM, who are now in the pit lane. Did actually have a lap lead briefly while those pit stops were getting themselves through. But yeah, there we are. Wayne Bork back into the CNG Sim Racing car. So almost every pit stop here, dear me, almost every pit stop here, these guys are making a driver change, which is very weird between Tom Free and Wayne Bork. You'd think just leave one of them in for a little while and then take turns that way. But every stint almost.
Yeah, but I mean, the 89 is still going well. I mean, they're still in P4 and about 6.5 seconds off the 55, so they're not exactly doing bad. But yeah, Wayne Bork has taken a decent chunk of this race and has, for the most part, been doing a pretty good job of it. He's got about 10 seconds back to the simrace.com DPR. That's 73. That was involved in the tussle just a little bit earlier on, which yeah, isn't testament of their pace at all. They certainly should have been at the sharp end with and amongst the 55 and the 22 for P2, 3 and 4, but unfortunately find themselves in 5th. Hopefully they can claw back a bit of time, maybe assisted by a safety car or otherwise. But that 55 has made some inroads on the 22. 2.2 seconds is the gap between them. Of course, just Ben Cornett now at the wheel of that AHU #1 car has sort of taken off. 21 seconds, so yeah, not really going to be anyone be able to mount a challenge on them anytime soon. But that 55 on the 22 certainly could be one to watch.
Certainly good. He's fairly close up for second at the moment in the LMP2. 55 is making some inroads. It's Jackson Rihanna. I swear that was in front of Cameron Dance before these most recent pit stops, but either way. Bork has got some new tyres as well, which will help him. Scott Sislowski got into the 73 for Andrew Dyson. And there may have been a bit of damage repair in there as well, though it's not reflected in the stop time particularly. And he'll try and close that 11-second margin at this stage. It's good to see that the top three in the championship are all up here in the race. The 89 is 4th in the championship and the race as well. So this is all good news for a good fight towards the end. I'm not going to try and calculate what the standings would look like, but I do know that this car would be leading. So any car in the top 3 in the championship winning the race would automatically give them the lead, and that's exactly what Ben Cornett is doing right now. It's fairly comfortable as well. The last thing they need is a safety car though.
Yeah, that would. I mean, it benefits others. You know, one man's trash, another man's treasure. Ben Cornett would not want a safety car, but yeah, you know, the Drop Bear Motorsport, they would certainly take the opportunity in order to try and creep their way into the race lead if they can. Of course, we saw last season Drop Bear managed to sneak a couple of wins with a safety car. Of course, the Silverstone, round 1 of the AHU Endurance Championship last season, they managed to sneak their way through into the race win after a late safety car. So, you know, it could be a similar story in the P2 category today. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Drop Bear as a team do like to sort of nick wins right towards the sharp end of things. Of course, we saw Spa with that dramatic last lap, Silverstone last season in the GT categories. If they could do it today, certainly would just be tradition for them.
Yeah, in the GT category, I was a bit confused. Could have sworn Lobs won the Silverstone racing overall, but
that
they
was
did.
P2.
Yeah, that was LMP2, not the GTs. As Bluebell Racing, I'm afraid, have got off the road here once more. You can guess what's going to happen here. The easiest game of what happened next you've ever seen. Nick Bottrell, is he going to get the ball? No, he stays out of it just for the moment, which is good to see. And the two AHU cars here running in close proximity, but just Ryan Wood running a bit wide there. He has replaced Brad Newman recently in their car. Richie Stanaway, or is that the one that Richie Stanaway has just gone into? Either way, Newman's not out there anymore. Stanaway trying to chase down Ryan Hunter at the moment in the 111 for 4th place. Yeah, it was just like what we were expect to see really from a GT Pro order. 5 very good teams. They're all relatively close as well. Only like 11 or 12 seconds separating the top 3 at the moment, which is very close indeed, considering how long we've had in this race.
Yeah, so it's pretty close, and yeah, the top 3 in GT3 Pro as well, one to watch out for. But the Evolution Racing team, they were a little bit off the Vendables Sim Racing car a little bit earlier on, about 12 or so seconds. They managed to claw that back to about 4.5 seconds. Now is the case, and in terms of the championship, that would be fantastic if they can get in the mix and spice things up just a little bit. Still Fishy Motorsports, we can see diving onto the inside of turn 2 on the Alpha Aggressor 42 car, just again having to tuck back in. Yeah, Jamie Dyke certainly not waiting around with any moves today. He sees a gap, he's certainly going to go for it, and this is a great little scrap as they try and negotiate on the analytical car into the right-hander. And managed to get the job done, or well, didn't get the job done, but the 42 car managed to get the job done in staying ahead. Shame this is only a fight for P11 and not a little bit further up, but certainly giving us a bit of action.
They certainly are. It is a little bit further down, but Fishy Motorsport have been on the move really in the last few moments. Oh dearie me, that was close between Billabong Development and one of the Pulse cars. Now trying to get down the inside of everybody into this hairpin. The Lamborghini just pulls wide, which is probably a sensible thing to do. The Alpha Aggressor team trying to get through there in the penultimate corner as well, wasn't able to, and injectors online. Well, yeah, turn 2. A little bit of oversteer on this occasion, rather than going wide. So something a little bit different, but going to be a problem there with that marshal's post in the way. They're going to have to try and get out of the way of everybody. Velocity Motorsports have recently repaired their car. Peter Hunter doing his best to make it need repairs again. There we are, off the road at Siberia. But no harm really in that one. This is the 282. Custer Mack finally got himself maybe into a bit of a rhythm here, which will be good to see, because he's been struggling so far this stint.
Yeah, but that's been, you know, the story for a lot of people. A lot of the people have been struggling, so it's nothing exclusive just to them. This race as a whole has been pretty difficult. We have got a fight. The Summer Simsport car has got past the 22 up in the prototype category. I think that was a long time coming, in all honesty, and you can see just managed to get himself up as Jackson Rihanna over the 22. Still Cameron Dance at the wheel, and we're going to see how he managed to get it done. Late dart to the right hand side and towards turn 1. Very quick corner, not one you're really on the brakes for very long, especially in these prototypes, but a nice move indeed to just sail past with not being stuck behind him for too long.
Yeah, absolutely. He was able to get through nicely indeed. Just Velocity Motorsports going for another spin there at turn 2. Now, joining us in the green room at the moment. We've got Angus Cook waiting for us from the 56 team, currently running in 7th, so we'll bring him in and we'll have a bit of a chat. Welcome to the booth, Angus. Good to have you here. As I say, 7th place for you guys at the moment, just about a lap down as things stand. How is the race going for you? How would you assess this so far? Is this a positive race so far, or how are you feeling?
Yeah, cheers for having me, guys. It's been a hectic race so far, to say the least. There's been cars off left, right, and centre. Led the race, which I'm very proud of, even though maybe, we've fallen down to 7th. But to be able to lead a race, hold my own, and pull away at certain points in the race, it was. I was very nervous, very excited, to say the least. But we've got Taylor in the car now, P7, and we're just waiting for hopefully a safety car, which we thought was inevitable. But with the walls being so far away, everyone's been able to manage to get back to the pits and avoid needing to tow. So Jackson's just snagged P2 off Cameron Dance. So the team as a whole is on the up, and we've managed a podium in I think every race so far this season. So hopefully Jackson can continue that for us.
Yes, I was a little bit surprised as well, actually, at the little amount of safety cars, but there we are. I guess it makes sense. Jogging to that little moment earlier on in the race, you guys obviously leading the race. Safety car after 20 minutes or so, almost everybody decided to come in, literally everybody, or apart from you and one other car. What was the thinking behind staying out there doing something so different to everybody else?
Yeah, well, luckily we had both cars behind each other, so we just did one of each. So pretty much we just split the strategy. I was keen to stay out because I kind of like to just run consistent. Run the fuel tank dry, take tyres on every 2 stops, and so yeah, I wanted to do that. Jack dove into the pits, and just meant that we had a choice in strategy, which come the next safety car completely equalised because we ended up side by side.
Absolutely, and one final thing as well, you mentioned hoping for a safety car. I think a lot of people are in the same position as you with regards to that. Where do you think you can get to, if indeed there isn't one, and if indeed there is a safety car, then where do you think you can get to?
Yeah, the top 4 at the moment I think are quite set. Again, I think Jax can definitely take on Dance and Cornet. I think Cornet's going to stay in the car to the end, which if Rugia jumps in, I think they'll be the car to look for. If Burke stays in, they'll be the car to look for, so it might be dependent on driver changes too. But if we get a safety car out, as we've been doing all season, we've been right on the edge of the podium in the K2 car, the number 2 car in the team. But for the lead car, the win still eludes us, so we're definitely looking to take a win. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that Liam can jump back in the car and get that for us.
Absolutely, we'll have our fingers crossed. Thanks very much for joining us, Angus. It's been good to have you here, and yeah, good luck with the rest of the race.
That's all right. It's great to jump in. Loving the broadcast. I know the whole team and all the families at home are watching, so keep up the good work. It's really fun to watch.
Thanks very much. Angus Cook joining us there from the 56 team of course, Summit Simsports. They're also talking about the 55 car, currently in 3rd place with Jackson Rihada there. They've got 2 chances at a very good result here today. Don't forget, if you are indeed a driver watching on at home, want to have a quick chat with us in the booth, then you're more than welcome to put yourself in the green room, and we can have a bit of a chat as we just did with Angus there, because after the race it's going to be a bit of a rush. We're only going to be interviewing the class winners at the end of this one, so that is going to limit us a bit. Oh, dearie me. Big moment here, though. Zach, leader, Ben Cornet, off the road in a big way there. Not entirely their fault either, really.
Yeah, no, not at all. Ben Cornet, yeah, just it seems they were untouchable, and unfortunately for them, they do seem to be. Unfortunately, that wasn't particularly Ben Cornet's fault, as you said, with the lap traffic just having to negotiate his way through, but still has a sizable lead. 13 seconds, that's about as close as it's been, and they did lose a little bit of time from that skirmish, but yeah, certainly going to take a little bit more caution going through on the lap traffic now. Again, just going for a move around the outside, but yeah, the GT just unfortunately understood a little bit and tagged them. And yeah, very easy for them to be sent round. But yeah, the Synergy Sim Racing car, the 89, has managed to creep themselves up into a podium place, because the 55 was in front of the 22 not too long ago, just before our interview with Angus Cook. In fact, he was in front, and is now about 2.5 seconds back on that 22, and the 89's managed to creep their way through. So certainly is spicy for this race for second in the prototype. This is Wayne Bork going to the inside in that 89 car. They've been driving really well as Wayne Bork, considering how long he's been in that car. And yeah, that was a nice move. Again into the hairpin, so that seems to be our main action point for today.
Yeah, Jackson Rihanna hasn't long been overtaken by Cameron Dance here, but he's been overtaken again there. Third place now, and Wayne Bork is trying to pull away. Has done, indeed, pulled away a little bit here, trying to chase down Cameron Dance. But this race is very much more on than it was. The top four now separated by about 15 seconds, which is a lot closer than it was previously. And if indeed the 73 car, Scott Cieslawski, can get involved, which I think they will be able to, because I don't reckon Cieslawski will be getting out of that car again. I don't think he'll take any tyres either. They could play a factor in the remainder of this race. But yeah, plenty of things to be watching up front and a little bit further down as well. The battle for 8th and 11th going on. LMP2 certainly providing the most entertainment for us at the moment, which we haven't seen too much of yet this season, but it's becoming the case at the moment.
Yeah, certainly so. This is the 286, the car that we've just had to sort of check in with and see if they're still there, because they've got such a sizable lead in the GT3 AM category that we don't often get to see much of them. That's the 225 again. This is a car we have seen a lot of, and unfortunately not for the right reasons, as this Summit SimSport car just goes straight into the back of them. And that is unfortunate. Can't really put much blame on either party there, because the 225 was sort of off the racing line. And yeah, that's one of those things. You can see Todd Gibson in the 136 just trying to go slow, make sure he doesn't get involved in anything. But yeah, that was a pretty big crash, especially because the Summit SimSport car was coming certainly at a rate of knots to a car that was, going really slowly. You're going to take another look on board with Nick, who just gets it all sorts of wrong, bounces off the wall. There's a Lamborghini he's gone to say hello to, and then he's just extremely wide, brings it back onto the circuit, and you can see, just going quite slowly. There's the Trans-Tasman racing car going through, and then bang, the Summit SimSport car trying to lap the Lamborghini, and yeah, didn't see the Ferrari that was going to be in his way.
That's Teo Serrano. Unfortunately, the car of Angus Cook we were just talking to not 5 minutes ago, so that is going to discourage people from talking to us from now on, I think. Oh dear. Anyway, it's you don't often expect to see a Ferrari on the outside line. They're just running very slowly. I understand they were trying to get out of the way of everybody. These LMP2s are often offline at making moves, so unfortunately that's not turned out to be a great idea in the end. Coming up though to in the next 10 minutes or so, we're going to be seeing some more LMP2 pit stops. Then the GT3s will be in about 15-20 minutes after that for the final time, and then going to be LMP2s once more to the end of the race. Todd Gibson, my goodness, this is a trip across the across the grass, and bounces his way sort of back onto the circuit again, but no real slowdown for him there. He has cut the course, but safe to say he hasn't really gained anything out of that.
Yeah, I'm all for trying different lines, but I don't think that one is going to be any quicker. But just to be safe, you might have gained a couple of tenths. But yeah, well and truly, that is not going to be the line he's going to be wanting to be taking for any latter experience in the through that corner here at Philippine. This is Liam Ferry in the 58 car, having to dive to the inside of the Ferrari, trying to still put some pressure on the 56 just in front of him. This fight for P7. Haven't actually seen much of these guys at all. We've seen how strong this slipstream is down this pit straight, and maybe he might be able to mount a bit of a challenge. This again, the analytical 43 on the back of the 27. I've seen a lot of the Alfa Aggressor racing cars today, and for pretty decent reasons. They're running inside the top 10. Last time out, we saw them for slightly different reasons, but this time out they seem to be doing pretty well. And this is now the 22 under pressure from the 89, because Wayne Bork, out of nowhere, has just had an absolute resurgence of pace.
He has a little bit. Again, a couple of attempts last time around. See what the lap times are like this time. They'll start to equalise a little bit as they run together a bit. Battle for 7th as well. All sorts going on right now. It's the 56 for Summit SimSports, and really trying to defend from rival at the spot at the moment. The 58 just sticking its nose down the inside there. through the very fast section at the top of the circuit, but there's a GT on the outside line, and all of the hard work for the 58 car undone there. It just shows that the traffic, what we often talk about it helping with moves, that's an example of it doing the exact opposite.
Yeah, certainly. So, you know, traffic gives and traffic takes as well. It just depends on what side of Lady Luck's you are on that particular moment. But this is Jamie Dyke, who unfortunately isn't going to be mounting any moves. But just look at this gaggle of cars down this pit straight. This is where things can get a little bit messy in terms of things being manufactured and stuff like that. But yeah, for Jamie Dyke, he managed to get through that without facing the wrong end, which is always good. It's always favourable. But there was a lot of cars there, a lot of things to try and process, a lot of things going on, and in those sort of situations you just cannot afford to panic at all. And this is the 58. That's Liam Ferry going down the inside of the hairpin on the 56. Managed to get that move stuck into Siberia, and convincingly so into the top 7. So yeah, again, a nice move into the hairpin, seems to be the favourite, and again another move. This is the 89. This is Wayne Bork going to the inside of turn 1 on Cameron Dance, and very nicely so into second place, but it might not be done because he's just had to dive to the inside of a BMW. But yeah, Cameron Dance couldn't capitalise on that, unfortunately, and launch a counter-attack. But we've seen before that even though the overtaking car, the attacking car, is slightly quicker, once they get through, the car that was once previously defending can certainly still put some pressure on.
It's the AM leader in the background, by the way, off the road. So Billabong Development going to benefit from that. This is, well, goodness, Alpha Aggressor Racing. They're going to grab the wall here. They stay out of the wall, but off the road at turn 1 and losing a bit of time there, I'm afraid. And here is the leader, Martin Lofthouse, back in the car, and that's off the road. It's a good job they've got such a big margin. Still, what, nearly 50 seconds to Taylor Bryan in the Billabong Racing car. But yes, nearly 40 seconds, I should say. But you'd rather not lose any of your margin. Here he is, Martin Lofthouse, with a very big lead at this stage. But and no real threat. But he had a lap over the rest of the field last time around. He might not get that again if the safety work car were to come out now, because he's not on the lead lap anymore like he was last time around. It's actually 2 laps down compared to where he was last time around, and so he would actually be on the same lap as Taylor Bryan in this one, and that would really close up this GT and battle. So talking of teams who want safety cars, but talking of teams who don't want safety cars at all, then this would certainly be one of them.
Yeah, certainly so. And there's going to be different teams. Sorry about that. I leant on my armrest and it just didn't support me at all, and I just nearly facepalmed at my desk. But yeah, that was fantastic. This is again the Frog Leap Juice car going round, and unfortunately for this, the Jackson Rihanna in the 55 just didn't have time to react to it. Well, they didn't exactly make contact per se, but slamming onto the anchors to avoid the contact, and that was close as they both sort of wanted to rejoin the track at the same time, and that was a little bit of an awkward affair between the two. But yeah, the 55 car getting a little bit unlucky, as it has been the case for a lot of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th place cars in that P2. They've sort of just been interchanging their luck. Sometimes people are slightly quicker, sometimes they have absolutely horrific luck. But yeah, that's just how the pendulum swings sometimes.
Yeah, that's a pretty big moment in this one, really. Jackson Rihada was running inside the top 3. And now all of a sudden, he's down to 5th behind Sislowski, who's been able to get through on him on this one with newer tyres as well. It's not like Rihana's going to have a very easy time getting back at him. So that's a pretty important moment in this race here as well. To see that car dropping down. But once again, like you say, there's not often a lot you can do. These, as I say, these lap cars are, you know, obviously have a right to be there and whatever, but when they spin in front of you, there's sometimes not a lot you can do, and that's exactly the situation Rihana found himself in there. And all of a sudden you can find yourself very far down the order compared to where you were through absolutely no fault of your own.
Yeah, and that's racing, unfortunately. But it's just well, there's so much going on. So many variables, and you just can't predict it. You've just got to do what you can, minimise the mistakes on your end. But yeah, the thing with sim racing is, you know, you're not exactly immune to terminal retirements, but you've also got that fear of the reliance on your hardware, your wheel, your internet, your things like that. There's a million different things that can go wrong, but there's also conversely a million different things that can go right because of the guy in front of you. And yeah, that's one of the examples of things that can be avoided, as the Team Kraken car certainly would have been holding his breath as Cameron Dance rejoined the circuit. That definitely could have been a lot worse than it was. But yeah, a bit of dirty pickup for Cameron Dance, who unfortunately just hasn't been able to stay with the Synergy Sim Racing 89 car. That gap now 2.5 seconds. I think maybe just, yeah, I'm not entirely sure. He certainly hasn't been slow, but he's not exactly been standout for the majority of this stint, which is a shame because he did bolt on the fresh set of tyres when he jumped into the car.
Well, I've got him down as being on old tyres, so I'm pretty sure that's why he's dropping back here, because he's on older tyres than those around him. Cornette obviously got new tyres because he got into the car. Wayne Bork went into the car again. They're doing strange things with driver changes, but I think he got tyres as well. Zyslowski did as well. So I think Cameron Dance is on the final stint of these tyres. If you did take tyres with just less than 2 hours to go, as we saw those last pit stops, we're coming up to the penultimate pit stops of the race, by the way, for the LMP2s, but if you did take them the last time around, then surely you'd expect them to be not taking them for the rest of the race, because you've either got to do 1 stint and a 2 or 2 and a 1, which is not efficient really with tyres. You'd surely rather do 3 stints. But then again, we know this circuit is just to the tyres a little bit, so maybe you can't get away with that. It's a bit of a strange and awkward number for these guys to find themselves at.
Yeah, it's just all about timing, and a safety car right now probably would also make things a little bit awkward. We've seen just again this incident with Cameron Dance. That definitely was very close. Luckily, he managed to stay in control of that car, so good on him for being able to keep that car sort of under control. This is Ryan Howe going a little bit deep, just a bit of a lock-up into the hairpin, something we have seen a little bit earlier on in this race as well. This is Peter Hunter in the Velocity Motorsports car as well into the final corner. I think this is... We've seen these guys do this before, and again, that's just a really weird place to... and collected the P2 as he went through. Not entirely sure that's the 58, and that is... Oh my word, I think that might have been the fishy car that had to sandwich his way through next to the wall there. Yeah, that was a huge crash for the Velocity Motorsport car, but what a strange place to drop the car. Not entirely sure as to what was going on there, and yeah, that was just a strange turn of events, I think, in terms of that one. We're going to ride on board with Peter Hunter as he goes through the final corner now, just very quick, going through. And again, just open it up on the exit. Didn't exactly do anything particularly different, but maybe the tyres just sort of gave up. And this, it wasn't even the first incident that was the main thing. Spat back onto the circuit, hit the P2, sent them flying. And then Peter Hunter is just pirouetting round and round. Managed to get it stopped. And then I think, instead of pressing the brake pedal, just let the car roll back onto the circuit. Which, of course, then nearly collected the P2. We're going to sit in slow motion. I just want to see this bit again, because just look at how quick that P2 is going. Darts to the left. Oh. Bit of contact. Oh, my word. I think maybe they get sent round. I saw a bit of a scrilly rear end. But that... Oh, yeah, they did, unfortunately. Jamie Dyke did, unfortunately, get tagged round. But certainly could have been worse off for him than it was.
Yeah, certainly could have been. Yeah, mate. What a turn of events that was. What a mess. Lots of cars in the pit lane at this stage. I wonder if there's a safety car here, because there's a lot of cars in at the same time. And Simon Black is indeed out there again. So we will need a safety car. There it is. The safety car makes its way out onto the road. And we're just under an hour and 20 to go. This is perfect timing. If you're an LMP2, this is too early for a GT3. Surely nobody is going to attempt to make... an hour and 20 work on a tank of fuel. Surely that is a step too far.
You'd assume so, wouldn't you? But we've seen more bizarre things, and yeah, well, as you say, works out nicely. 3 stints for the... Well, 2 more pit stops for the P2s after this one. That works out pretty well, so good for them. But yeah, that's for the GTs. Unfortunately, are not going to have as nice of a time. But yeah, and... Yeah, the GT is just a little bit more awkward for them, but they're probably going to make it work. It's probably going to be unanimous that they don't come into the pit lane, but if one team doesn't, takes a risk, might work out for them because safety cars breed safety cars. This safety car, give it 20 minutes, probably could lead off into another one, and then we might be back on schedule for the GTs.
Maybe, but it's a big risk to take. I always think that it's never advisable to base your strategy on the hope that there will be a safety car in this race. It's never a great idea, in my opinion. It's never really worked. But either way, Ben Cornett is going to take the lead of this race. He's taken on some new tyres, which you would do, I suppose, if the safety cars come out. Wayne Bork has done the same. Pretty much everybody at the front has, actually. Teo Serrano has managed to get himself onto the lead lap again for Summit Sim Sports by not pitting here. So he has done himself a favour with that. Jaden Edmonds, not quite. Frog Leap Juiced Racing. This might well be under safety car, or is this an onboard view actually of the 8 car? This is a replay of how the incident all unfolded. We're seeing this in slow motion, so it's very easy to see what's going to happen here with Deja Vu, Zach, but not a lot of time to react, and Dyke did all he could there, really.
Yeah, I mean, that was certainly scary. That was just a closing gap. He committed to it, and then was just like, I've got to stay here now. It's too late. It's too late. And luckily, he just about managed to skim his rear end, because if the velocity car kept rolling, that gap closed, that was going to be a head-on collision, and well and truly probably could have sent him off, and well, certainly could have ruined his front end. But yeah, that was probably the lucky in an unlucky situation for Fishy Motorsports. He tried all he could, bless him. But yeah, if he made it through, it'd have been an absolute hero. That would have been amazing, just to sort of thread the needle through. But unfortunately, couldn't have been just as majestic as that. But yeah, now we're under the safety car. They will sort themselves out. Race control are very good with this and efficient in sorting everyone out under the safety car. So probably won't be under the safety car for too long and can get back to green flag racing. But this is going to be to the absolute horror of that AHU #1 car.
It certainly is. This might well be under the safety car. The 282 off the road. Not the first time we've seen drivers off the road at the safety car. You went to see with us for the last safety car, weren't you, Zach? It's been green flag racing your entire stint so far. But that's all about to change. It's all about to kick off. I feel like this last hour or so going to be absolute madness, because it was quietening down a little bit over the last half an hour or so. But yeah, when we had that, when we had the opening moments of the safety car restart and whatever, it was absolutely chaotic. This is Jamie Dyke trying to get back going again. I thought he was the reason of the safety car, actually, but oh dear, wow, that's suspension damage if personified there. Dear me.
Yeah, he's just still going.
I don't know where he's found himself now. he's just off.
That's the different one. He needs a map, I think. That's probably the best. To be fair, that's probably the best thing he could have done. There was no way he was making it back the circuit, but he's just completely missed half the track.
That's the biggest slowdown anyone's ever seen. I think. Due there, dearie me.
Well, he's that's that's. I don't really know what to say to that. To be honest, that car is just well and truly buggered. Is probably the bluntest way you could put it. That was the Maverick car. That was the initial car that the Velocity Motorsports car hit. And I think, unfortunately, that's going to be their day done. But yeah, this safety car now is certainly going to spice things up.
It certainly is. We've got the wave arounds. And then we have our order. Ben Cornett, then Wayne Bork. How many cars are between them is the question. Almost all of the GTs going through here. Goodness me. Finally, we're going to find the Billabong car, maybe, which got itself up front. I was saying not 5 minutes ago about how the GTM leaders would not have liked this at JWM, and that's exactly what's happened. Now they've got Taylor Bryant right behind them in the Billabong racing team, and they're not going to be enjoying that particularly. We've got a lot of the LMP2s in one line as well, which is good news for us. The Frog Leap 96 car is in between Ben Cornett and Wayne Bork, but hopefully gets out of the way pretty quickly. We can have a nice race for the lead here, because I reckon the top 5 have all got a very good chance of saying something in this final moment, in this final hour.
Yeah, certainly so. It's going to be close. It's going to be a dash to the finish. They're all going to be interested because, hey, there's only about an hour left to go. They've got nothing to lose. They might not get this opportunity again. If it happens sort of little bit earlier on. They might be able to take a bit more of a air of caution, but nope, this time all on the line. You've got to go for it. You've got to seize those opportunities when you can. And this is one of the AHU. This is a bit strange to see this under safety car. What's happened to him? Yeah, well, not often you see on the wave round. And they just stopped next to the safety car, which is a little bit bizarre. But yeah, these P2s, they're all going to be wanting to chase after that rear end of Ben Cornett, aren't they? They're gonna want to try and get through and stop them from winning. And Ben, yeah, this is probably the only time really, especially since the time I've been in the booth for the last 2 hours, that Ben has and the AHU #1 car has seemed to be under pressure.
Yeah, certainly Ben Cornett. Justin Rougier had work to do earlier, but Cornett did certainly have a little bit of or a little bit of an easy ride, I guess you could say, so far in this one. But yeah, it's going to be Cornett, then Bork, Robert Gibbs, Scott Cisłowski, Liam Reston, and Angus Cook, who's a little bit further behind because he's got himself a wave run. What they did was very, very clever. So when the safety car was initially deployed, all of the top cars came in. The top 5 came into the pit lane, as you would. But the 56 car decided to stay out, so they actually got ahead of the leader. They unlapped themselves because they hadn't pitted. And then when the safety car picked them up, they were able to come round to the back of the train, and that's so it's his sports car, and then come in a bit later. Obviously, this wouldn't happen in American racing, but in Australian racing, the pit lane doesn't close. So you can pit whenever you want, whether that's immediately after the safety car or when they're all formed up. So they have got themselves onto the very back of the train, and there is quite a lot of lap cars between themselves, actually, and the front of the race, but they're on the lead lap. And that's all you can ask for, really. And who knows where they can go from here now that they're on the lead lap.
Yeah, absolutely. And you presume the only way up, the only way to go is forwards. And they're going to be trying... Yeah, you've just got to capitalise on any opportunity that you can in motorsport, because it's always a gift, it's always a miracle when you get blessed these opportunities. You know, in motorsport, it's often that you get these opportunities taken away from you. But yeah, you've got to maximise it. You've got to get on it. And we have seen a couple of these GT cars come into the pit lane 10 minutes out of their normal window for a couple of people. So maybe they're thinking they can save enough fuel under the safety car and then, of course, through that stint. But 10 minutes... You know, that's still a decent chunk of a stint as a whole. They're going to need to save some fuel, but at the same time, it saves them a pit stop in the long run. That's what you want to do. The whole aim of endurance racing is to limit the amount of time that you're actually stopped in the pit lane, because it's not like Formula 1 where you're in, tyres off, tyres on, out you go. No, it takes a decent while in endurance racing, so you do want to limit the amount of time in the pit lane. So if they can pull it off, fair play to him, and it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen some drastic fuel saving in AHU. Look back to Monza last season, where we had, you know, half of the LMP2s nursing their way back, and then the other half absolutely guns a-blazing for the last 10 minutes after a safety car. So yeah, it certainly can be interesting.
Certainly will be. Speaking of saving fuel, Ben Cornett is doing a lot of that right now. We've seen coasting in 6th gear, keeping the revs as low as possible to shorten his time in the box with this final pit stop. It's going to be a relatively short one, really, in the final half an hour of this race. No more tyres, surely, for anybody to be taking on at this stage in the race. Pretty much everybody's got new ones on. And pretty much all of the LMP2s that matter are lined up in a row, ready for this restart. So 6 hours of Phillip Island, but the next 68 minutes are going to be by far the most decisive in the Apex Hunters United Endurance Series by VCO. Still 2 rounds to go after this one, but there's going to be a big fight for the race win here. Ben Cornett decided to wait a bit longer and catch people off guard, which he might well have just done, getting a few car lengths on the car behind, which is indeed a lap car. Then we've got Wayne Bork and the Drop Bear Motorsport car of Robert Gibbs, who was very attentive on that restart, and he might be able to make his way through. Oh, we have actually a free wide moment into turn 1. No, not quite. They're going to try and get through on the lap car first, by the looks of things, into turn 1. They've managed that. It's a good start from Cornett, but Bork and Gibbs have got through on that lap car very quickly. Scott Cisłowski does the same now as well. So we've got the top 4 all for the lead at the moment, have we? Scott Cisłowski hasn't been able to get his way through here, as Ryan Wood goes miles off, sailing off the road there in the GT3s.
Yeah, that is just a bizarre thing for him. Unfortunately, he couldn't get off to the best of starts for this safety car restart. But yeah, you're very right in saying that we've got the top 4. We've got pretty much most of the top 5 now here in this train for the lead. Ben Cornett just needs to try and stretch his legs out in front if he wants to continue and get back into that state of no man's land that we saw earlier on, but he's not going to be able to do that because he's got Wayne Bork, who certainly had a resurgence of pace towards the latter stage of the last stint. As we see a bit of drama again, this Frog Leap Juice Racing green car. This was 3 abreast. There's so many cars here. You can see the Magan Turbo car just tucked in on the inside. Unfortunately, tagged it round. And yeah, that is a shame. Luckily, everyone managed to avoid that. But that's the thing with safety cars. You know, you've got to capitalise off it. But that always is the chance of incidents. But yeah, that's the thing. And unfortunately for them, they managed to get tagged round. But yeah, hey, it happens. But just Frog Leap as a team, unfortunately, haven't had the best days.
Not good. Not a good restart for them. 96 car. Anything's wrong. Ultimate corner. Just dropping the rear. Oh, God. And everybody was all over the place trying to avoid that. The Ben Cornett's dropped to third. Ben Cornett has dropped to third here. He's been overtaken. And I believe that there must have been an issue for Cornett for that to have happened. He would not have done that on his own. Let's see. Oh, he's made a big slide. Huge, huge slide through the penultimate corner. And the other two just go straight through there. Wayne Bork now leads Robert Gibbs with Ben Cornett behind. The first bit of pressure put onto him all day long. And he has cracked under the pressure with 1 hour and 5 minutes to go. Long way to go, but he's allowed these two to get away a little bit as well as gifting them the lead.
Yeah, certainly so, and now he's got some work to do in order to chase after these guys. Wayne Bork doing everything right now. He's inherited this race lead and needs to try and press on and extend that gap, but he still has Robert Gibbs in that 22 in close pursuit. And as you say, still 1 hour and 5 minutes left to go, but that's very sprint-esque. It's pretty much the sprint to the finish now, and Wayne Bork, yeah, looking in his mirror, certainly trying to break the toe, limit the amount that Robert Gibbs can gain on him, as he does bottle under the pressure a little bit, picks up a bit of dirt in towards turn 2. This could open the door for Robert Gibbs in order to put some pressure on, and that's the thing now. He's got 2 drivers as Wayne Bork. He's got Robert Gibbs, and he's got Ben Cornett, the previous race leader, who's incredibly quick, might we add, in this race, and he's definitely going to be feeling some pressure again. Unfortunately, the 297, this is a Frog Leap car, again getting involved in some sort of incident. Was he helped around by the Trans-Tadman car? I think so. In fact, no, he wasn't. That's just the BMW just completely getting it wrong and sending it into the back of him. But yeah, that fight in P2, those 3 cars, that's going to go down for at least a good while.
Certainly is. We've got some nice leads even still for most of the guys in the GT categories. Newman, dear me, off the road in a big way. Oh, and spun as well. Dear me. And there's the car, or something going on with a lot of smoke around. But either way, these two starting to get away. Synergy Sim Racing and Drop Bear Motorsport at the moment. Both championship contending cars. Synergy were 4th coming into today. Drop Bear were 1st, I think. They were indeed. But they're looking to take the lead here. Oh, do you see that? Bit of lifting off. Bit of lifting off there from the 22. Saw the pace at which Robert Gibbs was catching there. But he did decide to go for it at turn 1, which if there was only 4 minutes to go instead of 1 hour and 4, then he might have gone for it there.
Yeah, probably so, but yeah, he's still got a while left to go. Maybe they're working together. They see the threat that Ben Cornett poses in that number 1. They know how quick he is. They cannot afford to get him back into touching distance, but we've seen before that teams have waited and held off that move from T1 just to go for it again in towards the hairpin. That's the main spot of overtaking that we've seen. But looking down into GT3 AM, it's actually close now between the 286 and the 234. The Billabong development car certainly hasn't been slow, and now definitely has the capability, the capacity in order to mount a challenge on this BMW that seemed unfazed. And yet still the Synergy Sim Racing car, the 89 Wayne Bork at the front of the field. But yeah, the AHU number 1 car really is struggling. Ben Cornett might be fazed by that slight mistake a bit earlier on, and that could cost him in this race. Of course, you said if they won this race, they'd take the lead of the standings, and now down into P3. So very close. 3 championship contending teams, 1, 2, and 3 in the slipstream again. What can Robert Gibbs do down this pit straight? He is tucked up nicely. He does gain quite a lot. We saw from last lap. Is he going to go for it this time around? No, just again tucked up. He certainly very easily could have gone for that move there, I think.
Yeah, he definitely could have, but opted to fuel save instead. By the looks of things. Just stay behind for the moment. Very strange at this stage of the race. Just trying to shorten that final pit stop as much as possible. You know, it's going to be just under 2 stints for these guys. They'll be absolutely fine in terms of making it on fuel, but he just wants his final pit stop to be as short as possible, I think, here at this stage, which is fair enough. But just holding off on making a move right now as we go back to the GT3 Pros. Nearly 3 seconds for Vendevel in the lead of this one. Evolution applying pressure to the 158. Tasman Racing trying to get through on the 111 here at the moment. So plenty of battles, but the top 5 are the main cars in this category right now. The AHU cars not having a good day. All of them off the lead lap now.
Yeah, certainly so, and that is a shame. And we see is that the 225 in the GT3 again? I'm pretty sure it might have been, but that is unfortunate. But yeah, the 22, as you say, just trying to limit that last pit stop again, lifting off. In fact, no, they're not. They're going to go for it this time, down in towards turn 1. Gets the job done. Wayne Bork's going to try and go the long way around to turn 1. Quickly becomes the inside for turn 2, but Robbie Gibbs says, nope, I'm into the race lead now. This is my race to control, and I'm going to try and press on at the front. But yeah, as you say, it would be important to limit that final pit stop. Yeah, it was the 225. My suspicions were correct. Unfortunately for Adam Jepsen, was sent around a little bit. So again, different driver, same car, same misfortune for those lot. This is the 286. What could happen to these guys? That's a very bent Ferrari in front of them. The AHU car sending it very deep, and well, the dominant forces in this race now not so much, because they were sent round. And did that invite the Billabong car through? I don't think it did, thankfully for them, but certainly didn't help.
Yeah, not through, but certainly into the conversation, as Cal George also off this car that's having a miserable time. The 223 will be under pressure from the 280 in the standings for sure, but Adam Bryan himself is in here. 1 hour to go, so it's very much GT pit stop kind of window at this stage, despite the fact we've just seen a safety car. It depends whether they came in or not, really. I think for the most part the answer is no. Really, is it? Oh, I don't know. Hard to tell, really. As we go on board with Ben Cornett, it's very close to the 2 leaders at this stage, and we're embarking on traffic for the first time since we had the restart. Oh, and off the road! Oh, Wayne Bork gets into contact with one of the GTs, and he's off it down into 5th position. Heartbreak for Synergy Sim Racing as they make contact with one of the GTs. Here's how it happened. Trying to go around the outside of one of the front juice cars. Just misjudges it ever so slightly. And Ben Cornett goes up to 2nd.
That is such a shame. That's heartbreak for them. And now they're a good couple of seconds out of the mix. And that's completely alleviated most of the pressure for Robbie Gibbs, to be honest, because Ben Cornett 2.5 seconds back. And yeah, that's now invited the 73 car back into the mix. This is Ryan Wood, again, another AHU car not having the best of days through turn 1. That's been a really common theme for these AHU GT3 cars. We saw on the restart him having a similar mistake, and of course just a little bit later on, a couple of laps in, his teammate again having a similar mistake. But yeah, that is such a shame for the 89, again just tagging the back of the Lamborghini. But this is going to be a fight that we're going to want to watch, because the podium between the 73 and the 55, Liam Reston trying to go for the move on Scott Staszowski down in towards turn 1. Scott having to go defensive, but Liam's going to find the space to the right hand side, send one to turn 1. He's got a very tight angle, but he claims the corner and up into P3. Fantastic move from Liam Reston, but it's Scott Staszowski. You can bet your bottom dollar that this move is far from done. And yeah, you can't actually count out the Scott Staszowski. He's a fantastic driver in his own right, fantastically achieved in both the real world and sim racing, and of course was fighting at the sharp end last time I remember back at Spa. And yeah, well, certainly one to look to. We haven't seen much of the GT3 pros at the after the safety car restart. We're going to stay in touch with them, but it seems to be the 101, the Vendevel Sim Racing white car. Jackson Susan Harlow at the moment driving a very good race off the restart. Just managed to keep it out of pressure. and out of harm's way. But the Fraud Leap Juice, we say they've had a pretty bad day, but Matthew Dench is still driving well in P3 at the moment. So yeah, he certainly is going to be maybe one to watch. Hopefully he won't suffer the same misfortune as his teammates. But interestingly enough, Billabong Racing, the 2, 3, 4 into the pit lane on the hour, so that will be their final stop. But Ewan, yeah, that's an interesting one. Perhaps they were one of the teams that didn't pit under the safety car.
Yeah, not really sure at this stage who's pitted and who hasn't in the GT3s. I'm expecting almost everybody to be in again. Well, I am expecting everyone to be in again. I think it's just too far for them to make this one work, as Wayne Bork tries to redeem himself up into 4th now, ahead of Scott Zieslawski, who I was really expecting to be a little bit stronger on this restart, but he's dropping back. 5th place for him now, getting overtaken by the 55 and 89 at this stage. Wayne Bork is going to have a point to prove here. He's going to have a score to settle, and he's going to be very, very eager to make up the positions that he lost in that recent spin.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to try and press forward. Is still within touching distance of the podium. And you can see that 73 trying to make quick progress of the traffic to keep themselves in the mix of this one as well. But yeah, that's a shame for Wayne Bork, because they certainly were looking good in order to be a good contender. But yeah, unfortunately, a couple of mistakes have crept in. This is Lachlan Capel, which have been a very dominant team in the GT3 AM. Stepped into the GT3 Pro for this race, I believe, after their dominant display in the Pulse Racing Team car. And unfortunately, they've seen better days than today. But Phillip Island, as you said a bit earlier on, certainly hasn't been holding back. It's just been absolutely indiscriminate killing, pretty much, of a lot of these teams. It's just been absolutely ruthless, absolutely brutal, and no team can escape it. Even those at the sharp end, even the most experienced teams haven't been able to escape the Phillip Island. Well, say genocide. I think that's a bit extreme, but you get the message. The Phillip Island genocide in the AHU Endurance. But yeah, Wayne Bork is trying to get onto the back of the 55 and try and get himself back into the podium. And there's Brady Myers in the Trans Tadman, and unfortunately involved in a bit of a kerfuffle there.
The Billabong car was involved, which is the one running up to us, or was in GT. There it is in GT the JDR car as well. It is now 2nd or 3rd, I think, in the AM category. So big cars involved up towards the front of that one, and oh no, not the Pies. This is the Alpha Racing going off the road. Looks like they got away with that one though, thankfully. Everybody keeping it on the straight and narrow. Ryan Howe back on the road again now, fortunately. Goodness me, Adam Jepson off the road as well for Bluebell Racing. These guys are not having a good time, although they've had a lot of camera time today because of it. And as you can see, difficult to get off the road as well at this stage. But yeah, Trans-Tasman Racing, after trying so hard to get through on the 111, they've lost their place at the end of it all anyway. Wayne Bork losing a lot of places a little bit earlier on because of his misjudgment. He's trying to make up for that and get back onto at least the podium places here with this move on the Summit Sim Sports car. Is he going to be able to do it though before the pit stops? They're only about 15 minutes away.
To see, but yeah, 15 minutes is not a long time at all in terms of coming in for a stint. He's going to want to get in front, and just look at how dirty that entry is into this corner, and just look at that 225. Wayne Bork having to go the long way around, still managing to put some pressure on, but certainly going to want to go into the final stint ahead and on the front foot, and just be able to maybe not exactly relax, but not have the concern of having to get back through and into the podium, and hopefully can set his sights a little bit further forward against the AHU #1, because yeah, well, Robert Gibbs has just been fantastic in terms of driving at the front of the field. This is Wayne Bork, certainly not going to be interested in waiting around. You can see the 55, Liam Reston, not even putting much of a fight in towards turn 1. Wayne Bork was always going to come through. Now he can set his sights forward for the rest of his stint. And 2.5 seconds to the AHU #1. That's Ben Cornett at the wheel, and we'll have to see how this one conspires. But yeah, he certainly hasn't let that incident affect him at all.
Yeah, certainly hasn't. Recovering well. Here's a 282 of Mitchell West, getting things wrong through turn 2. Bit of a strange spin at the end there, but anyway, he's back on the road hopefully. But yeah, nice move for 3rd for Synergy Sim Racing there. Summit Sim Sports just behind them, then it's simrigs.com DPR. But they're all in the wake of the Drop Bear Motorsport 22 right now, leading this race. Well, this is what's going on, the battle for second in GT AM. Billabong Racing have made their early pit stop here, waiting for the 286 to make theirs, and then I really think we could have a very good fight for the win in GTAB. However, the more laps that they do in that BMW out front, the shorter their final pit stop is going to be, because the closer they'll be to the end of the race, and so the less laps of fuel they'll have to take on. So they will have a few seconds of an advantage over that Lamborghini.
Which is always going to help him, isn't it? Limiting that final pit stop, saving fuel now, and losing. Well, the gain from spending less time in the pit lane is always going to be more than the slight hit that you're going to take having to save a little bit of fuel on track, which is what they're going to want to try and maximise, and could be a deciding factor, because if you can get out the pit lane a couple of seconds before your competitors, that's going to be hard for them to claw back. But yeah, the 55. Liam Reston still hasn't let Wayne Bork get away by any means, but maybe going to sit with him, try and use him to chase after Ben Cornett in the number 2, because if they can both catch and Wayne Bork gets into second, Liam might be able to see an opportunity to get himself back onto the podium for P3. So, if they just mutually agree, let's just keep it how it is, let's push forward, let's not battle, let's not fall into the realm of P5 and under that sort of pressure. If we can push on, we can get after Ben Cornett in the number 1 car, then maybe we might both be able to gain from this, and that might be what Wayne Bork is hoping for, but not making much in the way of inroads for the on the second place. But hopefully he can close up and give us a bit of a fight, as you say. About 10-ish minutes left of this stint for the LMPs. That will be their final stint. This is Bradley Stanley having a bit of an issue in the pit lane, maybe struggling to find his pit box.
Yeah, I was going to say that, because driving backwards in the pit lane is not a good idea. Oh, yeah, backwards, maybe forwards, maybe forwards again, or maybe backwards again, and maybe then forwards. Well, I think he's having trouble getting service here. Maybe a bit further forward. Oh no, now he's going to go. Oh, there we are. So the Team J, that's a lot of time though. We normally see people overshooting their box and then reversing and then finding it fine, but just didn't look like his crew were fancied really serving him there at all. He was just there waiting and wasn't getting anything there. So I hope he's got enough fuel on board to get it to the end, because he's dropped down to 5th, even despite that little incident there. So yeah, let's hope he's got enough fuel on board to get to the end, because it looked like he was having trouble getting any in.
Well, there's pit crew probably just having a bit of a daydream, to be honest. And it was weird. He was second guessing himself about 50 different times. Forwards, no backwards, no forwards, no backwards. And luckily for him, he was able to just be able to reverse as quickly as that, because in if it was Formula 1, you'd have to press the reverse button for 3 seconds. There's the lap traffic not posing much of a battle for Lachlan Capel as he tries to push after the Billabong 234 car just ahead for second place. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what these guys can do, because the JWM car has sort of just taken off again, which is to the surprise of absolutely no one. But the 281, the BMW versus the Lamborghini, can he launch an attack into the hairpin? If he does, I will be utterly surprised. But yeah, he certainly is eyeing this one up. He's certainly interested in going for that move. But yeah, 50 minutes left of this race to go, and we had a bit of a spell for the first sort of hour and a half of this portion of the race. But that safety car's really spiced things up now, hasn't it?
It certainly has. I do believe, by the way, Porsche Racing Team here in this fight will have to stop again. I'm not sure on that. I'm pretty sure, yeah, but let's see. Lap 186 was the last time they pitted, 14 laps ago now. It's got to be well, is that under the last safety car? Possibly. Hard to tell. But if they do pit, then it's going to be a very, very short one. Either way, Billabong are going to benefit from that, surely. Down the inside, one of the prototypes making their way through very nicely there. Now onto the front straight here. Might be a move here for Lachlan Capel into turn 1. There's an AHU Pro car just up in front of these guys, so this could get interesting. And LMP2's involved as well. Lifting off from the Billabong car, and even more lifting off from Capel here. We're on board with now. Everybody saving fuel.
Yeah, not interested in fighting, just a bit of a bump. That's a car well and truly off to the right-hand side of your screen. Lachlan might be able to manufacture a move into turn 2 there. Gets given the space by the Billabong car, but again, that outside line, that quicker run out of the corner, certainly going to be helping him. But yeah, couldn't really help in going for a move there, because yeah, the Lamborghini just went a little bit wide, but he certainly wasn't interested in going for that move, which is quite interesting. And yeah, a lot of these GT cars clearly are going to be struggling on fuel. Those that did come into the pit lane, this is what happened. That was that car we saw off, and once again, it's a Frog Leap car. This was the one that was running pretty well, if I'm not mistaken, or was it the one in the GT3 Pro that was running well? But either way, Frog Leap really haven't had the best of days. This is Ryan Wood having another mare off the exit of Siberia, just a little bit wide, managed to get it a bit under control, but yeah, that rear end of that Porsche certainly a little bit loosey-goosey coming out. And again, Matthew Dench, this was the Frog Leap car that was going well, and I've sort of jinxed him. If Lewis McGlade was here, he'd say, oh, that's a coincidence, but yeah, that's poorly timed wording, and comes on and sends the Lamborghini nearly into spin, is into a spin. Yeah, that was awkward.
Deary me. Let's see how this happened. Matthew Dench was leading for a good portion of this race, and that's a... Oh, God! Big hit on the wall. No bonnet anymore on that car. And there's going to be damage repair there, so they're going to drop out the podium, surely. Just gets onto the grass. Ouch. Yeah, that's going to be big damage there, surely. And he's going to be getting back to the pit lane now. Fortunately, he can get going again. But yeah, drops down. Meanwhile, speaking of dropping down, Ben Cornett getting down the inside of some of these guys, but what's happened to him? Don't tell me it's teammates. It is teammates. Oh no. Oh no. Ben Cornett trying to go around the outside of... Oh, he's hit the barriers as well. Ben Cornett trying to go around the outside of one of his teammates. The Porsche goes wide, and he hits his teammate around, goes off himself. An AHU disaster there for those guys.
This is the golden rule of racing. Don't take out your teammate. He comes on, nearly smacks into the back of another one of his teammates, and yeah, that's not fantastic. This is Michael West, the Pulse Racing Team West Performance 282 at the exit of the final corner. Just, yeah, well, kept his foot in. Fair play. When in doubt, flat out. So managed to keep it going. But yeah, for Ben Cornett, he's certainly lost out for that. Down and now to P6, which has allowed, quite a few people through. And yeah, well, that's not how you want this final stint to be going. But Ben Cornett, yeah, he needs to get back on it as quickly as possible. He's just onto the back of Angus Cook in that Summit SimSports K2 car, the 56. But how much progress he can make in going forward after the SimRigs.com DPR car is a different story. But yeah, well, that certainly removed him out of the question for a good place. And well, Liam Reston working with Wayne Bork in order to get into the podium places. They both certainly have gained from that one.
Certainly have. Throw for Bluebell Racing, but yeah, here's the battle for fifth. Summit SimSports versus Apex Hunters United. The number one car was the virtual championship leader at through great portions of this race. But looks like they're going to be staying in third since they're behind the 22 and 73. And the 89 might even jump them as well. Being 60 points behind at the moment is a difficult task at this stage for them to jump those guys, but possible. I think actually would be possible at the moment, actually. 72 points difference between them in terms of what they're gaining right now, so they would be 12 points behind the 89 as well. They'd drop a place unless Ben Cornett can make his way back up the order again. So SimSports in the 56 are going to be delighted with this. We're speaking to Angus Cook, who's currently at the wheel of that car. But they were hoping for a safety car. They've got one, and they're making the most of it right now.
A bit dicey on the exit with Ben Cornett trying to go around the outside of that Lamborghini there. Just, yeah, managed to keep his foot in, go around the outside. But yeah, you're completely right. Angus Cook not going to be complaining at all. Got the milestone of the top 5 in the bag. That was a nice drift from Simon there on the 256 Team Kraken. Another team that haven't really had the best of days. It's been a story mainly in the GTs, and again the AHU car. This is Andrew had a run in with his teammate just a little bit earlier on, and again, just similar misfortune in terms of going backwards into the barrier. But yeah, you're completely right. Ben Cornett needs to recompose himself because team, that's what we said. They couldn't get complacent. They had a very sizable margin before the safety car, and as soon as it's out, and that all comes crumbling down very, very quickly. You cannot get complacent. You cannot you can't think anything's certain. Anything can change at any point, and that certainly has for the AHU number 1 car, which is upsetting in that their championship battle has taken a hit for the worse. But yeah, it's not been fantastic this last stint. But there's always positives to take. They certainly were dominant for the first portion, but there's still time. Still 43 minutes left to go. Ben Cornet can certainly make some progress upwards, and well, we never say never when their lead come crashing down. Never say never in them getting some places back up.
Yeah, they might well be able to. It's a lap lead at the moment for Martin Lofthouse in this BMW. He should. Well, he is making this work right now, but should have to make another pit stop, you'd imagine. Oh dear, Ross Rizzo. Spooked very much by that LMP2 trying to get down the inside of him, and I don't blame him, really. Try not to get back onto the road too sharply either. But does so throughout turn 2, and he's back going again. But yeah, that really has been an action point so far throughout this race. Only 42 minutes to go, though. And it's the lead for Vanderbilt. They were struggling to get on terms with the... goodness, what car was it now? Oh, the car that had an issue literally a minute ago. I've forgotten the name of it already. That was leading for a while. I think it was Frog Leap, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Frog Leap used to were leading for a long time. They couldn't get on terms, and now finally they have been able to. And will be taking the championship lead. As we mentioned earlier on, Blue Flag Racing not finishing this race. Only made it about half an hour. And so Vanderbilt are going to take the championship lead here ahead of Evolution, who are limiting the damage quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a story between those two. Evolution just trying to chase after him and limit that damage to Vanderbilt, but both teams have done well in order to gain a bit of time. 7.1 seconds is the gap between them, but in terms of points, yeah, Evolution limiting the damage as best they can. Very close gap between Wayne Borg and Robert Gibbs, just about, well, I say that, it was a bit of a time, and it's now 3 seconds. It was half a second just a second ago, which has got me excited for a little bit, but never say never. Still got a pit stop left to go, which should be coming up in the next couple of minutes or so, which will be interesting to see who's managed to save enough fuel in order to limit that last pit stop time. But yeah, really now a sprint to the finish with about 40 minutes left of this race remaining. And well, Drop Bear, they had their troubles a little bit earlier on, Ewan, but they've certainly bounced back and they've maximised every opportunity they can. They've put themselves into the best position possible and yeah, managed to capitalise off everyone else's mistakes. And yeah, well, managing to just capitalise off everyone else's misfortune. That's all you can do, really, in sim racing. Ewan just had to go and pop and do something for just a second, so you'll hear my lovely voice for the next couple of moments at the very least. But yeah, 3 seconds is the gap between the two leaders. And yeah, that can certainly come down pretty quickly. I mean, after 5 hours and 20 minutes of racing, you certainly... that's not the biggest of gaps, considering in a lot of series, after a couple of laps you got 2.7 seconds of a gap. So the 22 still certainly hasn't got it set in stone just yet, but he's going to be hoping that this race can go as smoothly as possible for the remainder of it. But that one pit stop left to go, we've seen people yeah, we've seen people have a bit of trouble in the pit lane. That's always a risky run coming into the pit lane, especially with a lot at stake, Ewan. And yeah, it can certainly come crumbling down pretty quickly.
Certainly can. Wayne Bork trying to get on terms of it. That was a bit spooky, though, wasn't it? At Lukey Heights, a bit of netcode, not netcode, excuse me, a bit of blinking, I should say, nearly causing a bit of a problem. Just another 40 minutes to go, though, here at Phillip Island. In this race, round 4 of the AHU Endurance Series by VCO. And there's a good run here for Ben Cornet. Not a great final corner for Angus Cook there because of the lap car. Not a lot he could have done, but Ben Cornet's got the run now, although not a good enough run to have a move into turn number 1. And the longer this goes on for, the more resigned he is to 5th place, because the gap to the top 4 is continuing to grow. 9 seconds and getting worse as well.
He can't afford to wait around, as you say. Yeah, time certainly is of the essence. He certainly hasn't got time to burn at all. Usually, sort of the first half an hour, he's like, okay, yeah, fair enough. I can sit back. I can just take it easy a little bit. But he certainly can't afford to. If he wants to make any progress on the top 4 for that final stint, he's got to get through and he's got to get pushing because, yeah, still 40 minutes left to go. But yeah, it's not long in comparison to the 6-hour race that we've got on. So Ben Cornet, yeah, needs to get a shifty on, needs to start pushing forward. But yeah, again, it's that balance of how hard can you push, because yes, he's got to be desperate, yes, he's got to go for it, But again, it can all come crumbling down, and his day can go from bad to worse incredibly quickly. Is eyeing up a move, setting it up, going for it. Getting the better exit, better drive off this penultimate corner in towards the final corner. He certainly is tucked up nicely. We've seen how quick these cars can be in the slipstream, so this surely has got to be a move manufactured by Ben Cornett.
Yeah, it's got to come now, really. If he wants anything else from this race, on board with him. Around the outside through turn one's going to be tricky. And he can't even get alongside. Doesn't seem that car has great straight line speed. By the looks of what we've seen there. He pulled alongside but then hit a brick wall, really. And couldn't really get anywhere else. And this is the problem. Phillip Island, obviously very high downforce, very high speed. But you do need the straight line speed if you want to make a move. And Mitchell West here off the road at the final corner. This the scene of the accident that brought out our most recent safety car. This was, oh, it's a bit different, but there was contact here.
He just saw, yeah, well, he clipped the grass.
Pro leader there. That's the pro leader. Definitely damage for them.
Yeah, that is a shame. Just happened right in front of him. That's the thing. That lethal grass, it snaps back on you so quickly. Jackson luckily didn't get involved in that one much at all. But yeah, but for Mitchell West, that's going to be a pretty big shunt. But that's the thing. You go over that grass and it just snaps. You have no time to react to it at all. It just goes. And unfortunately, he snapped back, and then Jackson just smacked into the side of him, which sent him again into the barrier. But yeah, that's that last corner. It's absolutely ruthless, but this is a lot of cars now, as a lot of people try and duck and dive their way through. Ben Cornett is unable to make a move on this occasion because, yeah, there's a lot of cars going on. That was a car going straight off there. Not entirely sure who that was and where they've managed to end up. There they are, just in the foreground. And that is again a frog leap car, and he's certainly taken a leap there over the bump of the Marshall Hut and found himself on the other side of the circuit. But yeah, frog leap there. This is a day to forget.
I enjoyed that pun, by the way, Zach. That was great.
Thank you.
Off the road. Oh dear, Frank Hodak. Bumpy, very bumpy. And take a look at this, because you won't see this again. My goodness. Oh dear, that is a wild ride. There we are. Frank Hodak having not the best time of things, I think it's fair to say. And neither is Mitchell West. This is him getting going again after the incident with the Venderbilt car. As Wayne Bork is into the pit lane, the LMP2 pit stops have been kicked off. Finally, for the final time today on lap 232, which is quite a lot. Making his final splash and dash though, 35 or so minutes to go. Unfortunately for Bork, he's going to have the longest pit stop of the lot here because he's got the most laps of fuel to put in.
Yeah, that is, yeah, well, that's the thing they've been trying to avoid for this last stint, was to come in as late as possible. I mean, they still have managed a good sort of, well, 4 minutes over what they were planning to do, because it's around about 40 minutes a stint. They're going to do around about 35 minutes of these P2 cars. But yeah, under a lot of pressure is Angus Cook now into P4. You can see Ben Cornett darting and diving to the left-hand side. It's going to be the long way round of the hairpin if he's going to make this one stick. We've seen it done before. How late can he brake, and can he sail all the way around the outside? Angus Cook says, no, you don't. Claims the corner. And convincingly stays ahead for now. Angus Cook making up a stellar defence, but yeah, Ben Cornett going to get a little bit frustrated. He wants to get on with it, wants to get forward and after the top 4, but yeah, unfortunately for him, no progress to be made just yet, and he's just sort of stagnated behind, unfortunately unable to make much progress.
Yeah, the leader's in as well. Robert Gibbs is now into the pit lane, so that is going to be the all-important one, but before that, we've got a spin at Siberia to watch. That's exactly what it's going to be for Team JDR, predictably. And yeah, how many times have we seen that today from every single car in the field? Very nearly, as almost all of the LMP2s are in at this stage. Drop Bear, Summit Sim Sports and Apex Hunters United all into the pit lane. But Robert Gibbs, in relation to Wayne Bork, is going to be the real interesting one. It was 29 seconds in the box for Wayne Bork. It's going to be maybe a little bit less for Robert Gibbs here. Goes past 25 seconds now. 28, 29, 30. His pit stop's longer here. 2 seconds longer for Robert Gibbs. And this might give Wayne Bork the lead here. Let's see if the Synergy Sim Racing car's got enough to take the lead. Has he? He's going to close in, but he's not going to take the lead by a second and a half or so. Just over a second. There is the LMP2. We've got a battle for the race lead on here. The gap only a second with just over half an hour to go.
Yeah, well, he's the one that's got his tyres warmed up. Robert Gibbs needs to get those tyres scrubbed in and back up to temperature. 1.3 seconds is the gap, as you said. That was slightly closer than it was, and Wayne Bork has done a great job in order to close that gap, but it's not done. He certainly still has a little bit of work left to do. Bit of traffic as well could play a factor, but yeah, half an hour left to go. 1.2 seconds separate our two race leaders. Wayne Bork wants it, Robert Gibbs wants it just as much, and they're both going to fight it. And, well, how much of a factor is traffic going to play in this one? Because that BMW held up Robert Gibbs just a little bit. Is it going to hold up Wayne Bork? Not by nearly as much at all. And that gap now under a second. So, yeah, traffic is certainly going to be one of those deciding factors today. But Wayne Bork certainly is not waiting around. He seems feisty. He seems to be on it.
He does indeed. Less than a second for the first time in a while. Of course, trying to make up for his mistake earlier on in this race. But Robert Gibbs is the master of the late race pass, as we saw in Spa, that took his team to victory. It's going to be between these two. Hard to see anybody else really getting involved unless they really do let this get out of control. Summit Simsports in the 55, over 5 seconds back. There's a lot of traffic here though. And this might be the chance for Bork to really close in. Oh, the Porsche chops in front of Gibbs, and Bork is going to get a good run down towards Honda. He's not going to make a move from this distance, so we're still half a second separated, but he's gained time through the first little bit of traffic, and look at the dive from Bork. Oh my goodness me, it was so late on the brakes, he was just about given the room, and there's only one thing his mind's on right now, it's the race victory, taking it away from Drop Bear Motorsport. What a fight this is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. They're all starting their way through traffic, having to negotiate it through. You can see Robert Gibbs to the right, to the left, having to weave his way through. But Wayne Bork, yeah, not waiting around at all. He cannot take... He just can't wait around at all. He needs to put the pressure on. Look at how late he's braking, pushing him through the hairpin there. That's a fantastic bit of camera angles from Wayne Bork's perspective. You can see Robert Gibbs getting it all sorts of wrong there, getting a bit sideways. That's going to hamper his run through the final corner. What can Wayne Bork do? Because he's certainly not interested in waiting around. He's going to see an opportunity, weave to the right, weave to the left, break that slipstream. He's not going to be wanting to punch any hole in the air for Wayne Bork, who's closing at an absolute rate of knots. Robert Gibbs covers it off. There's going to be a GT in the way. He's going to have to back off. They're going to go to the right, one's going to go to the left, and that could have ended absolutely horrifically, but that AHU car just having to stop Wayne Bork's offence for now.
My goodness me, that was close. Very, very close indeed. The Porsche saw it coming down the inside. I wasn't expecting Bork to go around the outside as well, but he managed it, and they all continue almost as they were. Looking back from Gibbs now in this fight. We've still got half an hour to go, for goodness sake. It's a 6-hour race, and it's coming down to the final half an hour, and a battle between these two leaders. I said that the rest of the field weren't going to get involved here, but if they fight like that for half an hour, then they might well do. 1.5 seconds is the margin back to Liam Reston, and Scott Sislowski another 4 seconds back. Are they going to be factors in this race or not? Very wide, very, very wide from Gibbs, and the advantage that Bork has is that he can just follow follow the path of the 22 car through this lap traffic. It's not particularly worked through on that occasion. Broke a little bit too late into the hairpin, and now the gap approaches a second.
Yeah, but he's, well, it was 1.4 as they exit the pit lane. He managed to mount a challenge in towards turn 1. So, yeah, certainly going to try it, but that's the worst place to catch traffic. One of the fastest corners on the circuit. That's where the difference between the two sets of cars are going to be as big as possible. And, yeah, that's a shame for Wayne Bork. That's going to stop his offence. But, you know, traffic gave to him just a little bit earlier on. Traffic took it away at that occasion, and it certainly is not over. Still, as you say, half an hour left to go. Plenty of time for Wayne Bork to mount a challenge once again. But yeah, he's got to close up. He's got to be close enough to Robert Gibbs to use him as just the one carving the way through this traffic and follow him through. Use the gap that he makes, and then use that in order to mount as much of a challenge as possible. But yeah, it's just awkward timing. It's going to be about timing when they catch it. If it's on a straight, fantastic, you can get through. Just put your foot down a little bit more and you can get past. But if it's through a corner, especially a high speed one, it's going to be vastly difficult for him to get through. But this is where Wayne Bork makes up his time. He breaks so late for that hairpin.
Does indeed. Too late last time round, but that's another issue. Oh my goodness me, Brad Newman being put through the ringer there. Yeah, mate, don't know what LMP2 that was, but they might well be getting a penalty for that, because that was rude. That was a shoulder barge. Everyone's seen it. This is Bluebell Racing. A little bit wide at turn 2. And far off the road for them. Once again in this race, I'm afraid. Meanwhile, back on board with Wayne Borg. A little bit of clean air here has allowed him to catch up again. That is very helpful for him to get back into the slipstream once more and try and make this move, which may be coming towards 2-1. Bit of lap traffic involved as well. It all depends how this affects these two.
See, out of Gisbergen, you can see they've probably caught it at a decent time. That Porsche not going to make much in the way of hampering either of these guys, but yeah, Wayne Borg now has managed to close that gap to about 0.5 of a second. So once again, within ample slipstream range and able to mount a challenge, again we'll see into this hairpin. He's just so committed, so brave, and now Robert Gibbs is going to start to feel the pressure. Bit of traffic just in front. Are they going to be able to clear all three down this pit straight? That's going to be the question that they're going to be asking themselves and going to be hoping for, because they've got 3 cars to get through. They will be able to clear, probably, yeah, I reckon they can get them all done, but this straight isn't particularly the longest. They're having to go left, go right, snake their way through. Who's going to get past the Ferrari? Robert Gibbs is, and then Wayne Borg's going to follow him through. Just send one. He cannot afford to be waiting around at all. And yeah, unfortunately wasn't able to mount a challenge on that particular occasion, but that run towards the hairpin definitely is lethal.
It's an opportunity, quite possibly, and there's a bit of a slide from the drop bear car. Robert Gibbs getting a bit out of shape here, and Wayne Borg might have his first opportunity for a while. Outside line into the Honda corner. Can he make his way around the outside here? It'd be a long way, and he'd have the inside for Gisbergen, but it's difficult, and too difficult on this occasion for the Synergy Sim Racing car, and so he stays behind for now, but not much, not very far behind. Very close to the back of that LMP2, just up in front. He's still got over 25 minutes to do this as well, let's not forget. So he has got the time on his side, going through Lukey Heights and down into the MG, into the hairpin again, but not quite as late on the brakes this time. Robert Gibbs goes a bit wide, and now there might be a bigger run for him through the penultimate corner. Goes Borg, and he might try it in the final turn. He might go on the inside through the final corner for the race lead. He does indeed, and he gets into the lead. It's Synergy Sim Racing now leading at the 6 hours of Phillip Island, and that was fairly easy in the end. Just a cutback move through the penultimate corner, give him the inside for the final turn. And Robert Gibbs didn't have an answer. He's been stopped by the traffic as well. Now let's see if Borg can get away or if Gibbs is going to stay in touch.
Yeah, this will be interesting. Great move from Borg just to set up that cutback to get the drive off the corner. This is Matthew Dench, who unfortunately hasn't had the best of days at all. Was driving pretty well a little bit earlier on, but again, just tagged around, I think, by the Alpha Aggressor 27, which is slightly unfortunate. But yeah, great racing between Wayne Borg and Robert Gibbs. That's certainly one that I hope isn't over at all, and you can see it certainly isn't. The 22 within 0.5 of a second. They just have to follow each other through the traffic, not wait around at all. But yeah, Wayne just needs to get forward, get his head down, push forward, not worry about what the 22 car is doing in his rearview mirror, and just hope that the traffic is on his side. Still 25 minutes left to go, so as we say, still ample time for things to change, but Wayne Borg certainly set himself up well, getting himself onto that front foot, putting himself at the advantage with enough time, and that gap is growing 1 second. Wayne Borg certainly is mega through this final sector, which has allowed him to gain the time, because this is where you need to be quick. That is a very car. Yeah, wow. That is well, it got rid of the BMW's front fender, which I'm sure you're going to be very happy about. But Mitchell West, yeah, he's not going to be too happy with the state his car's in at the moment.
No, he is not. As things stand, dearie me, everybody's just staying out of the way of these two, and I don't blame them, because they're absolutely going at hell for leather right now. On board with Robert Gibbs, coming down towards the hairpin again. This is where Borg made his first attempt, and later on the same lap, and contact made. It's Mitchell West, and this a move made by Gibbs. Borg has been slightly more held up by that one, and Gibbs retakes the lead. Borg has been very late on the brakes time and again, and I think it's finally caught up with him.
Oh my word. Well, we said there's plenty of time for things to chop and change. Certainly has chop and changed. We'll see what happened with this one. And yeah, it was just unfortunate timing. You can see the two leaders, they are certainly going to be pushing the limits. One of them just dived to the inside. Wayne Borg didn't want to wait around, didn't want to get involved, but unfortunately for him, that desperation has certainly cost him in this race. Robbie Gibbs now back at the helm, but this race far from over. 2.2 seconds, so the gap is pretty big. And, well, the 89, is it into the pit lane? Maybe the damage is that bad. That is such a shame for Wayne Bork. And, yeah, that's heartbreak. But unfortunately, certainly could have taken a bit more of air of caution into that incident. But, hey, yeah, the stakes are high, the pressure's high, and these things sort of start to creep in. But, yeah, that's a lot of pressure off of Robert Gibbs' shoulder, and he was able to capitalise off that one.
Controversial incident, and a very short stop there. Might have even been using their fast repair. But down to 5th for Bork. He's still out in front of Angus Cook, but that is a real shame for the 89 car to drop itself down to 5th. Now, I guess on the one hand, you could say it's a very controversial incident, I think it's fair to say. But, you know, on the one hand, you could say a bit too aggressive into turn 4 there to be making a move from that far back. But on the other hand, you could say the damaged car going slower than race pace. Should it be offline there? As you know, no front end, going slowly. Should it be offline? You can make a case for both, really. But the fact is, Wayne Bork has had to use the fast repair there. He's dropped down to 5th place, and our battle for the lead ends there by the looks of things.
Which is such a shame, but yeah, these things happen, and yeah, well, that is how harsh motorsport can be sometimes. It's robbed not only them of a chance for the race lead, but a chance for us to witness it, and that's probably what they could have been doing offline. But at the same time, the incident happened way into the corner. It wasn't like it was going into the corner, it was into pretty much on the apex, so there wasn't really much the car could do. But yeah, that's a shame. But Wayne Bork just was desperate, had to launch one to the inside, maybe to get an edge, keep Robert Gibbs stuck in the traffic. But yeah, unfortunately for him, this has promoted the simrigs.com DPR car into P3, and well, probably is going to be pretty convincing inside the podium place, and only 3 seconds off the 55. Maybe could make some headways and go into second, but Scott Kozlowski, again, he's just had a bit of a quiet race, just chilled and let everyone else around him sort of do their own thing, and has managed to wind up himself onto a podium place, which, yeah, fair play to him. Doing a great job, and he's only got 20 minutes left of this race to go, and time's ticking.
It certainly is. 20 minutes to go in this race. Are we going to see any more changes for the lead in any of the categories? It's hard to see that, really. Over a lap's lead for the 286. I believe they did come in under the safety car, so I think they'll have to come in again, because it was about an hour ago now. However, it's only going to be a splash of fuel. Then they'll be off and out again. But Billabong Racing, I think, will be happy with second anyway. Porsche Racing Team in the 280 will certainly be happy with third. Championship leaders, let's not forget, only 6 points of an advantage over the 223 Magen Turbo car. But that 223 is that a disaster today, really. Way down the order by the end of it. I think they're going to maybe 7th in the order at the moment. So they're going to be gaining points there. The 280. So they'll lose some to the 286. Who might actually take the championship lead here, but it's not a disaster all in all. Things remain very close in GT3 AM, but the 286 with this dominant performance really laying a marker down for the final 2 races.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting off to the final couple of races on a good one, and they've just been utterly dominant. We thought that Billabong might be able to put some pressure on off the start of that safety car restart, but no, they've gone, and they haven't at all looked back. Has the JWM car, which has just been fantastic for them. Well done to them. They've been utterly dominant. But yeah, we'll have to see what the final 2 races have in store as we go over to the Americas. Which, yeah, we've had a couple of races over there, but we only had, I think it was Watkins Glen last season was the only one we went to. So yeah, nice to have a couple more American circuits. Tricky for me because I know absolutely diddly squat about most American circuits. Daytona I know, but Road Atlanta probably going to have to, dust off. I say dust off cobwebs like I'm experienced there. There's no experience at all, so I'm just going to have to get used to it. But anyway, yeah, it'd be exciting to learn and see how these guys, because it doesn't really matter what track we go to, whether it's designed or has had experience of good racing in the past before or not. Yeah, AHU Endurance always does manage to deliver in some ways or another.
I don't know how you don't know Road Atlanta at all.
Neither do I, to be honest. And Lewis is going to rinse me for it, but
yes, I should hope so.
He'll bring up some parking estate racetrack at some point and expect me to know it, which I won't know it. I've completely forgot the name of it now, and it was only last round. But yeah, well, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Only know F1 circuits. And that's,
No, because I know Phillip Island, mainly because Lewis made me buy it on iRacing. But again, that's besides the point. I know this circuit.
Financial bullying. Yeah, there we are. But yeah, I think you might actually have more experience driving this circuit than me, even though it sounds limited. I think mine's even more limited. I'm struggling to remember driving a lap at all, especially not. I haven't on iRacing at all, definitely, but at all at Phillip Island, not sure. Either way, this is the Evolution Racing team, and that's Wayne Bork making another dive, trying to make up for lost time there, and maybe trying a bit too hard. Evolution Racing team would certainly think so. They're about 7 seconds adrift of Vandervelde in their chase for the win in GT3 Pro. Got about a minute over the rest of the field. These two teams start to outline themselves as championship favourites, 1 and 2 in this race right now as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Evolution just trying to limit the damage, as we've said. They've just been trying to follow Vandervelde and keep the distance that and the points margin they're going to be losing at one place max, and that's exactly what they're doing. And yeah, they really have separated themselves as a two-horse race out in front, as you say, over a minute back to the Trans Tasman Racing 1-2-8, and then even then it's quite separated in GT3 Pro, which again has been pretty standout for this race because that's something we haven't really seen much of this season. We've seen very close in the GT3 Pro category. They've been some of the biggest providers of entertainment. We're going to see what happened. This is Paul Mansell in the 146, dropping down off the jacks, and does anything happen? Wow, no. That is weird. He's come out with suspension damage, and that is a shame, and he's completely left his pit box, and he's committed to leaving the pit lane, and he's going to be pulling over. But yeah, that's always a shame because you go in, I'm going to get my damage fixed, drop the jacks, and it must just be just so disheartening to have that happen.
Something that doesn't quite happen in real life. You don't forget to repair a car often. Meanwhile, the GT leader is into the pit lane and drops back down off the jacks with plenty of time to spare. Over a minute and a half there. Well, it's not going to quite be that when they exit the pit lane, I wouldn't imagine, but still going to be comfortable. And it's still going to be the championship lead, you would imagine, for those guys at the end of the day. Vandervelde are going to be championship leaders in GT3 Pro if things end as they are. Evolution Racing Team are going to be second. That's how they run in the race right now as well. Evolution with one glimmer of hope. Maybe if they just stayed out a little bit longer, had a shorter pit stop, they maybe could have overhauled the 101. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen now. Looks like it's going to be Vandervelde Sim Racing's day. All they've got to do now is come down pit lane without issues, make their pit stop, get enough fuel into the end, and then they can enjoy the win.
Yeah, absolutely. Just going to try and cruise at home for their sake, and hopefully nothing bad comes about it. I say that, touch wood, that nothing bad comes about for him. They're into the pit lane, but we've seen absolute disaster in the pit lane. Even, not even early on in this race, fairly recently, just about 5 seconds ago, was pretty disastrous in the pit lane. But Jackson's going to take nice and careful into his pit box, get it stopped. And off he goes with some fuel for the final 15 minutes left of this race. We've had just absolute drama, chaos, excitement, fights, battles, everything really in this race. And yeah, it's just been, it really has been a race of attrition. Those that have made the least mistakes or have been involved in the least incidents are the ones that are going to be able to do incredibly well. But the top three in all of our categories here, the LMP2s, the GT3 Pros and the GT3 AMs, all very deserved in their own rights because they've all had their own difficulties to overcome.
There we are, leaving the pit lane right now, and the gap drops below 10 seconds again, but nothing that these guys are going to have to worry about, you wouldn't imagine. There's the margin in visual terms for you. Oh, off the road for Billabong Racing, and they were running second. The 280 moves up to second. Looks like it's a spin at Siberia once more. Still very puzzled as to why this corner is so difficult, but it's proved to be.
Well, it's slightly uphill, slightly cambered on the inside, and you do try and take a lot of speed through because you can sort of get away with it. But again, these GT3s, very easy to overstep the marks, especially when you're trying to push so hard and gain a bit of time. But this is the 280 into the pit lane for the final time in this race for a splash and dash. 14 minutes left to the end. But yeah, Siberia, it can be a tricky corner because you go in and you can, because you're already going slightly slower, you've just come off the acceleration of a hairpin. You think, okay, I don't need to scrub off so much speed going into this corner because I'm already going quite slowly. And then it's very easy to misjudge. And if you go in with too much speed or you trail brake for a little bit too long and you don't have enough weight on that rear end, very easy for it to just step out, step around. And yeah, a lot of corners here really do want to bite back at you. Pretty much every single one of them has a way of murdering you.
Yeah, it does, Robert. Meanwhile, Liam Reston over the line again. And try and chase down the leader. Just under 7 seconds between himself and Drop Bear Motorsport, but it's very hard to see him closing this margin now. 22 car looks like it's heading for its 2nd win of the season. And its 3rd podium out of 4 races. Oh! Evolution Racing Team off the road. They're very lucky. Trans-Tasman Racing have come in here, and the 111 car's further back because that spin is going to cost them. Any glimmer of hope they had at winning this race earlier is certainly gone now. 18 seconds is the margin, but yeah, we'll hopefully get a replay of that soon as to what happened there. But Evolution Racing Team, now all they've got to do is just bring this one home. Looks like it was on their own.
Yeah, just over the curb, a little bit too much of it. And yeah, the inside of the car was a bit round, the outside of the car not so much, and around it went. They haven't lost out of it, but any more mistakes from that, they might in fact be under pressure from the 111 and might lose out on 2nd place. So they just need to bring it home now. Need to cut their losses. 2nd place, that's the best you're going to get, and just bring it home. 12 minutes left to go. You don't want to throw it around because you've done a great job of limiting the damage this entire race to your championship rivals. You don't want to throw it away with 12 minutes left to go. And, well, a bit of action going on between Jaden Edmonds once again with the analytical car. These two can't really quite get enough of each other down here for P8 in the P2 category. 6 tenths between the two. Jaden Edmonds in the 96 will definitely want an extra place, couple of extra points on the table, and well, he's just maybe just wants to have a bit of a race, which would we certainly won't have any complaints about.
No, certainly not. These guys are the battling for the first car not on the lead lap, which is important in NASCAR, but not really anywhere else, you would say. But there we are. It's purely the battle for 7th here. No more safety cars today, you wouldn't imagine, with just over 10 minutes to go. I think they would tell any cars stricken out on the road to just stay out of the way at this stage rather than collecting them. It's like the Billabong car's been off again here. Quite possibly. Through Lukey Heights, Marco Giltrap's having trouble here in the final moments. He's back up into 2nd because the post car needed to make a final pit stop. But this car has already made its final stop. Giltrap just needs to keep things on the road now, really, and consolidate 2nd place, because if he just does that, he's certainly not going to move forward, certainly not going to move any further backwards either, which is ideal. Yeah,
certainly so. Is that case? But again, it's these mistakes, and it just tarnishes maybe your attitude into later races, and knowing that your rivals, have got a slight edge over you in terms of the fact they haven't flinched at all, and you're the one in fact making those mistakes, which will certainly play into the hands of Vandervelde for the final 2 rounds of this season. And yeah, Evolution Racing Team cannot be affording any more mistakes. They need to get the ball rolling. They need to get onto those ahead of Vandervelde for the last 2 races, and if they want to mount a championship charge. And yeah, this ending, they're still in P2, still bringing home good points, still a fantastic result after how difficult this race has been. But in terms of the mental game with their championship rival, they cannot afford to be making these mistakes. And still, Jaden Edmonds versus the 43, going to be very close.
It is. Battle for 7th. Edmonds just holding a bit of a tighter line through Siberia, but not a better exit really. You can get away with running a little bit wider there because of the banking, or the camber I should say, it's not really banking. Go up towards Lukey Heights now. Tricky corner, especially going around the outside of a GT, but that's exactly what the analytical car is about to do. And then down the inside into the final hairpin on the circuit. That was past the GT3 leader indeed, Vandervelde. To take another win. I say another win. They've come close a couple of times, I should say. 2 second places, but now finally it's going to be their turn to get onto the top step. Meanwhile, battle for 7th. Edmonds not really with enough straight line speed here to make things work, it's going to have to be somewhere else, or at least with a better exit than we just saw there, if they want to get this 96 car through.
Yeah, it's all about that exit through the final couple of corners. That's where Wayne Bork was able to gain so much, or Robert Gibbs was that last little bit, and that really gave you that run down the straight. And again into this hairpin, you've got a bit of slipstream. You're flat out for a good portion. Of course, you've got the turn of the long curve of that left-hander, but you're still flat out. You're still gaining from the slipstream, and it can help. But yeah, that final corner is ever important. That penultimate corner also is ever important if you want to manufacture a move. But yeah, again, it's just that balance of setup. Do you go for more of a straight line speed orientated car? Do you go for more a downforce orientated car? Because yes, the downforce overall might be slightly quicker, but if someone's racing you and you need that straight line speed, otherwise you are certainly going to be a sitting duck. Jaden Edmonds needs to maximise this drive, but just look at how good that 43 car is off that hairpin. He's slightly closer, but I don't think quite close enough to go for a move, especially because Jaden Edmonds getting a little bit of a slipstream from that lap car in front.
Yeah, that is going to be very helpful actually. That's going to make Edmonds' life a bit more difficult. Coming through turn 1, bit of lap traffic. That's the Billabong Lamborghini. Can't miss it really, can you? Around the outside through turn 2, and that is the way to do it. It's one of the cleanest moves I've seen from these two actually, going through into turn 2. We've seen a lot of catastrophe through that corner, but that's exactly the way to do it.
Into the hairpin. There is a bit of traffic which will play into Jaden Edmonds' hands. We'll have to see. But yeah, there's just such a gaggle of cars. We've seen so early on how this traffic can play a factor because of the difference, and it is quite a tight circuit. You just have to find your way through, commit to a line, and you can see Jaden Edmonds just going the long way around. That's going to allow the 43 just to stay in front at least for a little bit, but they've closed onto that prototype just in front, and that definitely will be helping the analytical car. In fact, Jaden Edmonds might even go for a move around the outside. Bit of topsy-turvy with the Trans-Tasman BMW. He's really managed to manufacture this one into a nice move around the outside of the hairpin, brake really late. They're both going to go opposite ends of the BMW. Jaden Edmonds to the inside of the final corner, but the 43 is going to have the slipstream down this pitch straight. Might be able to launch a counter-attack. Luke Mitchinson now, you can see, going defensive is the 96. The 43 pulling to the long way round at turn 1. If he can get his nose ahead, he can certainly just turn across, claim the corner, and the 96 just has to tuck in behind. It was a good opportunity. He broke really late, just committed to the outside and sailed past, but that slipstream down the pit straight allowed Luke to get himself back in front.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great battling between the two of them, and great presence of mind as well from the Trans-Tasman racing car to stay out of the way there, or stay in the middle of the road, which is not often advisable, but it was there because he was getting overtaken on both sides. This has been a remarkable recovery for this car as well. The Frogley juiced car, the 158. Now, if you remember, not so long ago, I think it was not long after the restart actually, it ended up in the barriers at the exit of turn 1. No front end on that car either, but I think they must have taken their fast repair along with the rest of the amount of fuel that they needed, and all of a sudden they're knocking on the door of a podium in this race, as Injectors Online are continuing to have a poor day. But yeah, that car, certainly with a shout of getting on the podium, you wouldn't have expected that when you saw that car getting into the wall at the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, no, certainly not, and we certainly did count them out. But Frogleap, after the day as a team they've had today, as we see again with the 296 going for a spin at Siberia, that is a bit of a shame. But if they can sort of soften the blow a little bit with the podium and the GT3, that was big crash. That was one of your pie cars as well, wasn't it? Which is a shame. But the Frogleap, the 296, yeah, that's just from bad to worse. Salt in the wound for them. But yeah, if they can just consolidate a podium, which they seem to be good for, 7 tenths between the two. This is a fight again. Jaden Edmonds launching another counter-attack into the hairpin. Couldn't quite find the space to the inside. Going to try and go the long way around, but Luke says, nope, I'm going to claim this corner. This is mine, and I'm going to stay in front for just a moment. And yeah, these two certainly aren't disappointing with the entertainment. Only 4 minutes left to go. That's only a couple of laps left of this 6-hour race, and these two still fighting it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Back for 7th, this is back for 3rd as well. 111 Porsche, trying to make it not all Porsche podium here at Phillip Island. Not particularly sure why they've run so strongly here at this particular race, but they have done. Matthew Dent is trying to put an end to that with the Lamborghini getting onto the bottom step of the podium. See if he can manage it. little bit further back, there's stuff going on as well. But yeah, just over 3 minutes to go now. The leads of all of the clashes look fairly set. But some of the other positions do not. There goes the damaged pies. Going through shot there. Slightly by that rejoin. But yes, the two battles, oh dear me, threading themselves between one another. That's the battle for third in GT, the battle for 7th in the overall standings, going through on one another there into the hairpin now. Bit of a move for the LMP2s, but once again, not able to make the move there, Evans.
Yeah, unfortunately not. Did look for the inside, try and catch Luke out a little bit, but unfortunately couldn't quite. And that's fantastic timing. We've got two battles now pretty much within the same frame. Won't be for long as these P2s sail off into the distance, but yeah, it's good timing how they've sort of just met each other on the circuit. But yeah, that 158 on the 111, that should be one to watch because it is for a podium place. It's slightly more important than P7, and Matthew Dench, after the day him and his team have had, will certainly be pushing for it. But that 111 certainly isn't going to be waiting around and let him through for the podium. Matthew just needs a good run off this final corner into the penultimate corner. And yeah, this is where it's going to count. He just needs that good drive, but just look at that 111. He's doing a fantastic job of just getting that exit quick in the crucial places. That's the main thing, and Matthew unfortunately unable to go for a move, and with time not on his side at all. He needs to find a way through and quick.
He does indeed. Now then, a bit of a team game going on here. Pulse Racing team running 3rd and 4th at the moment. Are they just setting up for a photo finish? So the team photographer can get himself onto the front straight and have a good shot or not. Are they swapping positions? Meanwhile, these guys might well be, but certainly not orchestrated. Side by side through turn 3 and into turn 4 they go. Inside line for the 111. It's going to be difficult for him to hold on. This Frog Leap car is so strong on the outside line. We've seen it in the past, but not able to keep it there for the inside of Siberia. Not long to go now. It's going to be, these two are going to be holding absolutely nothing back. All guns blazing to the very end.
Yeah, absolutely. Gloves are well and truly off for these two. The 111 making up a stellar defence, but the 158 is not done at all. And as long as he can put some pressure on, just look at the closing speed there, just trying to push him through, stay as close as he can to the rear end. It sort of ruined his run into the hairpin. That might damper his run onto the straight, but it didn't really matter last time round. Probably won't matter as much this time round either. He's going to get that run down and towards the hairpin, but we'll have to wait and see. But Ryan Hunter doing a fantastic job in keeping this one. This is Lachlan Capel just going around the outside of his teammate. Bit of contact, pushed off a little bit, and that's a fight for a podium between teammates. Comes back on and smacks into him. Well, that I don't think that would have been orchestrated, Ewan.
Well, no, I was expecting a lot more of a nicer situation between the two there. But they have made big contact between the two of them. Goodness me. These two are battling away then as the time now elapses. 6 hours complete, and Robert Gibbs is in the final sector right now, looking to try and take this race win. Here he is. Final couple of corners for Drop Bear Motorsports. It's another victory for him as the battles continue on further back. The 111 is just about going to hold on to its podium, I think. But further forwards, it's Robert Gibbs taking his car across the line. Drop Bear Motorsport win their second race of the Apex Hunters United Endurance Series for Season 2 in fine style here at Phillip Island. They won the opening race. They have won the 4th race. It's a great performance from them after holding off Wayne Bork towards the end of the race. So it's Sidport second ahead of Simrigs.com DPR. This is the last remaining battle out there on the circuit now. It's an all Porsche 1-2-3 in GT3. Because the Frog Leap Deuce racing car wasn't quite able to get through on the WH eRacing 111. In GT3 we've already seen the JWME Motorsport Gold car come across the line to clinch victory in that category. Evolution Racing Team are the first GT3 Pro car to come across the line in second. Vanderbilt so far in front of the rest of the field that they're actually going to complete one more lap than the rest here today. 2 second places so far this season, back at Spa and Suzuka, but finally today it is their turn to stand on the top step of the podium and take the championship lead, as indeed this car will do. And these cars won't. They're off the road there, I'm afraid. And a lot of damage to a lot of cars at the end of today. A very chaotic race in the end, Zach, but a very enjoyable one. Yeah, a lot of damage for everybody here, and possibly some defining moments in terms of this championship here today.
Thankfully, we don't have repair bills in iRacing and in sim racing as a whole, because this would be a very expensive race to have run. A lot of damage. Thank God we have the fast repair, but I don't think that really did much for all of these teams. But yeah, chaotic, exciting, dramatic, all of the above. Ticks every box. And yeah, it was a fantastic race. Well done to Drop Bear and to the winners as well. Very dominant, pretty much displays from the GTs, but yeah, certainly weren't deprived of any action today.
No, absolutely not. Here are the results. Drop Bear Motorsport winning ahead of Summit Sim Sports and SimRidge.com DPR. Apex Hunters United just about held off Wayne Bork and the Synergy Sim Racing car there, with Summit Sim Sports the final car on the lead lap. Analytical held off Frog Leap towards the end. Alpha Aggressor Racing with their 2 cars round out your top 10 in LMP2. Moving on to GT3 Pro. Interval Sim Racing White weren't a lap in front of the field, but they did complete one more lap by the end. Evolution Racing Team second ahead of WHE Racing, who held off Frog Leap Juiced Racing towards the end. Trans-Tasman Racing round out the top 5. Injectors Online Racing were sixth ahead of the 2 AHU cars. Then it was Trans-Tasman Racing and the final AHU car rounding out your top 10 in GT3 Pro. Finally, in GT3 AM, JWME Motorsport Gold won by over a minute ahead of Billabong Racing. Pulse Racing Team with contact late on finished third. Team JDR vault up to fourth because of the incident there. Pulse Racing Team costing themselves unnecessary points there towards the end, I think it's fair to say. Frog Leap Juiced Racing Green sixth ahead of Mag and Turbo Motorsports, who didn't have a good day at all. Frog Leap were 8th as well, ahead of Team Kraken and Pulse Racing Team, rounding out the top 10. Bluebell Racing and Velocity Motorsports did manage to make their way to the end somehow, despite many incidents throughout the day. Well, there are your results. Let's have a quick chat before we leave you here this afternoon with the race winners from each of the categories. We'll start, of course, with LMP2. And Cameron Dance and Robert Gibbs joining us now from Drop Bear Motorsport. Robert, you took the car over the line for the second time this season as race winner, but talk us through that final restart and that final hour or so. You had a fantastic battle with Synergy Sim Racing. In the end, they got damage and you got the race victory, but what was that final hour like from the driver's seat?
Yeah, thanks, mate. I don't really know, to be honest. I mean, I was trying to get away, but we didn't quite have the pace that Wayne and Ben had, so I was just sort of trying to make do with what we had, and then Ben made a mistake on his own, I think, so that was all right. And then I wanted to get to lap traffic before Wayne, just to control it a bit better, and then he got by. I made a little mistake, and then don't know what happened at the hairpin, but I took it and didn't look back, so then it was just hot lapping to the end, really.
Absolutely, we had a very chaotic race, I think it's fair to say. From our perspective, it was complete madness. Was it like that from your perspective, both from watching on from the sideline, of course, watching Robert doing his thing, and also from the driver's seat as well? Was it complete madness for you guys?
Yeah, it was a little bit chaotic at times. Obviously, the traffic was really, really intense around this short little track for these sort of cars. So it was, it really had to be very, very smart and very calculated about your moves. And when you decided to get on the throttle, whether you decided to back out or just send it up the inside or around the outside for that matter. So, it was really, really intense. And obviously, in that last final stint, it was just all about making sure Robbie was comfortable and making sure that he was being smooth and not taking too many risks with the gap that we had back to the rest of the field. So it was very, very busy, but it is what it is at the end of the day. It's the same thing with everybody else. Everybody's got the same problem, and it's just the typical multi-class sort of thing around these sort of short circuits.
Yeah, very true. But you guys managed to overcome it all, of course, and come out on top. So congratulations on that. Congratulations on the win. And thanks very much for coming to join us.
Thank you. Cheers, guys.
There we are, Robert Gibbs and Cameron Dance from the 22 team joining us there as LMP2 winners. Let's go to GT3 Pro next. And the winners there, Venderville Sim Racing, Dylan Burse and First Jackson, Susan Harlow. Welcome to you both. Jackson, you took the car to the end, and I did notice a little bit of an incident in that final hour. You did make contact with one of the cars. Was Was that ever a worry throughout the final hour? And obviously, Evolution Racing Team being so close to you as well. Were you worried at any point, or did you feel like you had it in the bag?
No, I kind of knew we had in the bag. We had a good buffer. I think we were in the lead by like 6 seconds or whatever. It definitely did give us damage. We were probably losing half a second a lap. So that kind of, if John was like consistently half a second quicker than us, then he probably would have been a worry. But he was really up and down with his times, which is good. So I just made sure that I stayed as consistent as possible and just was smart with traffic. And we ended up getting the win, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dylan, you've managed to, obviously, first victory for you guys of the season, taking the championship lead as well, with Blue Flag Racing not having a good day whatsoever. How are you feeling going into Road Atlanta, which I personally believe is going to be absolute chaos again, and Daytona as well? How are you feeling about the rest of the season?
Yeah, well, Road Atlanta's a track that I really enjoy, so looking forward to that one. Phillip Island's not one of my favourite tracks, so I'm sort of glad to get it out of the way now and got 2 good tracks for the rest of the season. So Road Atlanta should be good, looking forward to that. Little 4-hour race too, not too long. And then the 10-hour at Daytona should be pretty sweet. Just try and keep your nose clean in that one, not get too many incidents and stuff, and should hopefully bring home the championship if all goes well in the next one.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be obviously wishing you guys luck for that in the final 2 rounds. But for now, congratulations on the race victory, of course. And thanks very much for coming to join us.
Yep.
Cheers,
fellas. What's up?
There we are. The GT3 Pro winners, Vanderbilt Sim Racing, Jackson Susan Harlow and Dylan Burst joining us there. Now, finally, one more interview to do, and there's 3 of them as well, so let's bring them in. The GT3 AM winners, Jeff Thomas, Martin Lofthouse and Wade Reynolds joining us now. Martin, we'll start with you since you brought the car over the line. It looks pretty comfortable from where we were sat anyway for you guys throughout the day. Obviously, that final safety car did throw up a few more obstacles than you did have previously, but did it feel like a comfortable day out for you from the driver's seat, or was it just was it difficult?
It was. I mean, we didn't really have too many battles on our hands the whole race, really. I think we lucked out. We stopped on the first safety car on lap 10, and I think that just set us up for the rest of the race, really. I think we got ahead, like a lap ahead. And then it was just about staying out of trouble. I mean, it's a tight track to have, obviously, dual class racing on it. And, dodging around all the LMPs and everything like that was key to, I guess, staying out of trouble. And, we had a few offs ourselves, I think. But, it was a good race.
It certainly was. Obviously, coming out with the win, Jeff, it was a chaotic one for everybody. It was. Did it feel like that from your perspective? Was it what you were expecting coming into today?
Actually, my perspective, it was a little bit easier than I was expecting. But I only had to do the one stint today. As like me and Wade were a bit busy earlier in the day, and we always knew that Lofty was going to do most of the driving. But as it panned out, we just kept him in the car because it was going to cost us time later in the race. So unfortunately, he got to do a lot more than us two. But everyone's got to do their part. Doesn't matter how much you do. So it was good.
Yeah, absolutely. And finally, Wade, it's 2 rounds to go. Road Atlanta, 4-hour, Daytona, 10-hour coming up. You guys, by very rough mental maths, I think you're going to have taken the championship lead after today. What are your thoughts on how are you going to hold on to that? Do you think you can? What are you feeling going into those final 2 races?
Well, we certainly didn't plan or think that we were going to be here at this point in the season, given it's the first crack that we're having at it, but we're really quite chuffed that we are, I suppose. We're getting a little bit more used to how the series works. It took us a few rounds to work out the safety car. We mucked that up a couple of rounds, and we since worked out what you do and when they do the wave bars and stuff. So there's a bit of a system that we've got now when a safety car's called, and it seems to be working. Like Jeff said, it was really just try and run a stint for Martin to give him a bit of rest and not make any mistakes and make it nice and clean and smooth. So I think me and Jeff both managed to do that. And then, given the timing of the safety car at the end, we ended up leaving Lofty in one more stint, although we were going to do a change, but it's going to cost us too much. So happy to be where we are, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. And you certainly deserve to take home the race victory here today. So congratulations on that, of course. And thanks very much for coming to join us.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Cheers.
thanks.
There are GT3 AM winners there. JWM Motorsport Gold. Martin Loftus, Jeff Thomas and Wade Reynolds joining us there. Finally, Zach, final word from you. I mean, complete chaos, to be honest, at Phillip Island, and I don't expect it to get much better at Road Atlanta. That is going to be a difficult 4 hours for everybody in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, absolutely. But I can't wait at all for the final 2 races of this season, because the first 4 have promised absolute just greatness for the final 2, as the AHU Endurance always somehow manages to do. And we always end up, whether it's you and me in the commentary booth, which it often is for the final couple of hours, always ends up being a very just chaotic final couple of minutes. So yeah, certainly cannot wait to see how the rest of the season progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very exciting indeed. Daytona 10 hour, of course, at the start of May to round it off in 5 weeks' time. And in just 3 weeks' time, we've got the Road Atlanta 4 hour coming your way. The penultimate race of the AHU Endurance Championship by VCO Season 2, of course. All 3 championships very finely poised. Another great race promised, so make sure you join us for that. I've been Ewan O'Leary. I've been alongside Zach Sweeney for the last 2 hours. Lewis McLean and Cam Roger have been joining us earlier on in the day, and all day long David Christie has been behind the cameras. A big thank you to everybody who's been tuned in today, and until 3 weeks' time when we visit Road Atlanta, it's goodbye for now.